Chapter 509. Below the cabin. Zhuo Feng looked at the person lying there nervously. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Of course, he recognized the person in front of him. When the winged serpent appeared, this person had attacked. Although he did not win against the winged serpent, he still displayed his great strength. A Dragon Realm expert. He knew that this person was one of the 2 Dragon Realm experts from the Taihang Sword faction, Xuecheng. When the news of Xuecheng being assassinated spread, he felt that it was unbelievable. Someone actually dared to assassinate someone as powerful as Xuecheng. This was simply courting death. He was also sent into the water to search for Xuecheng's body. However, he knew that Xuecheng's body would not be found. He went down to deal with the situation. However, he did not expect that when he returned to the cabin, he would find Xuecheng lying on his bed. To him, this was simply a disaster. If someone saw this, it would be a disaster for him. Although he was not smart, he was not stupid either. He deeply understood that he could not get involved with such a person. Naturally, Xuecheng was not saved by him. Therefore, there was no doubt about the person who did it. Oh my God, what kind of person did I offend? Could it be that he was the one who injured Elder Shui? Zhuo Feng began to wail in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan walked in. At this moment, Su Yan's face was calm. He walked to Zhuo Feng's side and said to him, "Take care of him. Call me when he wakes up. If you believe me, after this, there will be opportunities for you." After Su Yan finished speaking, he left. Zhuo Feng naturally did not dare to say anything to the mysterious Su Yan. Su Yan had his own reasons for choosing to take action. Firstly, he did not like the feeling of being led by the nose. That Duan Mulonghu was too cunning. If everything went according to his plan, he would be in a passive position. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, he was the weaker one. Therefore, he had to create some opportunities. From Zhuo Feng's words, Su Yan already knew some things between Xuecheng and Wang Yuan. Although these were all very vague, as long as one made a little deduction, it was enough. In Su Yan's opinion, Xuecheng would be a good helper, so he made a move. Of course, in order to prevent the Hydralisks from recognizing him, he specially activated the powerful, draconic aura within his bloodline. In the past, he had a majestic aura similar to that of a dragon, but it could not be compared to a Dragon Realm expert. But this time, after activating his bloodline, he could freely unleash his dragon might. Moreover, the power of the dragon's might was simply unimaginable. No wonder the Hydralisks couldn't tell. In fact, it would be strange if he could see through it. Moreover, he had used the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. Of course, Su Yan had purposely used this move to create an illusion for Duan Mulonghu. He believed that even Duan Mulonghu would have countless thoughts in his mind. After another half a day, Xuecheng finally opened his eyes. A dim light was imprinted in his eyes. Zhuo Feng had not been idle for half a day. Now that he saw this big boss wake up, he was immediately overjoyed. "He's awake, great, he's awake." He directly notified Su Yan. Xuecheng's consciousness gradually woke up. He subconsciously wanted to grab Zhuo Feng, but Su Yan had already appeared in front of him and said coldly, "Elder, if you don't want to die, you should know your place." After a while, Zhuo Feng finally understood his situation, so he asked, "You saved me?" Su Yan nodded and said, "Yes, I saved you and cured you of the poison." Although the Hydralisk's poison was powerful, Su Yan's fog cloud directly removed the poison. Of course, a part of the poison still remained in his body and needed him to slowly dissolve it. Xuecheng was silent for a while, then he said, "Thank you." Xuecheng was a smart person. After thanking Su Yan, he became silent and did not ask who he was. He knew that the more he knew, the worse it would be for him. At this time, Su Yan finally asked, "Elder Shui, I think you have some guesses. Can you tell me what you know?" "Don't worry, I don't have any enmity towards you, and I don't want to make things difficult for you." Xuecheng did not immediately answer. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "Since you saved my life, there's no harm in telling you these things." Then, he told Su Yan the Taihang sword faction's true goal this time, as well as Wang Yuan's scheme. Su Yan listened quietly to Duan Mulonghu's explanation. Then, he fell into deep thought. Finally, he said, "Duan Mulonghu, it seems like you are eyeing the innate divine fire. But how are you going to do it? Elder Shui, it's not good for you to show yourself now. Just stay here for a while." Su Yan said to Xuecheng. Xuecheng naturally understood this. This was a matter of life and death, so he did not put on airs. He directly said, "Don't worry, I understand. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Brother Su Yan, since you saved me, then from today onwards, you are my good friend." Xuecheng said this sentence with great sincerity. "There's still half a day before we reach the shore. I think Duan Mulonghu should be making his move by now." Su Yan looked out of the window. At this moment, huge waves suddenly surged on the originally calm sea surface. The originally clear sky actually turned gloomy in an instant. Day and night were reversed. This was simply terrifying. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately knew that this had something to do with Duan Mulonghu. Although he did not know how he did it, Su Yan firmly believed in this point. "Zhuo Feng, take good care of Elder Shui." After saying this, he suddenly walked out. At this moment, pillars of water rose from the sea. An extremely terrifying force surrounded the entire warship. Duan Mulonghu stood in the middle of the room with a brilliant smile. Hydralisk looked at Duan Mulonghu and asked in shock, "Young master, could this be your doing?" He was completely shocked. Duan Mulonghu shook his head and said, "Of course I don't have such a method. I just found a suitable opponent for that old man, he. Hydralisk looked at Duan Mulonghu. He was now even more respectful towards him. This was definitely a terrifying person. Let's go and see just how powerful this elder is. A huge sea monster appeared once again. This sea monster was even more ferocious and terrifying than the nine-winged serpent. Wang Yuan floated in the sky. His face was extremely gloomy. His entire being was filled with rage. They had already arrived at this place, yet such a powerful sea monster still appeared. This was simply illogical. At this moment, the huge sea monster charged towards him. Damn it! Demon-slaying sword. He suddenly pointed his finger. The powerful seven dragon's strength began to circulate. At this moment, he was like a real dragon. As his sword pointed downwards, an extremely terrifying sword tip flew towards the huge serpent. The two finally began to fight. The clash between a man and a beast had triggered a huge tsunami. Fortunately, the battleship of Taixing Sword sect was extremely sturdy and could withstand the impact. Otherwise, any ordinary battleship would have been smashed into pieces by such a terrifying force. At this moment, Hydralisk and Duan Mulonghu had already arrived at the bottom of the warship. Innate godly fire. It seems that you still belong to me in the end. Looking at the burning red light in front of him, Duan Mulonghu was extremely happy. At this moment, Wang Yuan was fighting the sea monster. Xuecheng was ambushed and was probably eaten by the fishes and shrimps. There was no one who could stop him. That huge sea monster was summoned by him using a secret technique. However, to use that secret technique, it consumed too much of his soul power. This caused the death aura in his body to become even heavier. Of course, all of this was worth it. As long as he obtained the godly fire, his strength would become even stronger. Hydralisk, go. Break open the formation and take the godly fire. Even Duan Mulonghu was trembling at this moment. Hydralisk chuckled, then walked towards the array formation. However, at this moment, a voice sounded, Duan Mulonghu, your methods are truly admirable. It's Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan actually appeared here. Duan Mulonghu smiled and said, Brother Su Yan, I knew that you would definitely come. He wasn't surprised by Su Yan's appearance at all. Su Yan smiled and didn't say much. He only asked, "Are you so sure?" Duan Mulonghu nodded. "Brother Su Yan, you don't seem like a person who knows his place. From the looks of it, Xueqing shouldn't be dead. The person who saved Xueqing should be you," Duan Mulonghu said with certainty. If Su Yan had not appeared here, Duan Mulonghu naturally would not have made such a guess. However, now that Su Yan had appeared, Duan Mulonghu was certain that the mysterious person was Su Yan despite the fact that the mysterious person had displayed extraordinary means. Su Yan nodded and said, "Duan Mulonghu, you are truly terrifying. Nothing can be hidden from you." Duan Mulonghu's intelligence was truly monstrous. Duan Mulonghu smiled and said, "I should be the one admiring you. I didn't think that you would remember it after I used the heaven-breaking 10 slashes in front of brother Su Yan." Duan Mulonghu naturally didn't think that Su Yan's heaven-breaking 10 slashes was personally taught by the heavenly demon. He thought that Su Yan had a photographic memory and directly remembered that move. Su Yan didn't explain. Duan Mulonghu asked, "Brother Su Yan, are you going to stop me?" Chapter 510. Su Yan didn't say anything at first, then he indifferently said, "I'm not stopping you, but I want it too." As soon as he said this, Hydralisk's killing intent surged. Last time, he was toyed with by Su Yan, and now, Su Yan actually dared to say such words. This enraged him to the extreme. But at this time, Duan Mulonghu pressed his shoulder and said, "Good, this is an innate divine fire. It's extremely powerful. I think that with brother Su Yan's character, you will definitely be tempted after knowing about it. It's just that this thing is extremely important to me. If I don't have it, I won't be able to live long. At that time, even if I want to help brother Su Yan, I'm afraid I won't be able to." Duan Mulonghu pondered for a while, then said, "Brother Su Yan, how about this? I have a netherworld ice spirit. This netherworld ice spirit is also an innate divine fire. Its value is not below this innate divine fire. I will give this to brother Su Yan, and brother Su Yan will give me the innate divine fire. What do you think?" Su Yan was stunned at first. He thought that Duan Mulonghu would definitely make a move at this time, because the current battle strength was already unbalanced. Just a single Hydralisk was already an absolutely powerful enemy. Coupled with Duan Mulonghu, even Su Yan wouldn't be able to gain an advantage if the two of them attacked together. He didn't come here to stop Duan Mulonghu, but to create some trouble for him. But he really didn't expect that Duan Mulonghu would actually make such a request. As if he was afraid that Su Yan wouldn't believe him, he directly took out the netherworld ice spirit. As soon as the spirit ice appeared, a very cold aura immediately appeared. Even in this hot cabin, it showed that it was hot enough. It was indeed very attractive, but Su Yan didn't let it get to his head. He said calmly, "Duan Mulonghu, aren't you afraid that Wang Yuan will come after you for stealing the innate godly fire? I know that you are indeed powerful. You must have some powerful methods. Why don't you tell me?" Su Yan looked straight at Duan Mulonghu and suddenly added, "You can't be thinking of using me as a sacrifice, right?" His smile was meaningful, but he had enough reasons to say so. From the arrangement of boarding the ship, one could see that there was something fishy going on. Su Yan believed that if this Duan Mulonghu had the intention to arrange, he could have arranged for him to be with them. However, he was arranged to be in this cabin. If the innate godly fire was stolen, then a person close to the innate godly fire, with a mysterious origin and sufficient strength would naturally be the best suspect. Su Yan had already asked around. Wang Yuan's methods were vicious, and more importantly, he was extremely vicious. He wasn't the kind of person who would listen to explanations. In his anger, he would naturally kill Su Yan. Regardless of whether Su Yan could escape from Wang Yuan's hands, Duan Mulonghu and Hydralisk had enough time to leave this ship. Don't forget, there was less than a day left before they reached the shore. At this time, with the strength of these two people, they had at least a 70% chance of surviving. This was enough for them to make a gamble. Duan Mulonghu chuckled. He had indeed thought of this before. After being directly exposed by Su Yan, he didn't explain himself. He only said, "Brother Su Yan, there's no point in saying this now. Because no matter what I say, you will only believe what you say. So, the most important thing is what we should do next, right?" Su Yan smiled, then said, "Continue. I think it won't be long before that old man Wang Yuan returns." Duan Mulonghu wasn't in a hurry. He continued, "Brother Su Yan, you're wrong. Hydralisk and I have already made some arrangements. If that old man wants to return, I'm afraid it will take some time. But Brother Su Yan is right. We don't have much time. Since that's the case, Brother Su Yan, how about this? I will directly give this nether spiritual ice to Brother Su Yan, and you can choose to leave now. What do you think?" Duan Mulonghu's suggestion moved Su Yan's heart. Because thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a good idea. First of all, the value of this nether spiritual ice was probably not below that of an innate divine flame. If Su Yan took it and left, it would definitely not be a loss. Just as he thought, they were less than a day away from the mainland. As long as they followed the direction of the battleship, they would be able to survive. Su Yan sighed, then said, "That's good." Duan Mulonghu smiled faintly and directly threw the nether spiritual ice over. When the nether spiritual ice arrived in front of Su Yan directly stored it in the scarlet parting sword box. Duan Mulonghu was stunned, then said, "I didn't expect Brother Su Yan to have such a spatial treasure. It's really enviable." Su Yan said, "Enough of this nonsense. Duan Mulonghu, I believe you also have such a treasure." After saying this, he turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Duan Mulonghu and Hydralisk. At this moment, he looked coldly at Su Yan. It was obvious that he wanted to directly kill Su Yan. However, it wasn't the right time to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Su Yan any chance. "Young master, are we really going to let Su Yan leave like this?" He'd always been brooding over the nether spiritual ice because he was able to discern that the nether spiritual ice was truly a treasure that was hard to come by. Duan Mulonghu didn't care, then said, "Don't worry, Duan Mulonghu, definitely won't be so easy to take." Duan Mulonghu smiled. His smile was radiant, and he looked just like a fox. Since Duan Mulonghu said so, Hydralisk didn't have any more questions and could only helplessly nod. Without Su Yan's obstruction, the item was already in their bag. This array was indeed powerful, but it couldn't stop Duan Mulonghu's footsteps. He walked over step by step and finally settled everything. When he stood in front of the innate divine fire, his whole body was filled with throbbing. It was as if the death aura in his body was trembling because of it. "Hydralisk, get ready, we're going to escape now," Duan Mulonghu said. At this time, Hydralisk was already prepared to sink the ship. The true purpose of this warship was to transport the innate divine fire. Since the innate divine fire disappeared, there was no point in keeping the ship. As for the life and death of the people on the ship, what does it have to do with Duan Mulonghu? Hydralisk said, "Okay." He let out a sinister laugh and dropped an item onto the ground. This item is called Demonic Shadow Lightning. It's the product of an extremely powerful and evil energy. As long as it's activated, it can instantly erupt with an extremely huge movement. Of course, the sinking of the ship has nothing to do with them, it's all the sea monster's good deed. Su Yan quickly returned to the cabin, then directly said to Zhuo Feng and Xue Cheng, "Quick, we have to abandon the ship immediately and leave." He only said these few words. Zhuo Feng wanted to say more, but Xue Cheng directly said, "Okay, let's go now." Such a huge battleship would naturally have backup lifeboats and other small boats. When Zhuo Feng carried Xue Cheng to the lifeboat, a huge tremor suddenly came. Although the battleship was constantly shaking because of the sea monsters, but this time was different, the shaking was obviously much stronger than the previous one. "We can't delay any longer, let's go." The three of them directly boarded the lifeboat. At this time, the waves were breaking, and there were many sea monsters around, so it was a stupid choice to take a lifeboat. At least, the warship was protected by people from the Tai Hang sword faction. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. But now, it's obviously not the case, because Su Yan already guessed that Duanmu Longhu would definitely do something to the ship. He's not a saint, he can't care about other people's lives. Sir, why are we abandoning the warship? Zhuo Feng still didn't understand. However, Xue Cheng's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and then he said, look at the warship. Xue Cheng was originally a very arrogant person. After all, he was an elder of the Tai Hang sword faction, so he naturally didn't care about people like Zhuo Feng. However, during this period, Zhuo Feng had been taking care of him carefully, so he was naturally grateful to Zhuo Feng. Zhuo Feng turned around and suddenly found that the huge warship seemed to be lower than before. At this time, he finally understood the reason, but his whole body was still trembling, and finally he said, the ship is going to sink. He had always been a sailor and a handyman on the warship of the Taixing Sword School. He had been at sea for a few years and had seen countless storms and sea beasts, but he had never thought that there would be a day when the ship would sink. Xue Cheng ignored Zhuo Feng's shock, and looked directly at Su Yan, then said, young man, you are not from the Tai Hang sword faction. Although you saved my life, I don't want to be a fool, can you tell me what you know? Xue Cheng's eyes were gloomy. After all, he was from the Tai Hang sword faction, and this time, the Tai Hang sword faction's losses were too great. However, now he was like a clay Buddha crossing a river, and he couldn't even protect himself. He could only rely on Su Yan. Otherwise, he would definitely try his best to save this warship. Su Yan said, I do know a lot about this matter. Since that's the case, I'll tell you everything. Su Yan pondered for a while and then told Xue Cheng some things. Chapter 5:11. I know that the Tai Hang sword faction's real goal this time is to obtain the innate divine fire. However, Wang Yuan was greedy for the innate divine fire. Since he couldn't deal with you personally, he invited the Hydralisk over. Xue Cheng nodded. He had already deduced this point. Su Yan continued, however, he didn't expect that he would be inviting a wolf into his house. There was another powerful person with the Hydralisk. His name is Duanmu Longhu. He was once the crown prince of the devil sect and was resurrected from the ancient times. When Xue Cheng heard this, he was shocked. What? An ancient person was resurrected. This was unbelievable. If it was an ordinary person, their first reaction would be disbelief. However, who was he? Naturally, he knew that many unbelievable things happened in this world every day. Moreover, the devil sect had always been strange. Resurrecting a dead person wasn't a big deal. You're saying that this is all the doing of that guy from the devil sect? He asked directly. Su Yan nodded and said, I don't know what kind of strange methods this guy has, but I'm sure that the appearance of these two sea beasts is his doing. The first winged serpent was to test your and Wang Yuan's true strength. Now, this unknown sea beast is to restrain or even kill Wang Yuan, so that he can seize the opportunity to seize the innate divine fire. I can tell you frankly that I saw them, but I couldn't stop them. Therefore, I was forced to make a deal and chose to leave. This time, Su Yan didn't hide anything and revealed everything. Xue Cheng's eyes were filled with hatred. His entire body was filled with an extremely strong murderous aura. Duanmu Longhu. That's an ancient name. However, the disciples of the Tai Hang sword faction won't die in vain. Su Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he continued, Su Yan, you've treated me with sincerity. Naturally, I won't bully you. Don't worry, as long as I can return to the sect alive, I will do my best to help you, he vowed. Su Yan nodded and said, I saw Elder Xue's loyalty and courage, so I saved you. With Zhuo Feng, a sailor who was always on the ship, the three of them finally stepped onto the ground safely. At this moment, Zhuo Feng's entire body was paralyzed. For his short lifespan, this was extremely dangerous. Although he survived in the end. At this moment, he couldn't help but thank himself for overestimating himself in the beginning. If it weren't for Su Yan and helping him for so long in vain, he was afraid that he would have been buried at sea like most of the crew. After all, once the boat entered the sea, the most dangerous thing was not the waves, but the sea beasts. The sea in this world was not like the one in Su Yan's previous world. This world was filled with all kinds of dangerous sea beasts. This kind of small boat could not withstand the impact of the sea beasts at all. It would be destroyed in a few hits. Ever since they got off the battleship, there had been a lot of sea beasts attacking them, but they were all dealt with by Su Yan. If it wasn't for Su Yan, who knew how many times he would have died? Of course, Su Yan didn't care about all this. This was all for his own survival. When they finally stepped onto the 9 provinces continent, the rich spiritual qi directly pressed against them. Su Yan felt that all the pores on his body opened up, which was an extremely comfortable feeling. At this moment, he directly activated his cultivation method and began to devour the spiritual qi. Xueqing glanced at Su Yan, and his eyes were filled with surprise. This was because he realized that Su Yan's speed of devouring the spiritual qi was not inferior to his at all. He understood what this meant. This meant that Su Yan's strength was so strong that it even surpassed his own. After spending a few days with Su Yan always gave him a mysterious feeling. He was so young, and he came from the 5 counties continent. However, his cultivation was not simple. In terms of realm, he seemed to be in the square circle realm. Such a young square circle realm was nothing special. In his Taihang sword faction, there were a few geniuses. Some of the most outstanding ones had even broken through to the dragon realm. However, he felt an extremely dangerous aura from Su Yan's body. In his heart, he was even calculating his chances of survival if he fought with Su Yan. In the end, he helplessly realized that if he really fought with Su Yan, his chances of survival were less than 50%. It was not a victory, but a chance of survival. How strong was Su Yan? Therefore, he became more and more friendly towards Su Yan. He was a smart person and knew that Su Yan wanted to work with him. Since that was the case, he was more than happy to do so. Brother Su Yan, why don't you follow me back to the Taihang sword faction first? Don't worry, as long as I, Xueqing, am alive, no, even if I die, the Xue family will repay your kindness. Su Yan smiled and said, of course I believe in Elder Xue. However, there is one thing that I need to make clear to you. That is, I have some conflicts with the Taihang sword faction. The person who has conflicts with me is called Wang Han. Xueqing was stunned for a moment, then said, I know Wang Han. He is quite talented and can be considered a genius in the Taihang sword faction. I remember that he came to the 5 counties not long ago. This guy is arrogant, so it's not surprising that he offended brother Su Yan. However, I'll tell you the truth. This guy is from the Wang family, that old bastard Wang Yuan's grandson. If brother Su Yan accidentally kills him, we won't mind, but the Wang family will definitely take revenge. Su Yan naturally understood what the Xue family elder meant. This old bastard wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. However, the fact that he said this in advance showed that he really wanted to make friends with Su Yan. After all, he was already advising Su Yan to be careful. After 10 days, the remaining poison in Xueqing's body was finally cleared, and his injuries were completely healed. Under Xueqing's lead, they finally arrived at the Taihang sword faction. The Taihang sword faction was indeed one of the largest factions in the Zhozhou continent. The size of the faction was shockingly large, and the number of disciples was even more terrifying. At the foot of the mountain, countless disciples were practicing the way of the sword. Su Yan roughly looked around and saw that almost all of the disciples here were at Spirit Realm level 9. In the Taihang sword faction, if a disciple had not reached the Life Soul realm, he would not be qualified to become an outer disciple. He would only be an in-name disciple. The difference between the 2 factions was immediately apparent. In the 5 counties, the Burial Sword Mound was already a relatively high-ranking faction. However, compared to this place, it was still a far cry. Before Xueqing returned, he had directly contacted the Xue family. At this moment, a disciple of the Shui family had already come to welcome him. The Shui family placed great importance on Shui Cheng's return. This was because Wang Yuan had returned not long ago. However, he did not bring back the innate divine fire. He only brought back the piece of blazing meteoric metal. The loss of the innate divine fire was a huge matter. The faction would naturally ask about it. Wang Yuan directly pushed the blame to Shui Cheng, claiming that Shui Cheng had stolen the innate divine fire while he was fighting the sea monster. The Shui family and the Wang family were both long-established families in the faction. At this moment, they were immediately enraged by Wang Yuan's accusation. However, as the saying goes, the dead tell no tales. Wang Yuan appeared here, but Shui Cheng did not return. This was thought-provoking. Therefore, the Shui family had suffered some losses during this period of time. At this moment, Shui Cheng finally returned. After Shui Cheng returned, he did not rest. Instead, he brought Su Yan and Zhuo Feng to see the family head. In the hall, the family head was already sitting upright, waiting for Shui Cheng's arrival. Su Yan and Zhuo Feng were left outside the door, while Shui Cheng walked in directly and bowed to the family head. The conversation inside lasted for a full quarter of an hour before the patriarch summoned Su Yan in. The Shui family's hall was truly magnificent, and the degree of its extravagance was also shocking. Nevertheless, Su Yan turned a blind eye to this. He glanced at the clan leader, and his heart was incomparably shocked. He was sure that the old man sitting at the top was a venerable one. His aura was restrained as if he was an ordinary rich old man, but Su Yan sensed a terrifying danger from the old man. This kind of danger naturally couldn't be compared to Yang Tai Yi, but to Su Yan, it was still like a huge mountain. He looked at Su Yan and smiled gently, asking, "You're Su Yan?" Su Yan was neither servile nor overbearing. He nodded and said, "That's right." The old man was expressionless, and one could not tell if he was happy or sad. He then said, "Shui Cheng has told me about you, and I believe that you won't lie to him. Our Shui family will owe you a favor for this." The old man suddenly paused, then said, "How about joining the Taihang sword faction?" Everyone was surprised when they heard that. They never thought that the old man would say something like that. Join the Taihang sword faction. I know that you have a grudge against the Devil's sect. The Shui family of the Taihang sword faction will accept this matter for you. Su Yan was still surprised. He finally said, "I'd like to know why you invited me like this." This was indeed what he wanted to know. He did not think that he was qualified to be chosen by the old man. After all, no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to fight against a venerable one. The old man of the Shui family only smiled faintly and said, "You saved Xiao Cheng's life. That's one of the reasons. As for the other reason, just treat it as an investment for me." Not long after, Shui Cheng left with Su Yan. Chapter 5:12. In the hall. "Great ancestor, what's so special about this young fella that you directly invited him to join our family?" A middle-aged man asked. He was Shui Kaishan, who was from the same generation as Shui Cheng. However, his strength was extremely terrifying as he had also become a venerable one. Of course, as compared to the old man in front of him, his cultivation base was still much weaker, but it could be seen that he was powerful and unordinary. It was also because of this that he could become the Shui family's patriarch. He could tell that Su Yan was unordinary, but he felt that it was not to the extent that the great ancestor valued him so much. At this moment, the Shui family's great ancestor sighed and said, "Kaishan, your cultivation base is not bad, but you're still too young, so there are many things that you can't see." Following that, he pondered for a while and continued, "I'm old, and I don't know how long I can live. My family seems to be glorious, but that's not the case. The Wang family's younger generation's geniuses have fallen, but our family doesn't have many that can be put on the table. Now that I'm still alive, the Wang family naturally won't dare to do anything, but once I die, you alone won't be able to suppress the Shui family." His voice was somewhat dispirited, but it was mostly filled with helplessness. For someone like him, perhaps there was nothing more helpless in the world than this. He watched as the family that he had painstakingly built did not have a qualified successor and was about to decline. How could an ordinary person understand this helplessness? Among the older generation, his existence was enough to make people fear him, and they did not even dare to have any thoughts about him. As for the middle-aged generation, Shui Kaishan was powerful enough, but among the younger generation, there was no one who could shoulder the burden. If he could continue to live peacefully, it would not be too much of a problem. If he waited patiently, perhaps there would be someone with outstanding talent. Unfortunately, he did not have much lifespan left and could no longer support him to live peacefully. If he really died, the Shui family would definitely be suppressed. After all, while Shui Kaishan was a venerable one, he had only just entered this boundary. This was also the reason why he was worried. Moreover, he saw something in Su Yan. It was also because of these things that he made up his mind to take a gamble while he was still alive and the Shui family could still afford to gamble. Shui Kaishan naturally knew his ancestor's vision. Thus, he humbly asked for guidance. "Ancestor, can you give me a clear indication?" The ancestor of the Shui family said, "Futu." Shui Cheng brought Su Yan back to the small courtyard. Shui Cheng was an elder of the Taihang sword faction and held a high position in the Shui family. Many of the younger generation greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, 13th uncle." These youths were curious about the young man who could walk together with their 13th uncle. Su Yan was also sizing up these young people. To be honest, these people were not weak. Almost all of them were in the spiritual ocean realm, and there were even some young elites in the square circle realm. If this was in the 5 counties, it would be very impressive. A young Feng Yuan expert. How many could there be in the 5 counties? At this moment, a beautiful girl ran over. When she ran over, Su Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. This girl's face was naturally very delicate and pretty. Of course, this wasn't the reason why Su Yan took a few more glances at her. It was because of her cultivation. Her cultivation was undoubtedly the strongest among the group of people that Su Yan had seen. 5 Mountains Circle Realm. This was already comparable to Su Yan's cultivation. Although there were some very powerful youths among the people that he had seen before, none of them had reached the 3 Mountains Circle Realm. "Father!" This girl was so surprised that she rushed into Shui Cheng's arms. Shui Cheng hugged her. His resolute face was full of kindness. This time, he almost didn't make it back. He wasn't afraid of his own death, but he was worried about his daughter. "Father, it's great that you can come back." This beautiful girl was already sobbing as she spoke. These few days, there was bad news about her father, and she was worried sick. "Xinyue, don't cry. Father is back, isn't he? Isn't he back?" After a long time, this girl finally calmed down. Then he said to his daughter, "Xinyue, this is big brother Su Yan. If it wasn't for him, your father really wouldn't have been able to come back this time." Unknowingly, Su Yan had already stayed in the Taihang sword faction's Shui family for 3 days. These 3 days were very comfortable for him, and he didn't have much to do. Under Shui Cheng's arrangement, the strong man, Zhuo Feng, finally became a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Perhaps because Su Yan saved Shui Cheng, Shui Xinyue took care of Su Yan very much. She often came to look for Su Yan and showed him many things about the Taihang sword faction. As for Shui Cheng himself, he hadn't shown up for a few days. Big brother Su Yan. Early in the morning, Shui Xinyue ran to Su Yan's small courtyard. "Big brother Su Yan, let's go to Sword Forging Peak today." This was what Shui Xinyue told Su Yan yesterday. As the top sword sect in the Jiuzhou continent, the Taihang sword faction naturally had its own sword forging peak. For the Taihang sword faction, Sword Forging Peak was simply a holy land. When the young disciples had some success in their cultivation, they would almost always go to Sword Forging Peak to search for swords. And today, it was said that a sword forging master would personally forge a sword. This was definitely a grand occasion. Therefore, Sword Forging Peak was destined to be very lively today. After a few days of interacting with each other, Su Yan also knew that Xue Xinyue was someone who couldn't stay still and liked to be lively. Okay. Su Yan agreed, and the two of them went to Sword Forging Peak. At this time, there were already countless disciples at the foot of Sword Forging Peak. Of course, most of the disciples at the foot of the mountain didn't have high cultivation, so they didn't have the qualifications to go to higher places, let alone personally see a sword forging master forge a sword. However, the Xue family's position in the Taihang sword faction was extraordinary. They were one of the three great families of the Taihang sword faction, so naturally they could go to the top. The two of them walked together. Xue Xinyue was originally beautiful, and with her extraordinary talent, she was very popular. Along the way, there were already many young and outstanding disciples who came to greet her. Among them, there was no lack of people who admired her. Little sister, I told you that you would definitely come to today's sword forging summit. Sure enough, I've been waiting for you. At this time, a somewhat gentle voice sounded. When this voice fell into Su Yan's ears, Su Yan immediately laughed coldly. This was because he had already recognized the owner of this voice, Wang Han. The person who had forced him and the little Qilin into a desperate situation, the person who had almost turned Su Yan into a cripple forever, Wang Han of the Taihang sword faction. Su Yan would never forget the hatred from back then, but he didn't expect that he would really meet him today. This was really a case of enraged enemies meeting. It had been 1 or 2 years since the last time they met. Wang Han's appearance hadn't changed much, but his cultivation had deepened by a lot. The current him was probably at the peak of the square boundary realm. Back then, he was also at the square boundary realm, but his cultivation was higher than everyone present. Su Yan and the others were simply not his match. In the end, it was Yun He who had appeared and forced him away. He jogged over, but he didn't even look at Su Yan. In his eyes, there was only Xue Xinyue. Wang Han. Why are you waiting for me? Xue Xinyue didn't have a good expression towards Wang Han. She knew that her father almost couldn't come back this time because of Wang Yuan of the Wang family, so how could she be nice to him? Wang Han's skin was very thick. When he saw Xue Xinyue's slightly disgusted expression, he didn't care at all. Then, he said, Xinyue, aren't I worried about you? Fortunately, Uncle Xue came back safely. He said with great concern. However, at this time, Su Yan suddenly sneered. Hearing this disdainful sneer, Wang Han's gaze fell on Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, he suddenly felt that he had seen Su Yan somewhere before. Then, he said, Brother, you look very familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Su Yan looked at him and then smiled gently. Wang Han, you are really forgetful. When you were in the 5 commanderies, you were very powerful. I almost died in your hands. Hearing Su Yan's words, Wang Han thought for a moment and immediately remembered. He said with great surprise, I remember now. So it's you, wild dog. I really didn't expect that you not only survived, but also came to the Taihang sword faction today. You were lucky that year, and that old guy Yun he was indeed powerful. I was no match for him. But today, you appear in front of me again. Don't even think about surviving. Wang Han was originally a lawless person. Now that he was facing Su Yan, he was even more unscrupulous and directly revealed his killing intent. Su Yan smiled faintly, looking at him as if he was looking at a monkey. The killing intent in Wang Han's eyes grew stronger. Although Su Yan didn't say anything, his silence spoke louder than words at this moment. Those slightly smiling eyes made his entire being furious to the extreme. I remember that your name is Su Yan, right? Back then, I let you live. Let's see how you're going to survive today. After he finished speaking, he was about to attack and kill Su Yan immediately. However, at this time, Xue Xinyue directly shouted, Wang Han, how dare you kill in the faction? Xue Xinyue's voice finally calmed Wang Han down. He glanced coldly at Su Yan and then at Xue Xinyue. He said, Sister Xue Xinyue, this guy is a wild dog from the 5 commanderies. He is really a lowly person. Why are you with him? Chapter 5:13. Just as Wang Han was about to make a move, Xue Xinyue directly condensed 2 fingers and turned them into a sword. Then, with a straight slash, a sword chi appeared. The appearance of this sword chi was very sudden, but the power contained within it was clearly visible to the naked eye. If Wang Han was hit by this attack without any preparation, he would be immediately injured. At this moment, Wang Han's complexion was very ugly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, You should know my sincerity towards you. Now, you actually attack me for such a trash. Wang Han was really angry. He had been pursuing Xue Xinyue for a long time, this was something that everyone knew. But today, in front of everyone's eyes, Xue Xinyue directly attacked him. If this matter was spread out, where would he put his face? Naturally, he couldn't attack Xue Xinyue, because the current Xue family was still high and mighty, one of the 3 pillars of the Taihang sword faction, just like his Wang family. Therefore, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Trash, in the past you relied on others to survive, and now, you still can only hide behind a woman and dare to talk to me? If you have the ability, then fight with me. These words were so overbearing that any man who heard them would feel their blood boil. At this time, Su Yan asked Xue Xinyue, is it forbidden to hurt people in the Taihang sword faction? Before Xue Xinyue could answer, Wang Han had already said, Ha ha ha, you trash, don't worry. In the Taihang sword faction, killing is not allowed, so I won't take your life. Of course, if you don't dare, then say your purpose as soon as possible, and admit that you are lying to you, Wang Han directly raised his voice at this moment. He wanted to force Su Yan to agree to the duel with him. Xue Xinyue was already furious, and then said, So annoying, who allowed you to call me you, Do I know you that well? This sentence made Wang Han even more embarrassed. However, he didn't answer Xue Xinyue, but stared at Su Yan again, and then asked in a deep voice, Boy, just say one thing, do you dare or not? Su Yan asked again, then, is it allowed to be disabled? Wang Han's expression turned cold as he said, if it was absolute, then this is inevitable. But don't worry, even though you lied to sister you, I won't do anything to you for her sake. Cut the crap, do you dare or not? Okay. Su Yan nodded and said directly. At this moment, Xue Xinyue's face changed, and then said anxiously, Brother Su Yan, don't agree to it. She knew that Wang Han had recently been recognized by the Wang family's patriarch, and had been bestowed with pills, which greatly improved his cultivation. Now, Wang Han was a strong fighter in the 6 Mountains Radius realm, and was only a step away from the Dragon realm. The aura that Su Yan displayed was only in the 6 Mountains Radius realm. The gap between the two was too big. In such a competition, Su Yan had no hope of winning at all. However, Su Yan still agreed. She was secretly anxious, and secretly sighed at Su Yan's rashness. He was her father's savior, and if something really happened to him, how was she going to explain it to her father? Therefore, she had to stop this duel. However, at this moment, someone suddenly walked over, and it was also a beautiful woman. Her name was Feng Yueyu, and she was a disciple of the Feng family, one of the 3 major families in the Taihang sword faction. Sister Xinyue, why are you so anxious? Since this friend has agreed, he must have some confidence. Why don't we observe the situation first? As she spoke, she had already stopped Xinyue. Xue Xinyue was not stupid, and she could see that although this woman seemed to be helping her on the surface, she was actually stopping her from helping Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already followed Wang Han. Feng Yueyu, this has nothing to do with you. She hurriedly followed. At this moment, Su Yan and Wang Han had already arrived at a more open area, and there were already many onlookers around. Of course, a large portion of them were members of the Wang family. Wang Han said directly, Kid, if you had obediently stayed in the 5 counties mainland, I might have already forgotten about you. However, you insisted on coming to the 9 provinces mainland, and even stood in front of me, so you can't blame me for this. Then, he said very softly, "But don't worry, I've already said that I won't kill you, and I'll keep my word. However, if you lose your arms and legs, you can't blame me for that." After saying that, he said clearly, "Today, the Taihang Sword faction's disciple Wang Han will have a fair duel with this person called Su Yan. If I'm not capable enough and am accidentally injured or even killed by this Su Yan, I have nothing to say, and I won't take revenge. Brothers, please be my witnesses." When he said this, he immediately showed his magnanimity. However, anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was just sarcasm. What he really meant was that if he killed Su Yan or seriously injured him, it wouldn't matter anymore. Then, he said to Su Yan, "Brother Su Yan, I'm sure you don't have any objections to this rule. Of course, if you're afraid, just admit defeat. I, Wang Han, won't make things difficult for you. As long as you apologize and admit your mistake, this matter will be settled." The more he acted like this, the more Su Yan sneered in his heart. This guy's mind was quite vicious. Unfortunately, Wang Han didn't know that this was the rule that Su Yan wanted, so he said, "No, I think this rule is very good." Wang Han chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, let's begin." At this moment, his eyes were so cold that he looked at Su Yan as if he was looking at a dead man. He did say that he wouldn't kill Su Yan, but he didn't guarantee that Su Yan wouldn't become a cripple. He had never cared about Su Yan because to him, Su Yan was as weak as an ant. However, now that this restless ant had jumped out to court death, he didn't mind squashing him to death. He had always hated Su Yan. He was clearly a weak guy, but he was so stubborn. What he hated the most was that kind of unyielding gaze. His smile disappeared, then he raised his hand and pointed. In an instant, the sword aura suddenly exploded. A ray of sword aura let out a loud roar, then directly charged towards Su Yan. This could be said to be extremely carefree. He wanted to let Xue Xinyuan know that he was powerful and Su Yan was insignificant. If he wanted to move a woman, it was definitely a good choice to display his strength in front of her. The sword aura was dazzling as it directly charged forward. At this moment, Su Yan didn't seem to have reacted at all. He only looked at Wang Han. Wang Han sneered and said, "Kneel." This sword was aimed at Su Yan's knee. To him, defeating Su Yan wasn't difficult at all. What was really interesting was to let him know his insignificance. Just as the sword aura was about to reach him, Su Yan suddenly moved. At this moment, he seemed to have just moved his body slightly, and the sword aura directly passed by him. The sword aura directly pierced into the ground and actually created a deep hole. It was obvious how powerful this sword aura was. However, this sword aura didn't cause any harm to Su Yan in the end. "Wang Han, are your eyes crooked or your limbs weak?" Su Yan's mocking voice was heard. Wang Han's expression became even colder. However, before he could speak, Su Yan spoke again. "The sword casting convention is about to begin. I'm not interested in wasting time with you." After he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed forward. In the eyes of Wang Han and most people, Su Yan's speed was definitely not fast. If he wanted to rely on this speed to hurt Wang Han, no, even getting close to Wang Han was a fantasy. Wang Han sneered. "Trash is always." Slap. Wang Han's words were interrupted by the crisp sound of a slap. Then, his whole body flew straight out. Plop. It wasn't until the sound of Wang Han falling to the ground that the crowd woke up from their daze. Everyone was stunned. One had to know that among the younger generation of the Taihang Sword faction, Wang Han was ranked among the top. At this time, he was close to the Dragon Realm. However, such a young expert was sent flying with a slap. More importantly, they clearly felt that Su Yan's attack was nothing at all. It could only be said to be sloppy and ordinary. What was going on? Could it be that Wang Han was going easy on him? However, no matter how they looked at it, Wang Han didn't look like someone who would go easy on him. Su Yan looked at Wang Han, who had fallen to the ground, and then said with a chuckle, "What, could it be that you've been on a woman's belly for too long recently and can't even stand?" you're just too much of a piece of trash. Su Yan's merciless sarcasm made Wang Han even angrier. Although he wasn't the top figure among the younger generation, he was still respected in the entire sect. When had he ever been ridiculed like this? Moreover, he had been sent flying with a slap in front of everyone. He immediately stood up and flipped his palm. With a clang, a long sword fell into his hand. Su Yan, you wild dog, I'll definitely kill you today. The moment the long sword was drawn, a strong murderous aura rippled out. Such a terrifying murderous aura suddenly erupted, causing the people around Zero to scatter. After all, Wang Han was an expert with a perimeter. Even if he was angry, the murderous aura he emitted was still terrifying. When Xue Xinyue saw Wang Han draw his sword, she immediately shouted, Wang Han, how dare you kill someone? Chapter 5:14. Sis Xinyue, this is a matter between men. Why should we care so much? Feng Yue looked at Su Yan with a smug look in her eyes. In the Taihang sword faction, she and Xue Xinyue were known as the Taihang twin moons, and they were both rare beauties. Although both of them were equally famous, their relationship was definitely not good. Especially since Xue Xinyue had recently made a breakthrough in her cultivation. For a moment, she was actually suppressing Feng Yue's name. Naturally, Feng Yue was unhappy. Originally, when Xuecheng had not returned, there were even rumors that he had become a traitor of the Taihang sword faction. This made her very proud, but with Xuecheng's return, all of this naturally fell apart. The Xue family and Wang family still maintained their calm. They seemed to have found a tacit understanding on this matter. This made her even angrier. At this moment, she was naturally happy to see Xue Xinyue embarrassed. Xue Xinyue glared at Feng Yue with hatred. Her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. Feng Yue, you better get out of my way, she said directly. At this moment, when her aura was revealed, Feng Yue actually felt fear in her heart. However, at this moment, Wang Han had already made his move. The intense sword chi quickly attracted the attention of both of them. Wang Han's sword was very fast. It was really a cold sword light. Compared to Su Yan's previous speed, it was unknown how much faster it was. The strength of the circle state was displayed vividly at this moment. Everyone felt as if they were being isolated by mountain peaks. Some of the people with lower cultivation levels even felt that they could not breathe. At this moment, the extremely powerful sword light that erupted had already passed through the front of Su Yan. The sword light was like lightning. At this moment, Xue Xinyue could no longer care about Feng Yue. She directly looked over. At this moment, Su Yan's lips curled slightly. He suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then, he narrowly avoided the sword light. However, he had disappeared so quickly that no one could see what had happened. It was as if Wang Han's sword light had deviated from its target. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream was heard. It turned out that the sword light had directly pierced through half of a person's shoulder. Su Yan directly shouted, Wang Han, you are really a vicious person. What kind of enmity do you have with this person that you would actually sneak attack him at this time? How can I, Su Yan, spare you? While speaking, Su Yan had already run towards Wang Han step by step. Wang Han looked at Su Yan. His eyes were like the ghostly flames of the netherworld. Although he felt that it was really inconceivable, he had already understood that this was probably related to Su Yan. He wanted to curse, but Su Yan did not give him any chance at all. He directly sprinted and then came in front of Wang Han. Then, he directly hit Wang Han's abdomen with a flying knee. Wang Han's entire body immediately curled up and instinctively wanted to fall down. However, how could Su Yan give him the chance? Just as his body was about to fall, he suddenly threw an uppercut and directly hit Wang Han's chin. Blood mixed with teeth flew out from Wang Han's mouth. At this time, he was completely stunned. Because no matter what, he did not expect that Su Yan would actually be so fierce at this time. This was completely different from what he had expected. He should be the powerful person who would directly trample Su Yan under his feet. However, now, the reality was so cruel. This was only the beginning. Su Yan would not let him off so easily. Under this attack, Su Yan viciously kicked again, directly smashing Wang Han into the ground. At this time, Wang Han was already scared. Although he didn't know why he had become so weak, or why Su Yan had become so strong, he didn't know. But at this time, he was really scared. The plot should not be like this. This was too different from what he had imagined. Under the torture of pain, he immediately thought of surrendering. Unfortunately, the current Su Yan would not give him the chance. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, Su Yan directly smashed him into the ground. Then, he directly stomped down with his foot. Ah! Intense pain came, and Wang Han only felt that his arm was directly torn off. Su Yan directly said, "Wang Han, you are really stubborn. You still refuse to admit defeat at this time." After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly stomped down with his foot. At this time, the surrounding people finally could not watch it anymore. One of them directly attacked Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care about him. The moment that person came, he directly flew out with a kick, directly sending him flying. Then, he said, "Wang Han is a person who plotted against his fellow disciples. Who are you? You are the same as him. I am now competing with him in a fair fight." When Su Yan's words fell, everyone's heart turned cold. This was not a fight, but a one-sided massacre. However, everyone felt that it was strange. Su Yan's strength was clearly not strong. Logically, Wang Han should be able to win. Could it be that, as Su Yan said, Wang Han's health was not good recently? Finally, at this time, the law enforcement team came over. Their expressions were very cold. Everyone knew that the law enforcement team was inextricably linked to the Wang family. At this time, Su Yan had beaten Wang Han to the point that he did not even look human. This matter was probably not going to end just like that. This law enforcement team leader had the cultivation of a dragon. When he walked over, his whole body naturally emitted an aura of authority. Everyone could not help but take a step back. The leader walked in front of Su Yan, then directly shouted, "How dare you commit violence in the Taihang sword faction? I think you don't want to live anymore. Men, come, take him away." The law enforcement team had an extremely deep and profound authority in the Taihang sword faction. At this time, the appearance of the law enforcement team immediately caused everyone to fall silent. However, at this time, Xue Xinyue walked over. "Captain Lu, Su Yan and Wang Han are absolutely fair in the faction. Everyone was invited to be witnesses. How could there be any violence?" She stood directly between Su Yan and Captain Lu, staring fiercely at Captain Lu. She was a member of the Xue family, but she was not afraid of the law enforcement team. This was because the Xue family's ancestor was still alive, and the Xue family was one of the three pillar families. Seeing Xue Xinyue stand out, the captain narrowed his eyes and said, "Miss Xue, I'm just following orders." Moreover, if it was just a duel between two people, then what's going on with this person? It turned out that the person who was accidentally injured by Wang Han was still lying on the side. At this time, the disciple's friend finally stood out and said, "Captain, Lu Xing was injured by Wang Han's sneak attack." This is something that everyone saw. This person was a straightforward person. At this time, he was furious. He did not care about the law enforcement team's authority and immediately began to shout. Then, the people around him nodded and testified for him. Although the members of the three big families were powerful, it was impossible for a faction to only have disciples. Now that everyone had spoken, the law enforcement team could not say anything. After all, the law could not punish the majority. Moreover, according to the current situation, it was Wang Han's fault to begin with. Although his surname was not Wang, he was actually a member of the Wang family. He knew Wang Han's character very well. At this time, he could not help but frown. However, he was very smart and did not dwell on this issue. Instead, he asked directly, since it's a martial arts competition between fellow disciples, now that the winner has been decided, why did you have to be so ruthless? Su Yan smiled faintly and said, Brother Wang didn't seem to admit defeat. How could there be a winner? Moreover, Brother Wang said before that he would break my arms and legs. I was afraid that he would break my arms and legs as soon as I turned around, so I could only force myself to hold on and wait until he admitted defeat. He looked at Captain Lu and said, Captain Lu, if you don't believe me, you can ask everyone here if Brother Wang said something similar. Captain Lu's face was gloomy. In fact, he did not need to ask to know that Wang Han must have said something like that. After all, everyone knew what kind of person he was. It was just that he had met a tough opponent today. Which elder's disciple are you? You have some skills to be able to win against Wang Han. Why haven't I seen you before? At this time, in Captain Lu's eyes, a cold murderous intent spread out. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Could it be that you're a spy? With this question, he had already secretly channeled his spiritual power to suppress his mind. If Su Yan was a little slow, he would directly kill Su Yan for being a spy. His strength was in the dragon transformation realm, which was not inferior to Xuecheng. Su Yan was only in the square circle realm. Even if he could win against Wang Han, would he be able to gain an advantage against Captain Lu? Today, Su Yan humiliated Wang Han, which was already offending the Wang family. Therefore, this was the way to his death. However, this little bit of pressure did not exist for Su Yan at all. He was a person who faced legendary existences like the heavenly demon and the great demonic dragon directly. He smiled lightly and said, I am a disciple of the Xue family. Miss Xinyue can testify for me on this point. When Su Yan said this, Xue Xinyue naturally said directly, Captain Lu, I don't think my Xue family needs your permission to recruit disciples, right? Xue Xinyue's words made Captain Lu speechless. This was because this was the truth. The reason why the three big families were powerful was that they had a great power of their own, which was to directly recruit disciples. As long as the disciple was willing and they had the intention, then the disciple could directly join the family. These people were not only considered members of the Taihang sword faction, but also members of their own families. Captain Lu was like this in front of him. Chapter 5:15. At that moment, a voice was suddenly heard. Lu Tianyi, are you saying that I'm old and can't see through people? As the voice rang out, everyone stepped aside to make way for him. The person was none other than Xuecheng. No one knew where Xuecheng had gone these past few days. He had disappeared for a few days. However, as soon as he appeared, Su Yan immediately knew that he must have received some benefits. Otherwise, he would not be so energetic. Moreover, his cultivation seemed to have broken through. His cultivation was originally between 3 and 4 dragons. However, at that moment, his cultivation was firmly at 4 dragons. He was even about to break through to 5 dragons. One had to know that cultivation was an extremely difficult path. The higher one went, the harder it was to progress. Unless one's talent was heaven-defying, or one's luck was heaven-defying. Otherwise, it would not be so easy. The fact that Xuecheng could reach the dragon realm meant that he was strong enough. Furthermore, his aptitude was definitely not heaven-defying. Thus, it was extremely obvious that he had obtained sufficient benefits. At that moment, Xuecheng was in high spirits. The depression that had accumulated over the past few days had been swept away. He looked at Captain Lu and continued, Lu Tianyi, do you think that your enforcers are lawless in the Taihang sword faction? Is that why you don't care about me at all? He once again put the blame on Lu Tianyi. At that moment, Lu Tianyi finally swallowed his anger and said, all right. Since you're here, Elder Xuecheng, I have nothing to say. Since that's the case, let's end today's matter here. After he finished speaking, he directly ordered his men to carry Wang Han and left without saying a word. Seeing Lu Tianyi leave with Wang Han, Xuecheng only smiled lightly. It was obvious that he did not care. Then, he walked to Su Yan's side and said, "Brother Su Yan, you've vented your anger today. However, you can't be careless. The Wang family is the most sinister. They will definitely seek revenge. However, as long as the Shui family does not fall, they won't be able to touch you." At that moment, Shui Xingyue had already walked over and asked Su Yan, "Brother Su Yan, how did you and this Wang Han become enemies?" Su Yan only smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. I was bitten by this mad dog back then. I'm a person who holds grudges." He answered directly, without any intention of pretending. Shui Xingyue smiled faintly, like a blossoming plum blossoming. She said to Su Yan, "Well, since he's a mad dog, don't think about him. Brother Su Yan, the sword casting conference is about to begin. Let's go up the mountain." With that, she walked over. After this, her attitude towards Su Yan had quietly changed. Xueqing naturally saw all of this, but he did not stop her. No one knew what he was thinking. There were many people who came to watch the sword casting conference because there might be many good swords produced here. Of course, it was extremely difficult to produce a divine sword, but many first-class swords were extremely lucky if one could obtain them. Moreover, this time, the elder of the Taihang sword faction found a piece of meteoric iron in the 5 counties. It was extremely hot. It was because of this that an elder who had been in seclusion for many years finally decided to personally forge a sword. This elder's cultivation was unfathomable. He was a venerable. However, he had already gone into seclusion 100 years ago and no longer cared about the affairs of the world. However, this time, with the attraction of this piece of meteoric iron, he finally decided to make a move. Since a venerable realm elder was making a move, it would naturally not be a small matter. He had already announced that this time, he would forge a divine sword. A divine sword, that was something that only existed in legends. As soon as this rumor spread, it immediately shocked everyone. If the divine sword was really forged, then the strength of the Taihang sword faction would immediately increase again. The power of a divine sword was unimaginably strong. It was almost a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Ordinary people could not even imagine how terrifying it would be. If a venerable used a divine sword, then this venerable's combat strength would immediately increase by several levels. The power of a divine sword could be seen from this. At this moment, if Su Yan were to tell others that he had a divine sword in his hand, it was likely that the experts would immediately swarm over and directly take out the sword to kill him. There was simply no other possibility. The great ancestor of the Shui family thought highly of Su Yan. He even directly recruited him into the Shui family and made him a member of the Shui family. However, if he knew about the Godslayer sword, then he would definitely snatch the Godslayer sword. It was also because of this that Su Yan had not used the Godslayer sword ever since he obtained it. Once he used it, he would be courting death. A divine sword could only be obtained, but not sought. At this moment, this great supreme elder of the sect was actually going to forge a divine sword. This was simply an unprecedented event. Sword Forging Peak was actually an extinct volcano. Therefore, as long as one walked up this sword forging peak, they would immediately feel an extremely hot energy flowing from the soles of their feet. Furthermore, the higher they went, the more they could feel the heat. Shui Xingyue led Su Yan up step by step. Each of the sword forging furnaces was emitting hot steam. Within the Taihang sword faction, there was a power that the 3 great families would not easily provoke, and that was the sword forging masters. More than half of the swords in the Taihang sword faction were made by sword forging masters. Therefore, if they provoked a sword forging master and were listed as unwelcome by the sword forging masters, then they would either have to find a sword themselves, or they would not have a sword to use. In more serious cases, as long as they were close to you, they would not even forge a sword for you. Therefore, as long as one was a famous sword forging master in the sect, they would be highly respected. Just based on this point alone, it was more powerful than the burial sword tomb. Within the burial sword tomb, even Ugly Uncle's status was not high. At this moment, a sudden cry of surprise was heard. Quick, senior brother Wuya is forging a famous sword. This cry immediately attracted everyone's attention. Su Yan felt that it was strange, so he immediately asked Xue Xinyue. Xue Xinyue smiled faintly and said, Big brother Su Yan, you don't know, but the Taihang sword faction is also a first-class existence in the Jiuzhou continent. Therefore, we have an extremely strict classification of swords. Xue Xinyue began to explain to Su Yan. It turned out that according to the quality of swords, the Taihang sword faction divided swords into 9 grades. They were divided from the most ordinary swords, to fine steel swords, to swords that could complement spiritual energy. Swords from grade 1 to grade 5 were divided according to the ordinary grade. However, swords from grade 1 to grade 6 were called famous swords. The so-called famous swords were swords that could shake the world. This kind of sword, whether in terms of hardness or coordination with spiritual energy, was a first-class existence. For swordsmen, this was something that they could only dream of. Grade 7 swords were called spiritual swords. Swords already had their own spirituality and could unleash 100% of the swordsman's strength. Grade 8 swords were called holy swords. The reason why they were holy swords was because they already had a little bit of holiness and were indestructible. However, they did not have their own divinity. Grade 9 swords were naturally the supreme divine swords. Of course, there were strong and weak divine swords, but this was already too high level. For ordinary people, being able to see a famous sword was already a blessing in life. Su Yan sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Taihang sword faction's strength was not only in terms of cultivation. In the entire sword system, the burial sword tomb was behind the Taihang sword faction. However, Su Yan also knew that there were many things that could not be done. For the 5 counties, the road ahead was still very long. Moreover, although the 5 counties were indeed lagging behind by a lot, he believed that one day, the 5 counties would catch up. As for now, it was a good time for him to take a look at this newly born famous sword. At a higher place on Sword Forging Peak, there was a sword forging furnace. This sword forging furnace was emitting a dazzling platinum light. That was the light emitted by the newly created famous sword. At this moment, everyone was looking at this famous sword from afar. Many people were even more excited. At this moment, an extremely beautiful voice sounded. She looked at senior brother Wuya and said, Senior brother Wuya is really second to none in Sword Forging Peak. Such a precious famous sword can only be born in senior brother Wuya's hands. This person was none other than Feng Yueyu of the Taihang Twin Moons. Seeing Feng Yueyu walking towards him, Wuya's sweaty face finally revealed a smile. He then said, Junior sister Feng, don't praise me. If master heard this, he would probably scold me. It was obvious that he had already forged a famous sword and attracted the attention of all the disciples. However, this person did not seem to be satisfied. Feng Yueyu said, Senior brother Wuya, I naturally know that you are ambitious and want to forge a first-class spiritual sword or even a holy sword. However, according to my way, the path of sword forging requires time and polishing. In fact, Senior brother Wuya is already a genius to be able to forge a famous sword at such a young age. My cultivation has improved and I have been looking for a famous sword. Today, this sword has been born and I dare to ask for a sword. Senior brother Wuya, please tell me what you want. As long as I can give it to you, I will definitely promise it to you. Feng Yueyu was one of the Taihang Twin Moons. Her beauty was unparalleled. Now that she had personally asked, some people were already thinking that even if this sword was given away for free, they would not complain. However, at that moment, Wuya suddenly shook his head. After that, he said, Junior Feng, originally, since you've already asked, I should give you this sword. Unfortunately, before I forged this sword, I had already promised someone else. Chapter 5:16. The smile on Feng Yueyu's face immediately froze. At this moment, senior brother Wuya's gaze suddenly fell on a person. He held the newly forged sword and walked towards her. Everyone looked in the direction he was heading and discovered that this person was none other than the other moon, Xue Xinyue. At this moment, Feng Yueyu's eyes were filled with anger. That Wu Ya had actually directly refused him, and instead wanted to give the sword to Xue Xinyue. Sure enough, at this moment, Wu Ya had already walked in front of Xue Xinyue. He smiled and said to Xue Xinyue, "Junior sister Xinyue, before I forged the sword, I already said that if I forged a famous sword, I would give this sword to you. Now, I've finally fulfilled my promise." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Senior brother Wu Ya actually forged a sword for Xue Xinyue. Everyone's gaze fell on Xue Xinyue. Xue Xinyue was already extremely beautiful, and at this moment, her cheeks were dyed red, making her even more radiant. She said softly, "Senior brother Wu Ya, I was only joking at that time. How would I dare to covet such a divine sword? I think you should give this sword to senior sister Feng Yueyu." Hearing Xue Xinyue's words, everyone was stunned. One had to know that divine swords were very precious items. If someone gave them a divine sword, they would probably jump with joy. However, at this moment, Xue Xinyue had rejected this famous sword. This was, of course, extremely surprising. At this moment, senior brother Wu Ya's expression was somewhat gloomy. Although he was giving this sword, in reality, it was also to express his intentions. However, at this moment, he was mercilessly rejected. This was too cruel. He forced a smile and said, "Junior sister Xinyue, accept it. I know that your cultivation has recently reached the level of the 5 mountains. This sword is suitable for you. I've even thought of a name for this sword. It'll be called Mu Yu." When everyone heard this, they all sighed with emotion. This person was truly an infatuated person. Mu Yu, isn't this the meaning of loving Mu Xinyue? However, Xianyu shook her head and said, "Senior Wu Ya, I appreciate your good intentions. However, this sword is truly too precious. I am unable to take out anything to exchange for it. It's better that you give this sword to Senior Feng Yueyu." Xianyu took a few steps back. At this moment, Wu Ya's face showed his unwillingness to accept this result. Being rejected was always so painful. Ever since Wu Ya had joined the Taihang sword faction, he had been focusing on the art of sword forging. For the sake of forging swords, he had already gone crazy. However, there was one time when he met Xue Xinyue. Her smile was so sweet and ethereal. At that moment, he felt that there was actually such a beautiful existence in this world. From that day onwards, he swore that he would forge the best sword for her. Later on, he finally had the chance to talk to her. Gradually, the two of them became closer. Hence, he told her that if he could forge a famous sword, he would definitely give it to her. Finally, he, Wu Ya, had waited for this day. He named this sword Mu Yu because he loved Mu Xinyue. Then, he gave this sword to her in front of everyone. Wu Ya did not ask for much. As long as he could get a smile from Xianyu, he would be very satisfied. However, he never expected that she would reject him. Moreover, she rejected him in front of everyone. At this moment, his heart was about to break. Because his heart was broken, he approached Xue Xinyue and said to Xue Xinyue, "Xinyue, take it. This sword was made for you. Take it." He smiled bitterly and handed the sword to Xue Xinyue. Xue Xinyue suddenly felt a little scared. Because at this moment, he, Wu Ya, was really a little crazy. Yes, she saw madness in Wu Ya's eyes. Therefore, she took 2 steps back. However, Wu Ya was completely dazed by this kind of heartbreak. He actually reached out to grab Xue Xinyue. At this time, Su Yan finally couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and blocked Xue Xinyue's path. Then, he said indifferently, "Brother, I think we should all show our poise." That's right. Wu Ya only had Xue Xinyue in his eyes. However, at this moment, Su Yan blocked in front of him. His expression immediately turned cold, and he shouted, "Scram!" As soon as these 2 words fell, he directly punched towards Su Yan. The power of this punch was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was even accompanied by a blazing flame aura. Wu Ye was extremely famous in the entire Taihang sword faction. This was not only because of his outstanding swordsmithing skills, but also because of his combat strength. His combat strength was so strong and terrifying that it could be compared to the top few people in the three big families. Of course, it should be said that it was the two big families. This was because in this generation of the Shui family, there was no one who could truly support them. Wang Kunlun of the Wang family and Feng Haichan of the Feng family had both reached the Dragon Realm. Moreover, their combat strength was even more terrifying. However, this swordsmithing master's combat strength was comparable to both of them. It was obvious how powerful he was. At this moment, he was attacking in a frenzy. Naturally, he would not hold back at all. This punch was like a hammer, ruthlessly smashing towards him. Many people could even feel the majesty of this mighty punch. The Dragon Realm, it's the Dragon Realm. Someone exclaimed. Although they had already guessed it, seeing it with their own eyes still made them feel incredulous. The Dragon Realm was a new height. In the entire Taihang sword faction, there were not many strong people who could reach the Dragon Realm. Moreover, these strong people had already become elders. And this Wu Ye had actually reached the Dragon Realm. At this moment, everyone felt that Su Yan would definitely be extremely miserable. After all, he had offended a strong person in the Dragon Realm. Everyone was watching the scene of Su Yan being defeated so miserably. Boom! A dull sound was directly heard, like a muffled thunder. Just how terrifying was this attack? It actually produced such a rumbling sound. This was already enough to shock everyone. Everyone's gaze fell on the spot in the air where Su Yan and Wu Ye's fists met. They could not believe that this guy had actually taken Wu Ye's attack. Su Yan had previously fought with Wang Han and even provoked the enforcement team. Therefore, everyone could still recognize him. Previously, there were people who felt that Su Yan's victory over Wang Han was due to luck. This was because from the aura that he had displayed, it was clear that he was only around the second mountain of the boundary and boundary state. However, at this moment, he had directly blocked Wu Ye's punch. At this moment, no one thought that Su Yan's victory was due to luck. Their gazes towards Su Yan were now filled with reverence. Respecting the strong was a human instinct. When Wu Ye saw that his attack had been blocked, he felt even more embarrassed. The famed sword in his hand, Mu Yu, suddenly turned and slashed towards Su Yan. Suddenly, the sword flashed, and an extremely dense murderous aura erupted, locking onto Su Yan. Everyone felt that Wu Ye's murderous aura was like a vast ocean, and Su Yan was just a small boat drifting in the ocean. In the face of such power, Su Yan would definitely die. At this moment, Su Yan's expression became more serious. This was because he knew very well that if he was hit by such a sword, he would definitely die. At this moment, he waved his hand and directly attacked with the Awakening Celestial Sword. He had not used the Awakening Celestial Sword for a long time. This was because as his cultivation increased, the sword could no longer bear all of his power, especially after he used the power of the demonic dragon. However, Su Yan had his own thoughts now. He did not dare to take out the Scorching Sun sword. This was the Taihang sword faction, and there would definitely be people who knew the value of the sword. Not to mention the others, just the Supreme Elder who was preparing to forge the sword today was enough to make Su Yan extremely wary. After all, according to the Taihang sword faction's classification, the Scorching Sun sword was a sacred sword. As soon as the Awakening Celestial Sword was taken out, it immediately erupted with an extremely powerful sword light. This sword light actually directly cut through the boundless murderous aura, as if it directly tore apart the whirlpool of waves. Clang! At this moment, the long sword trembled and let out a roar. At this moment, the two swords directly collided. Boom! When the Awakening Celestial Sword and the Mu Yu sword came into contact, it actually triggered a small flash of lightning. Everyone was shocked by Su Yan's strength and was surprised that he could actually use such a stunning sword. However, what happened next made them even more dumbfounded. This was because at this moment, the dazzling Mu Yu sword actually let out a mournful cry, and then directly broke. Half of the blade directly fell and pierced into the ground. A famed sword, broken. Wuya was completely stunned, and so were the others. Without a doubt, the Muyu sword was definitely a famed sword. The light that it brought out when it was completed had already explained everything. However, at this moment, such a famed sword was actually directly cut in half. Broken, broken. Wuya was in a daze. The meaning of this sword to Wuya was more than just a famed sword. It was also entrusted with his thoughts. However, at this moment, this sword actually broke. At this moment, his eyes were instantly filled with blood vessels, and there was even a faint trace of madness in them. He looked at Su Yan and then said in a hoarse voice, "I will kill you, I will definitely kill you." At this moment, he no longer had half a shred of rationality. An intense murderous aura was released, and he wanted to directly behead Su Yan. Chapter 5:17. Hearing this voice, Wuya's face suddenly stiffened, and then he stood there in a daze. After a while, he calmed down. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless. However, in the next moment, he regained his senses. His gaze was still fierce, but he had calmed down a lot. This process lasted for an extremely short period of time, almost in the blink of an eye. However, Su Yan saw all of this with his own eyes. Strange. That was the only thought in his mind. Although it was only for a short moment, what was displayed just now was really too strange. Wuya was originally so angry, but he calmed down in an instant. Moreover, that sluggish look in his eyes made Su Yan feel even more strange. No matter how afraid a person was of another person, they would not be able to calm down in an instant. Moreover, the moment he calmed down, there was no light in his eyes. It felt like he was a puppet. When Su Yan had suppressed Grandpa Puppet, he had obtained the method of controlling puppets. In that instant, Boundless' reaction was too similar to that of a puppet. However, Su Yan did not dare to say this out loud. He could imagine that this was an extremely important secret. If he revealed it, he was afraid that he would be killed immediately. Moreover, this matter did not seem to have much to do with him. Therefore, he naturally would not interfere in other people's affairs. He, Su Yan, was just a person who struggled bitterly in this world. What right did he have to bear the responsibility of saving others? At the end of the day, everyone's fate in this world was tragic. At this moment, everyone was silent because they all knew what kind of existence this person who could call Wuya back with a single shout was. Without a doubt, this person was the main character of the entire Taihang sword faction today. At this moment, at the peak of sword crafting peak, an extremely bright light exploded and shot into the sky. It was a flame that shot up to the sky. The strength of this flame simply made people's hearts tremble in fear. At this moment, it was as if the entire volcano had come to life. If this volcano really came to life, then everyone would die here today. Of course, everyone knew that this was impossible. After all, the Taihang sword faction had been established here for countless years. It was impossible for it to collapse overnight. Right at this moment, a huge power directly manifested. This power was simply frightening to the extreme. He actually forcibly suppressed this flame. What kind of terrifying power was this? At this time, another extremely powerful force appeared in the sky. The arrival of this power caused the countless clouds in the sky to disperse. A venerable one. To be able to have such a powerful person, he could only be a venerable one. Senior brother Haichuan, it's really a blessing for the Taihang sword faction to refine your sword today. The voice sounded like the descent of a god. Su Yan was shocked when he felt the powerful aura. He knew very well that only venerables could possess such power that was close to that of heavenly gods. The powerful force did not shackle his soul. Instead, it made him even more determined. Become stronger. I must become stronger. Su Yan had a feeling that in the future, he would definitely fight against a venerable one, or even someone stronger than a venerable one. This was because he shouldered the mission of the Stupa sect. Unless he was willing to let go of everything and quietly end his life. If he still had the slightest bit of hope in his heart, then he would have to face all of this. Haichuan's reopening of the sword furnace has alarmed Brother Wang. I'm ashamed. This venerable one's surname was Wang, so there was no need for Su Yan to say anything more. He must be a member of the Wang family. Because of Wang Han, Su Yan knew that he and the Wang family would be enemies. Therefore, he was quite wary of this venerable one. At this time, another voice was heard. Senior brother Haichuan's reopening of the sword furnace is a grand occasion for the Taihang sword faction. Naturally, I'm here to watch. At this moment, the Shui family's venerable ancestor arrived as well. A moment later, the Feng family's venerable ancestor arrived as well. Among the three venerable ancestors, the Shui family's venerable ancestor had the highest cultivation base. This was a well-known fact. Apart from the mysterious leader of the Taihang sword faction, no one else was a match for the Shui family's venerable ancestor. However, the Shui family's venerable ancestor was also the oldest. At this moment, the venerable elder named Haichuan laughed loudly and said, "It's a great honor to have so many old friends here. Since that's the case, I'll begin the sword forging now." Wu Ye. Wu Ye was his disciple, as well as his right-hand man. This time, Wu Ye played a crucial role in the sword forging. Hearing his master's call, Wu Ye didn't say anything and went directly to the furnace. Then, without wasting any time, he began to use all of his strength to pull the bellows to fan the flames. Bellows were essential when forging a sword. Of course, if one wanted to forge a sacred sword, or even a divine sword, the bellows had to be specially made. It could produce an extremely special wind force that was then combined with an extremely powerful flame. Su Yan had been taught the art of sword forging by Uncle Cho. Naturally, he knew this very well. At this moment, his gaze fell on the bellows with a serious expression. Just this bellows alone was not simple. Generally speaking, if one didn't have the strength of a dragon realm cultivator, it would be impossible to fan the bellows. At this moment, the bellows began to burn and a powerful wind force blew fiercely. That terrifying rumbling sound was simply horrifying. Shui Xinyue said to Su Yan, "Brother Su Yan, this is one of the most precious treasures of the Taihang sword faction, the wind and thunder bellows. Although this item can't be used in battle, it's an absolute treasure when it comes to forging swords. It's extremely famous even in the entire Jiuzhou continent." Su Yan already had an idea in his heart. When Shui Xinyue said this, he understood even more. At this moment, an extremely bright light suddenly bloomed in the sky. It was like an extremely dazzling flame lotus. In this blazing light, a mysterious piece of meteoric iron slowly appeared. Su Yan naturally recognized this item. It was the item that they had transported over. Back then, Su Yan had been tempted by this item. However, in the end, he extinguished this thought. Of course, although he did not obtain the meteorite, he obtained the nether spiritual ice. Of course, Su Yan had also studied the nether spiritual ice. However, he did not directly refine it. This was because he did not believe that Duan Mulonghu had not tampered with it. Before he had enough confidence, he did not want to act rashly. At this moment, the patriarch finally made his move. The wind and thunder bellows exploded with an extremely terrifying force of wind and lightning. It immediately stimulated the flame and caused it to expand. That flame was originally the flame of the volcano. It possessed an extremely terrifying amount of heat. At this moment, it became even more terrifying after being stimulated by the wind and thunder bellows. The entire mountain range was constantly trembling as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone's breathing stopped. They all watched and did not dare to be careless. For them, especially the disciples of Swordcasting Peak, this was simply a great opportunity. If he could learn something from this swordsmithing, then it would really be an endless source of knowledge. Dong! A dull sound was heard. It turned out that the meteorite had directly landed on the swordcasting platform. The great elder named Haichuan screamed at this moment. Previously, great elder Haichuan was an old man in his twilight years. He looked a little hunched. However, at this moment, his entire body straightened up. The muscles all over his body stood up one by one in an instant. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This was simply rejuvenation. This was a heaven-defying technique. Everyone stared blankly at Great Elder Hai Chuan. At this moment, Hai Chuan picked up the heavy hammer and smashed it down hard. Dong, dong. An ear-piercing sound exploded. The terrifying sound seemed to be tearing everyone's ears and eyes apart. Many disciples could not bear it and directly covered their ears. As for those with lower cultivation bases, they directly vomited blood under the impact of the sound waves. Su Yan was entranced. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He knew that Great Elder Hai Chuan was currently removing the impurities from the meteorite. This kind of tempering method was also very particular. Every strike of the hammer probably had the force of 5,000 kilograms or even more. Only a venerable realm cultivator could support it. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, temper it 1,000 times. Great Elder Hai Chuan suddenly shouted. The violent sound of the hammer became even more violent. At this moment, the Shui family patriarch and the Wang family patriarch both changed their expressions at the same time. They knew that if this continued, more than half of the disciples here would be killed or injured. The two of them acted at the same time and set up a barrier around the sword-casting furnace. At the same time, they shouted softly, "Those with low cultivation levels, get out of here." As soon as they said that, countless people retreated one after another. This scene was truly terrifying. Although most of the sound of the hammer had been blocked, the horrifying vibration still existed. Those who forced themselves to stay with low cultivation levels would probably die without a doubt. Moreover, it was not just the sound of the hammer. Great Elder Hai Chuan's movements also contained deep Taoist rhymes. If one forced themselves to watch, they would only get themselves killed. At this moment, Wu Ya was desperately pumping the bellows. Chapter 518. At this moment, Wu Ya's power was fully displayed. Everyone could see how strenuous it was for him to pull the wind and thunder box. That powerful and berserk power simply shook one's mind. Every time he pulled, he could see faint electric sparks flashing in the air. These electric arcs were not just for decoration, they were the real power. If an ordinary person was hit by these electric arcs, he or she would die immediately. Even for those with higher cultivations, they would not be able to withstand such enormous power. At least, if one's cultivation level had not reached the level of 5 mountains, he or she would only be seriously injured by such power. However, Wu Ya was able to withstand such a powerful power, and he was even using his strength to move the wind and thunder box. Everyone was amazed by his power. Although Grand Elder Hai Chuan was the main character at this moment, his performance had already caught everyone's attention. At this moment, Grand Elder Hai Chuan continued to swing the sword-casting hammer. Every time it landed, it would explode with a terrifying sound like a thunderclap. Raging fire. At this moment, Grand Elder roared again. Wu Ya did not answer. He only tried his best to move his body fiercely, and then he started to follow Grand Elder's rhythm. Su Yan looked at Grand Elder wielding the giant hammer, and his expression became solemn. Because at this time, he suddenly realized that the rhythm of this Grand Supreme Elder was somewhat familiar. He was not mistaken. This was one of the sword-casting techniques that Ugly Uncle had taught him, the Wind and Thunder sword-casting technique. This sword-casting technique was to use the power of wind and thunder to cast the sword. Once such a sword was cast, it would have an extremely masculine aura. It was indeed a top-notch sword-casting technique. Su Yan was naturally grateful to Ugly Uncle, who had taught him his lifetime's lost knowledge even though they had not known each other for long. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Ugly Uncle must have come to the Jiuzhou continent before. If not, where did this sword-casting technique come from? Of course, at this moment, he was looking at Grand Elder Hai Chuan more attentively. After all, although he had learned Ugly Uncle's experience, he had been in a hurry back then. Moreover, he had been busy fighting for such a long time that he did not have time to cast a sword. This was a rare opportunity for him. Gradually, he realized that Great Elder Hai Chuan's cultivation was indeed impressive, but in terms of sword forging, he seemed to be inferior to Uncle Cho. Needless to say, Ugly Uncle was much better at removing the impurities. Of course, Hai Chuan's cultivation was truly powerful, so he could use his supreme cultivation to refine the metal. At this time, his strength had become even more powerful, and this kind of terrifying impact and vibration power had become even more terrifying. The Shui and Wang family patriarchs couldn't help but frown. To them, this was naturally nothing. However, to those who were still watching, this was practically a calamity. Even with the barrier of the defensive power, they began to tremble. Merely, they had already warned those people to leave. Thus, it was only natural that they chose not to leave. That was their own choice. At this moment, both of their gazes turned solemn. Supreme Elder Hai Chuan was an expert of the same level as them. Although they were all members of the Taihang sword faction, there were more or less conflicts between them. To put it bluntly, they were both companions and opponents. At this moment, it was the best time to understand Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's strength. Supreme Elder Hai Chuan seemed to have forgotten everything at this moment. His eyes had already changed, and he was no longer peaceful. It was just a kind of madness. A huge sound rang out. This sound was much more terrifying than any of the previous ones. After hearing this sound, many young experts began to vomit blood. Even a powerhouse like Shui Xinyue, who was from the 5 mountains, couldn't bear this terrifying sound. At this moment, there were only a few people watching at the top of the mountain. Su Yan noticed Shui Xinyue's condition and said, "Miss Shui, are you okay? If you can't bear it, you can leave first." However, after hearing Su Yan's words, Shui Xinyue shook her head faintly and said, "Although I don't know the way of sword forging, I feel that I will definitely be able to comprehend something after observing this sword forging. Perhaps it will be able to improve my cultivation." Su Yan smiled faintly. This Miss Shui was a stubborn person. However, it wasn't surprising. Otherwise, her cultivation wouldn't have been so outstanding among the younger generation of the Shui family. Shui Xinyue had been taking care of him for the past few days, so he naturally couldn't watch this stubborn girl get hurt. He directly held Shui Xinyue's hand. Shui Xinyue had a complicated look in her eyes when she saw Su Yan's sudden action. However, in the next moment, she realized that there was a warm spiritual energy being transmitted to her. When this spiritual energy entered her divine body, it immediately dispelled the discomfort in her divine body. She immediately understood that Su Yan was helping her. At this moment, she was very surprised. Of course, she wasn't surprised that Su Yan would help her, but she was surprised that Su Yan still had such strength. She was under such pressure, so was Su Yan. However, she was at the 5 mountains boundary, while Su Yan was only at the 2nd to 3rd mountains boundary. She couldn't bear it anymore, but Su Yan still had the strength to take care of her. She clearly knew that Su Yan wasn't forcing himself, but he really did have such strength. Unknowingly, her beautiful eyes stared straight at Su Yan, as if she wanted to see through Su Yan. "Don't be distracted. Since you said that it would be of great benefit to you, then focus on observing." Su Yan's voice sounded out. Only then did Shui Xinyue's face turn red. She then continued to observe. At this moment, the great elder's strength became even more hurried. The more hurried he hammered, the more demanding the power of wind and thunder was. Wuya continued to circulate his strength, cooperating with the great elder. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in sweat, and his eyes even revealed a crazed look. Senior brother Wuya is really amazing. Even with such strength, he can still move the wind and thunder box. It had to be said that this praise came from the heart. This was because the current strength was already very terrifying. Although he was a Dragon Realm expert, it didn't mean that every Dragon Realm expert could withstand such violent strength. However, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. At this moment, a beautiful voice suddenly sounded, "Little sister Shui is really in the mood to hold hands with her lover." It seemed like a casual teasing, but it attracted everyone's attention. One had to know that Xue Xinyue was one of Taihang's twin moons, so naturally, she was admired by many young people. At this moment, when everyone saw Su Yan holding her hand, their gazes were naturally unfriendly. One had to know that those who were able to stay here at this time were not easy to deal with and had a high cultivation base. Arousing the enmity of these people was absolutely not a good thing for Su Yan. Su Yan coldly glanced at Feng Yueyu. Although this woman was beautiful, she liked to cause trouble too much. If there was a chance, Su Yan definitely wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. However, now was not the time. Su Yan ignored the crowd and continued to look at the place where the sword was being forged. Of course, the crowd did the same. After all, the most important thing now was to observe the sword forging in order to seek the Tao. As for Su Yan, everyone just remembered him in their hearts. Some things could be slowly settled in the future. At this moment, Wu Ya's expression changed. It turned out that when Feng Yueyu was speaking earlier, she had attracted his attention. Although Feng Yueyu's voice was not too loud, Wu Ya's cultivation base was in the dragon realm. In addition, he paid a lot of attention to Xue Xinyue. When he saw Xue Xinyue and Su Yan holding hands, he was furious. At this moment, when the sword was being forged, the most important thing was to be distracted. At this moment, the situation was very bad. With this distraction, he could no longer keep up with Grand Elder Hai Chuan's rhythm. Although he forcefully circulated his cultivation base to keep up, he could no longer hold on. Finally, when Grand Elder Hai Chuan's hammer came down again, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Everyone was in an uproar. They never thought that this would happen at this moment. Grand Elder Hai Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, then he shouted in a low voice, "Trash!" At this moment, he had no choice but to stop hammering. Because the Wind Thunder box had stopped, without the help of the Wind Thunder force, hammering would not only be a waste of time but would also damage the meteorite. Wu Ya's face was full of fear and he wanted to get up again. However, he was directly injured by the Wind Thunder force. How could it be so easy for him to get up? At this moment, Grand Elder Hai Chuan's face was indescribably gloomy. In the entire Taihang sword faction, there were indeed many people whose cultivation base was higher than Wu Ya's. However, Wu Ya was the only one who was proficient in the Wind Thunder sword forging technique and could move the Wind Thunder box. Was the sword forging going to stop like this today? This was a situation that he never expected. At this moment, the Xue family patriarch also frowned and asked, "Who can help Brother Hai Chuan continue forging the sword?" In fact, he already knew that it would be difficult to forge a divine sword today. It would be impossible for it to even be a sacred sword. At most, it would be a famed sword, but he still asked symbolically. As soon as he finished, no one answered. Chapter 519. As he spoke, Su Yan had already rushed towards the furnace. He knew that this was definitely not the time to decline because the longer the sword was stopped, the greater the damage to the sword would be. The sword was currently being calcined in a raging fire. However, without the power of wind and thunder, the raging fire could only damage the sword. Su Yan did not want to see the meteoric metal that had the potential to become a sacred sword or even a divine sword turn to scrap. Moreover, he had not had the opportunity to practice the sword after obtaining Cho Bo's inheritance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of modesty. Instead, he directly refused to accept it. After speaking, he did not wait for Hai Chuan's reply and directly rushed into the furnace. It was obvious that Su Yan's cultivation was only at Fang Yuan's level. Many people could see the aura he exuded at a glance. Some people were already mocking Su Yan for overestimating himself. After all, even if he wanted to watch, he would need Xue Xinyue's help. Everyone thought so. After all, Xue Xinyue was one of the Taihang twin moons. Although her cultivation level was not as high as Feng Yueyu, who had reached the dragon realm, she was still young and her talent was above Feng Yueyu. Hence, if she had such power, no one would find it strange. Su Yan did not care about the gazes of the crowd. He directly rushed to the side of the furnace. To be honest, being able to rush into the furnace itself was a testament to one's strength. After all, the terrifying temperature of the furnace was no joke. Su Yan walked to the wind and thunder box, took a deep breath and was about to put it on. At this moment, Wuya had already stood up and shouted coldly, "Get out of my way. Do you want to ruin my master's plans? Someone like you wants to show off." Although Wuya and Su Yan did not know each other, at this moment, Wuya felt an extreme hatred towards Su Yan. If it was not for Su Yan, he would not have been distracted and would not have ended up like this. However, Su Yan ignored him and looked at Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. He knew that Wuya wouldn't be able to decide anything. The one who really made the decisions was Great Elder Hai Chuan. Supreme Elder Hai Chuan said calmly, "Then you can try." He also knew that at this time, he was already treating a dead horse as a living one. It was no longer possible to rely on Boundless. After getting Hai Chuan's nod, Su Yan suddenly put his hand on the wind and thunder box, and then began to move it. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that Su Yan had actually pulled the wind thunder box. One had to know that there were still countless bolts of lightning roaring. Surprise flashed across Elder Hai Chuan's eyes. Because he didn't expect that there would actually be someone who knew the wind and thunder sword forging technique. But at this time, since someone was helping him with the bellows, it was naturally the best thing for him. He suddenly let out a low roar, and then began to forge swords in a frenzy. Along with the usage of his crazy power, the terrifying sound roar also became extremely terrifying. The impact of this power on Su Yan was naturally very terrifying. Soon, there was a layer of dense sweat on Su Yan's body. Su Yan's power surged crazily, and such a powerful and terrifying power kept gathering in his hand. He was indeed not an expert in the dragon realm, but the aura he displayed at this moment was extremely profound, and it was actually not inferior to Boundless at all. At this time, Hai Chuan suddenly said in a deep voice, 5 mountains in a radius. It was this old man who made a mistake. Then, he wholeheartedly devoted himself to forging swords. At this time, a trace of pride flashed across the face of the Shui family's great ancestor. He originally knew that Su Yan must have hidden his power, but at this moment, he was still pleasantly surprised by it. He was prepared to invest in Su Yan from the beginning. However, at this time, he found that the person he invested in had more potential than he originally thought. More importantly, as a venerable realm expert, he actually didn't see how strong he was at the beginning. At this time, the sound of wind and thunder roared. Boundless silently looked at Su Yan, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that this damned guy actually had the ability to activate the wind thunder box. Then, what was he? A clown? Originally, he thought that he was a person above others, at least among the younger generation. No one could compete with him. He liked Shui Xingyue, and he even forged a famous sword for her. However, she actually rejected his famous sword. More importantly, the love rival that he looked down on actually had the power to compete with him. More importantly, the other party was younger than him, and his cultivation level was lower than his. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that the other party's talent was definitely above his. From another point of view, this meant that in the future, he would definitely not be his opponent. When he thought of this, the fire in his heart burned even brighter, and he only wanted to directly kill Su Yan. However, at this time, he didn't dare to do so no matter what. Not to mention killing Su Yan, even if he just interfered with Su Yan, he was afraid that he would incur the wrath of his master. When that time came, he would definitely die. Time passed by, second by second. The art of sword forging was truly unfathomable. Fortunately, Su Yan's coordination was terrifyingly strong, and his strength was also very strong, which was why he was able to hold on until now. If his strength was not strong enough, he would have died right at the beginning. Another violent sound was heard, and then the sound of wind and thunder reached an unprecedented level. The entire mountain began to tremble with this loud sound. At this time, everyone knew that this sword was finally going to be completed. This sword forging was full of twists and turns, but everyone was looking forward to it. If this sword could become a divine sword, it would be extremely important for the Taihang sword faction. Even if it was a divine sword, it could also increase the strength of the Taihang sword faction. Endless light flashed, and Grand Elder Hai Chuan's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. Boom! Thunder exploded, and countless flashes of lightning flickered on the sword. At this moment, this sword was finally completed. In an instant, the sword light soared to the sky. The Muyu sword that Wu Ye forged was also considered a sharp sword light, but compared to this sword, it paled in comparison. Vaguely, the sound of wind and thunder became even more deafening, and what was even more unbelievable was that this sound came from the long sword. The sword moved like thunder. At this time, everyone was excited. Could this divine sword be the legendary divine sword? Perhaps, only the legendary divine sword could have such a strong power. Finally, all the commotion disappeared. Not only the disciples, but even the two grand elders' eyes were filled with anticipation. One must know that divine swords were extremely precious. Fang Yan and the entire Taihang sword faction. Apart from the Taihang divine sword, there were no other divine swords. In the entire Zhezhou continent, there were definitely no more than 5 divine swords. If the sword that Grand Elder Hai Chuan forged was truly a divine sword, then it was definitely a blessing for the Taihang sword faction. Of course, for the 2 Grand Elders, if they could obtain this divine sword, their strength would naturally increase. If they could even comprehend the Tao from the divine sword, their cultivation would improve even further. This was especially so for the Grand Elder of the Shui family. At this time, his cultivation had definitely reached an unprecedented level. However, the current him was at a very high level, and it was difficult for him to make any further progress. His lifespan was about to come to an end, which was why he was so worried. Without his support, although the Shui family would not be removed from the Taihang sword faction, it was inevitable that they would decline in a short time. However, if this sword was a divine sword, then it would be a different story. Therefore, at this time, he, more than anyone else, hoped that this sword could become a divine sword. The Taihang sword faction was a divine item used to guard the sect, so it could not be given to him. Therefore, he urgently needed another divine sword. Su Yan was completely exhausted at this time. He never thought that forging a divine sword would be so tiring. Even with his abundant spiritual energy, he could barely hold on. However, he knew that this time, it would not become a divine sword. Although he had never forged a divine sword before, he had the God-slaying divine sword and the scorching sun divine sword. He was all too aware of the difference between them. Although this sword was thunderous, it was at most on the same level as the scorching sun divine sword. If he wanted to make it into a divine sword, it was still too far away. At this time, Grand Elder Hai Chuan also spoke. It's a pity that there is no innate divine fire this time. Otherwise, there would be a chance to forge a divine sword. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone already knew the outcome of this battle. Although it was a pity, they all understood that it was not that easy to forge a divine sword. At this time, the great ancestor of the Shui family said coldly, if it weren't for some people being so selfish, I'm afraid that the Taihang sword faction would have another divine sword. When the great ancestor of the Wang family said this directly, the expression of the great ancestor of the Wang family immediately darkened. This was because, to be honest, he did not expect Wang Yuan to do what he did. It was also because of this that Wang Yuan had been locked up long ago. The Wang family was also very wary of the Shui family. Even though Wang Yuan was severely injured by Su Yan, Zhuo Fenglai was only a formality. Grand Elder Hai Chuan's expression was also very ugly, because the loss of the innate divine fire was the most infuriating thing to him. As a swordsmith, if he could obtain such an innate divine fire, he was confident that his strength would improve further. Chapter 520. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Su Yan. They were all envious. Although Great Elder Hai Chuan had made it sound simple, it was still a holy sword. Even for a venerable one, this holy sword was enough to be a handy weapon. Whether it was the Shui family patriarch, the Wang family patriarch, or even great elder Hai Chuan, they all had holy swords. To a dragon realm martial artist, such a sacred sword was an extremely powerful weapon. And now, great elder Hai Chuan had casually given the sword to Su Yan. How could they not be envious? Su Yan took the long sword in his hand, but he felt a little flattered. However, he did not dare to ignore great elder Hai Chuan. He immediately said, Junior Su Yan thanks great elder for the gift. Great elder Hai Chuan looked at Su Yan and chuckled. He said, you're a talent. Do you have a master? Why don't you come under my tutelage? I'm surprised that you know about the wind and thunder sword forging technique. Who taught you this? Su Yan was slightly shocked by the great elder's question. After all, they were in the Taihang sword faction. He would not tell anyone about Uncle Cho. Therefore, he only said, Elder, I came from the continent of the 5 counties. I've been forging swords with my grandfather since I was young. My grandfather said that the wind and thunder sword forging technique was a technique that my great-grandfather obtained by chance in the Jojo continent. It has been passed down from generation to generation. Great elder Hai Chuan nodded slightly at Su Yan's words. Su Yan naturally did not know what he was thinking. However, Su Yan did not expect him to believe him. Like I said, are you willing to become my disciple? Hai Chuan asked again. Everyone looked at Su Yan with envy. How lucky was it to be defeated by a grand elder? One had to know that Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's cultivation had already reached the venerable realm. Although he did not know what level he was at, it was definitely enough for Su Yan to become one of the most powerful people in the Taihang sword faction. To be honest, even Su Yan himself was a little moved. Putting everything else aside, just based on his sword forging skills alone, he was definitely a top-notch expert. If he could receive his guidance, then Su Yan's sword forging skills would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, when Su Yan thought of Wu Ya's strange puppet-like appearance, he was secretly shocked. He knew that the reason Boundless was acting this way was most likely related to this ocean. As a result, he immediately extinguished that thought and said to Great Elder Hai Chuan, Thank you for your kindness, Great Elder. However, I've already promised Ancestor Shui a few days ago to become a disciple of the Shui family. After saying that, Su Yan stopped talking. At this moment, the Shui family's elder smiled in satisfaction and said to Hai Chuan, Brother Hai Chuan, this fella has already been defeated by me. If you want to take him in as a disciple, you'll have to choose someone else. Ha ha ha. The Shui family's great ancestor did not say anything earlier because he wanted to see Su Yan's choice. If Su Yan directly defeated Hai Chuan, the Shui family's great ancestor would definitely hate him because such a fickle person would not benefit the Shui family at all. The Shui family's great ancestor was at the end of his life, so everything he did was for the sake of the Shui family's future. If Su Yan really did that, the great ancestor would definitely think of a way to get rid of Su Yan. Su Yan did not know that unknowingly, he had already walked one round around the gates of hell. Since the Shui family's great ancestor had spoken, Hai Chuan did not say anything else and only said, Let's disperse for today. This sword forging peak was originally his territory. Since he had already spoken, there was naturally no reason for everyone to stay here and they all dispersed. At this moment, Shui Xinyue walked over to Su Yan and asked, Big brother Su Yan, are you alright? Su Yan shook his head. He was naturally fine, but he had used up too much energy. At this moment, Shui Xinyue walked over to Wu Ya and asked, Senior brother Wu Ya, how are you? If it was in the past, Wu Ya would definitely be very happy that Shui Xinyue was concerned about him. However, at this moment, he felt like a beggar who was being given alms. No matter what, he couldn't accept such alms. His expression became very cold, and he said directly, I'm not dead yet, and I don't need your sympathy. The more in front of Su Yan, the more Wu Ya did not want to be pitted by Shui Xinyue. He climbed to his feet and walked away. This time, Su Yan's outstanding performance naturally made the Shui family happy. However, the expressions of the Wang clan's people were extremely ugly. Before this, Su Yan had a conflict with Wang Han. Furthermore, he had beaten Wang Han to the point of vomiting blood. He had almost turned Wang Han into a cripple. However, not only did the Wang family not do anything to him, but Su Yan was also safe and sound. Furthermore, he had accepted the sacred sword forged by Great Elder Hai Chuan. However, at this moment, no one could say anything. Even the great ancestor of the Wang family could not say anything. After all, this sword had become a sacred sword because of Su Yan's participation. Those who were on good terms with the Shui family had already started to make peace with Su Yan. Of course, there were also people who had started to use their connections to exchange for the sacred sword in Su Yan's hands. Everyone knew the value of a sacred sword. Therefore, one had to pay a huge price to obtain this sacred sword. However, Su Yan rejected all of them. This sword was on the same level as the Scorching Sun sword. Su Yan could use the Scorching Sun sword, but he gave this sword to Shui Xinyue. Su Yan did not have any ulterior motives for Shui Xinyue. Instead, he was expressing his sincerity to the great ancestor of the Shui family. He was telling the great ancestor that he was on the same side as the Shui family. He had even given such a precious sword to the great ancestor. How could he be disloyal? When Su Yan gave this sword to Shui Xinyue was still standing there in a daze. She was in disbelief. One had to know that this was an extremely precious sacred sword. Even if there were 100 famed swords, they would not be able to compare to a single sacred sword. However, at this moment, Su Yan gave this sacred sword to Shui Xinyue without hesitation. As a result, the relationship between Su Yan and Shui Xinyue was instantly spread throughout the sect. Su Yan's aura was not that big of a deal. After all, he was just a small figure. However, the key point was that Shui Xinyue was one of the two moons of the sect. She rejected Wu Ye's famed sword but accepted Su Yan's sacred sword. This seemed to be enough to explain a lot of things. Wu Ye naturally heard the news as it spread throughout the sect. His entire body trembled when he heard the news because it was truly a great insult to him. This time, it could be said that he had lost all his face. First, it was Shui Xinyue's rejection. Then, it was his own mistake when he was forging the sword. It made him feel that he could not raise his head. Although no one would say anything in front of him, he always felt that everyone was looking at him with a strange gaze. Thus, Wu Ye chose to go into seclusion. He wanted to make himself stronger. This was because the sect's sword battle gathering was in 2 months. The sword battle gathering was definitely a big event in the sect. This was because every sword battle gathering would determine the top 10 in the sect. It was known as the Taixing 10 Swords. Once one became one of the Taixing 10 Swords, they would receive the full cultivation of the sect. This kind of full cultivation was definitely not a joke. One could obtain unimaginable benefits. After the sword battle gathering ended, this gathering had attracted everyone's attention. Those who were confident in themselves began to cultivate crazily. This was because even if they could not become one of the Taixing 10 Swords, as long as they broke into the top 100, they would still be able to obtain a lot of resources. After a few days, Xuecheng found Su Yan. Xuecheng's sudden visit made Su Yan a little surprised. Uncle Shui, did you come to find me because you already have news about the devil sect? This matter was something that Su Yan asked Xuecheng to inquire about. One had to know that he was unfamiliar with the 9 provinces continent. If he went to inquire about the news, he was afraid that he would not even know where the devil sect was. Xuecheng drank a mouthful of water and said, "There is indeed some news." After asking around, a devil sect's devil son, Shengguansheng, brought back an unfamiliar woman. This woman should be your sister, Su Tian. But don't worry, I heard that this Shengguansheng takes great care of this unfamiliar woman. He does not allow her to be harmed at all. When Su Yan heard this news, he immediately felt relieved. Although Su Tian and he were not very close, she was still his sister. If something really happened to her, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. However, he immediately asked, Uncle Shui, is there any news about a woman called Lu Lan? At the mention of Lu Lan, Xueqing frowned and said, Su Yan, you have to know that this matter is definitely an absolute secret of the devil sect. It is definitely not easy to find out about this matter. However, I already know that the devil sect's actions have become extremely strict in Pan province. If I'm not wrong, the Lu Lan you mentioned is in Pan province. Hearing this, Su Yan's entire body became dignified. Pan province. According to Duan Mulonghu, the cultivation of demons was really a big matter for the devil sect. If Pan province was a place that was heavily guarded by the devil sect, then it was very likely that Lu Lan was brought to Pan province. At this time, Xueqing suddenly said, Brother Su Yan, you don't need to be anxious. According to what you said, the ceremony to cultivate demons will probably take half a year to a year. You still have enough time, so I suggest that you become one of the 10 Taxing Swords first. Chapter 521. Seeing Su Yan's confused expression, Xueqing knew that Su Yan had no intention of becoming one of the 10 Taxing Swords. Thus, he said, of course, the reason why I said that is because I have my own selfish motives. There are almost no geniuses in the younger generation of my Shui family. Although Xinhua is not bad, she was only ranked 11th last year. This time, her cultivation has improved greatly and she has obtained your Wind and Lightning Sword. There is some hope. However, there's only a little bit of hope. Su Yan, I know that your strength is definitely stronger than I imagined. If you take action, there is a 90% chance that you will become one of the 10 Taxing Swords and earn a reputation for my Shui family. He smiled bitterly and continued, of course, this matter is also beneficial to you. Once you become one of the 10 Taxing Swords, you will be able to obtain the opportunity to go to the Sword Dispelling Pool. You must know that that is the place where the seniors of the sect died. There is a great opportunity there. If you can obtain it, your cultivation will definitely improve greatly. This is definitely a good thing. If Su Yan did not care about it before, then this sentence had undoubtedly stirred up his heart. Although Xueqing did not say it clearly, Su Yan knew that his current strength was still too weak. Within a radius of 5 mountains, it was enough to fight the 3 dragons of the Dragon Transformation Realm or even stronger experts. But this was far from enough. Because the strength of his enemy was far beyond his imagination. One must know that his enemy was the Devil Sect. How many experts were there in the Devil Sect? Just that Hydralisk alone was dangerous enough. And although he and Duan Mulonghu were in a cooperative relationship, he was a poisonous snake. If he was not careful, he would directly bite him and make him suffer. Su Yan wanted to gain a foothold in the world of the 9 provinces and save Lu Lan. The most important thing was his own strength. Without strength, everything was empty talk. After thinking for a while, he immediately nodded and agreed. Then, he said, Senior, don't worry. I know what to do. Hearing Su Yan's words, Xueqing knew that this matter was settled. Then, he said to Su Yan, I know that you are strong, but there are some people that you have to be careful of. After all, they are experts of the Dragon Transformation Realm. Wu Ye is one of them. Last time, you made Wu Ye lose so much face, I'm afraid that he will not let this matter rest. Su Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. He already knew what to do. But many things, when he wanted to come, even if you wanted to escape, you would not be able to escape. Although Wu was in the Dragon Transformation Realm, he was not afraid of him. Xueqing continued, actually, Wu Ye is not bad. Last time, he was only ranked 8th in the Taihang 10 Swords. The ones who have the idea are the 7 people in front of him. These 7 people are extremely strong. Among them, 3 are from the Wang family, 2 are from the Feng family, and the last 2 are independent experts. Xueqing explained to Su Yan what to pay attention to, and Su Yan listened carefully. The Taihang sword faction was so famous in the 9 provinces that it had a strong foundation. The person ranked first was Wang Baichuan. He was an extremely outstanding genius from the Wang family. Last time, he had already reached the Dragon Transformation Realm with 3 dragons. Xueqing did not mince his words. Even if he were to face him, he would definitely not be his opponent. Most importantly, he was Wang Yuan's grandson. His father had died in battle when he was young, and Wang Yuan had taken care of him since he was young. However, because of the loss of the innate god fire, and Wang Yuan's involvement with the devil sect, he had been placed under house arrest by the sect. He would definitely hold a grudge and would not have a good impression of the Xue family. As for Su Yan, who was involved in this matter, he would probably have a killing intent. Although it was forbidden to kill during the sword battle gathering, there were still deaths in the Taxing 10 Swords competition over the years. Xueqing said, Su Yan, give me a definite answer. How strong are you now? Xueqing was not the only one curious about this. Even the Xue family's ancestor was curious about this. After all, last time, when he was forging the sword, he found out that Su Yan was hiding his strength. One had to know that the Xue family's ancestor was an incredible venerable, but even he could not see through Su Yan's hidden strength. This meant that Su Yan's method was very amazing. Su Yan said, to tell you the truth, my cultivation level is in the 5 mountains. Although it's low, it's definitely not easy for Wang Baichuan to defeat me. Xueqing was surprised to hear this. Of course, he did not think that Su Yan was boasting. He just did not expect Su Yan's combat strength to be so abnormal that he could fight across so many realms. Such a person was truly perverted. But in the end, he still said, Su Yan, although you're confident, this is a serious matter, so you can't be careless. Our Xue family. Jealous? Major? Dandy? Servile? Which one? Fawning over the evil spirits and harming the evil spirits? Charming? Locusts? 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 Traveling in a hurry and supporting Mo Rui? Locusts? Chivalrous? A Min Tu offering his widow for Zhuang Mo? Alliance? Yearning? Locusts. In the end, he added, you, is cultivating there now. With that, he left in a hurry without waiting for Su Yan's reply. Looking at his departing figure, Su Yan seemed to be deep in thought. Since Xueqing had placed so much importance on the Battle of the 10 Taxing Swords, it meant that the Battle of the 10 Taxing Swords was extremely important to the Xue family. Nevertheless, he did not take it to heart. After all, there were many things that he knew. Although the Xue family treated him well, he was not a real scholar. Of course, because he gave the sacred sword Tempest to them, the Xue family treated him extremely well. Nevertheless, it was not very useful. It was very difficult for something like bloodline to be replaced by external things. Of course, at this time, he was valuable enough to the Xue family, so the Xue family's ancestor would try his best to win him over. He believed that he would be allowed to enter the Xue family's ancestral land to cultivate. Su Yan's guess was right. Soon, a Xue family disciple arrived. It was an extremely handsome young man. He was about the same age as Su Yan, but he was very handsome and looked like a scholar. He walked in front of Su Yan and asked respectfully, Young Master Su, I'm here on Uncle Xue's orders to bring you to the ancestral land. This person's tone was more respectful, but there was a trace of disapproval in his eyes. Of course, he concealed this trace of expression extremely well, and Su Yan was completely unable to see through it. Since it was Xueqing who called him over, he naturally didn't care too much and left with him. That person led Su Yan all the way. After walking for about half an hour, Su Yan suddenly stopped. The person was startled at first, then said, Young Master Su, we haven't reached the ancestral land yet. Why did you stop? Are you tired? Looking at the young man who was looking at him with a smile, Su Yan said, Tell me, where do you want to take me? Don't tell me that the Xue family's ancestral land is in such a barren place. Su Yan mocked directly. The ancestral land of any big family would not be in such a barren place. It would definitely be in a place with good feng shui. However, this place was clearly extremely remote. Furthermore, the surroundings were spacious and overgrown with weeds. This person was a little flustered by Su Yan's stare. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he seemed a little nervous. After all, he had heard that Su Yan directly beat up Wang Han that day. Wang Han was a powerhouse in the surrounding 5 mountains. To him, he was already a godlike existence. His own cultivation was still in the spiritual sea realm. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Shui Dong, why are you so slow? We have to come here ourselves." At this moment, a few figures appeared. Seeing these people arrive, the young man named Shui Dong immediately had a happy expression. He directly ran over and said, "Cousin, it's this kid who discovered the situation and refuses to go over." That person ignored Shui Dong and walked to Su Yan. He was very tall, more than half a head taller than Su Yan, so he could be considered to be in a commanding position. He directly said to Su Yan, "I know that you are very close to Xinyue, and even Uncle Shui wants you to enter the ancestral land to cultivate with Xinyue. However, Xinyue is after all, and you were lucky enough to save Uncle Shui, so they may be fooled by you. However, I am not, so I still hope that you have some self-awareness and leave the Taihang sword faction." This person was truly arrogant. He actually dared to shout at Su Yan like that. Before Su Yan could speak, he spoke again, "Oh right, I almost forgot. I know that you have a famed sword in your hands. Back then, it could compete with the famed sword forged by Wu Ye. Leave this sword behind." These words made Su Yan speechless. He stared straight at this person and suddenly chuckled. This person immediately became angry and directly scolded, "Damn it, what are you laughing at?" A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he was very unhappy right now. Su Yan shook his head and finally said, "Now I finally know why the Shui family is so unbearable. A person like you really makes people not know whether to laugh or cry." After saying this, Su Yan did not wait for a reply and turned to leave. Arguing with such a person showed how ignorant he was. Everyone was immediately furious and directly attacked with a punch. This person's cultivation had already reached the dragon realm, which was why he was so arrogant. However, he did not know that one's cultivation realm did not represent one's combat power. He was just a piece of trash after all, thinking that he was invincible because he had reached the dragon realm. Chapter 522. A ferocious punch came straight at him. After all, he was in the dragon realm. His powerful aura caused the surrounding people to retreat. This person's name was Shui Mingyuan. Among the younger generation of the Shui family, his talent was considered good. Therefore, he could not help but be a little arrogant. After all, many people said that he was the strongest person in the Shui family other than Shui Xinyue. Now, he knew that Shui Xinyue had not entered the dragon realm yet, but he had. Therefore, he was naturally arrogant and thought that he was strong enough to do whatever he wanted. In this sword competition, he did not have any hopes of winning, but he was determined to win the Taixing 10 swords. However, Su Yan's arrival seemed to have stolen his limelight. Even a genius like him, the seniors of the Shui family did not place any hopes on him. Instead, they had to rely on an outsider. This made him extremely unhappy. He should be the man who saved everything. All hope should be placed on him. These old guys must be confused. However, he also understood that if he wanted to replace Su Yan, he had to prove his worth. The best way was to defeat Su Yan. It was also because of this that he had bribed Shui Dong to bring Su Yan to this place. Here, he could defeat Su Yan and make him lie on the ground like a dog. As for himself, he would go to the ancestral land. He believed that these old guys would not say anything. They would even be very happy. Unfortunately, many things were not as beautiful as he imagined. Although his fist was ferocious, it paused in midair. His fist could not move an inch forward. Naturally, someone had borrowed his fist. Su Yan only reached out one hand and grabbed his fist. Originally, he did not want to bicker with him. After all, he was also a member of the Shui family. However, Su Yan was not someone who would be bullied. This guy actually attacked him without saying a word. This was too much. Su Yan looked at him and said calmly, "Do you really think that you are invincible after reaching the dragon realm? Hehe, do you really think that your ancestors are blind and can't see a talent like you? Originally, I didn't want to bicker with you, but many times, people think that they are invincible when they don't suffer losses. So today, I will teach you a lesson. Suffering losses in my hands is better than suffering losses in the hands of others." After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly pulled with his palm. Xue Mingyuan immediately found that there was a huge force directly transmitted to him. He couldn't even stand straight and directly fell towards Su Yan. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Yan suddenly leaned forward and directly sent a flying knee into his abdomen. In an instant, Xue Mingyuan felt his entire body tremble. It was as if his soul was about to be separated from his body. Fortunately, Su Yan did not use all his strength this time. Therefore, although he was in pain, he did not lose consciousness. However, his perception was very blurry. Su Yan continued, "I have to say, for you to have such a realm at such a young age, it is indeed not bad. However, it is a pity that your realm is not obtained through hard work, and there is no actual combat. You want to challenge the Taixing 10 swords with such a strength? This is a big joke. If the Taixing 10 swords of the Taixing Sword School only has this much ability, then there is no need for you to stay here." After Su Yan finished speaking, he ignored this guy and said to Xue Dong, "I don't like to waste time, but now that you have wasted a lot of my time, you better bring me to the ancestral land. If you dare to delay, I don't mind making you lie on the ground." Although Su Yan's words were calm, when they landed in Xue Dong's ears, his entire body began to tremble. His legs were constantly trembling, deeply afraid that Su Yan would suddenly go berserk and directly beat him up at this time. Xue Dong was now filled with regret. He should not have accepted Xue Mingyuan's benefits back then. He said directly, "Brother Su, don't worry. I won't dare to do it again. But, what about my cousin?" Although he was very afraid, he was not a heartless person. He was also worried about his cousin. Su Yan said directly, "Don't worry, I didn't use too much strength. He will recover soon. Moreover, this is your Xue family's territory. Nothing will happen." Hearing Su Yan's answer, Xue Dong immediately nodded and said, "Okay, that's the best. Brother Su, I will lead the way." After speaking, he directly walked forward. As he walked, his heart was still trembling. After knowing that his cousin had reached the dragon realm, his admiration for Xue Mingyuan could not be any higher. He even felt that Xue Mingyuan was the strongest existence among the younger generation. It was also because of this that he agreed to Xue Mingyuan. After all, he was only in the spiritual sea realm. Compared to Xue Mingyuan, the difference was too great. However, he never expected that the strong Xue Mingyuan would be so weak in front of Su Yan. He was directly defeated and did not even have the strength to fight back. The difference between the two was actually so great. But, wasn't his cousin in the dragon realm? From what he knew, this guy called Su Yan was only in the square circle realm. After walking for a while, probably because he saw that Su Yan did not do anything to him, his courage gradually grew. He then asked, "Brother Su, logically speaking, my cousin is also a strong person in the dragon realm. How could you defeat him so easily?" This was something that he could not understand. His cousin was in the dragon realm. His strength was as deep as the ocean to him. However, in front of Su Yan, he did not even have the strength to fight back. He could see that the fighting strength of the two was not on the same level. Su Yan glanced at him and then said, "It's very simple. Realm is just a realm, but it doesn't represent combat power. It's like two people in their 20s, but one exercises every day and has strong muscles, while the other eats and drinks every day to waste his time. Do you think these two people are the same?" This sentence was very simple and easy to understand. When he heard this, he finally sighed. He already understood what Su Yan meant. At the same time, his heart was filled with respect for Su Yan. This young man who was able to be chosen by the elders in the family naturally had his own extraordinary points. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Shui family. The ancestral grounds of the Shui family was a rare place of feng shui. There was an extremely tall mountain here, and the ancestral grounds were in this cave. As they approached, Su Yan could feel an awe-inspiring aura. This was the burial place of the strong warriors of the Shui family. The Taihang sword faction was famous in the Jiuzhou continent for thousands of years. The Shui family was one of the families that founded the faction. There were so many talents in the family that it was hard to imagine. Even if there was a shortage of young people in this generation, the overall strength of the family was still terrifying. It was hard to imagine. Those who were able to be buried here were all talents of the Shui family. Therefore, although this was a graveyard, there was an extremely shocking sword aura. If one's cultivation base was insufficient, they would be struck by the sword qi and would only be left with half a life. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were shining. His gaze became unusually clear. Shui Cheng was already waiting for him. When he saw that Su Yan had finally arrived, he asked, "Su Yan, why are you so late? Didn't I ask Shui Dong to call you?" As Shui Cheng asked, he looked at Shui Dong. Shui Dong was scared out of his wits. If it was really according to his cousin's plan, then there would be no problem. However, it was different now. His cousin was directly defeated by Su Yan. If this matter was known to him, he would probably lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. He began to mourn for himself in his heart. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Uncle Shui, I just happened to have something to do, so I was delayed for a while." Shui Cheng nodded, "So that's how it is. However, Su Yan, this is the ancestral land of my Shui clan. Sword qi soars to the heavens. After you enter this place, you must not show any disrespect. Of course, Xinu is inside. You can cultivate together with her. As for food, I will prepare it for you." Shui Cheng gave Su Yan a few more instructions, then finally brought Su Yan into the ancestral land. After going around the ancestral hall, they entered the tomb. Inside the tomb of the Shui family, there were rows of enshrined. Incense smoke lingered, but not only did this place not have the slightest sense of gloominess, but it also had a strong aura. No matter what, just based on this aura alone, Su Yan had a sense of respect in his heart. When he finally stepped into the tomb, he finally understood Shui Cheng's words. At this moment, there was a heavy oppressive force in the tomb. This force could sense one's soul. If one had evil intentions, one would immediately be attacked by the endless sword qi here. Moreover, such an attack would definitely be very powerful. It was definitely not something that Su Yan could withstand. Even if a venerable one were to come, he would suffer a great loss. The Shui family was able to exist for such a long time. Sure enough, they had a deep foundation. Shui Cheng said, "I won't go in. Shui Xinyu is inside. You can go in." After saying that, Shui Cheng turned around and left. Su Yan did not have any other thoughts and directly walked in. Chapter 523. Shui Xinyu did not seem to notice Su Yan's arrival. She was currently placing the sword of gale and thunder between her knees. One had to admit that Shui Xinyu was truly a beautiful woman. She, who was cultivating seriously, had an indescribable charm. The faint power of gale and thunder surrounded her body. Su Yan realized that her aura was much stronger than before. Obviously, the sword of gale and thunder had brought her enough benefits. However, Su Yan soon realized that something was amiss. He realized that the woman in front of him seemed to be in a rush when she was cultivating. She had not even stabilized her strength yet, but she had already started to advance to a higher realm. Now, she had already become a powerhouse in the surrounding 6 mountains. This was the result of her seclusion for the past few days. To be able to advance to a higher realm in just a few days was proof of her great talent. Even with the help of the sword of gale and thunder. However, after reaching the realm of the surrounding 6 mountains, she did not seem to be satisfied. Instead, she started to advance to a higher realm. Of course, Su Yan knew that Xue Xinyue was ranked 11th last year. No one in the entire Xue family could enter the Taixing 10 Swords. Although the Xue family was still a huge force because of the Xue family ancestor and the various elders, compared to the past, the Xue family had already declined. She naturally knew the worries of the elders in the family. Therefore, this time, she had to advance to the Taixing 10 Swords. Moreover, Su Yan had given her the Sword of Gale and Thunder, which made the girl's desire to advance even stronger. Therefore, after entering the realm of the surrounding 6 mountains, she had not even stabilized her cultivation before she started to advance. Her idea was good, but in the path of cultivation, the greatest taboo was to achieve something in one go. At this moment, she had just entered the realm of the surrounding 6 mountains. Her foundation was already unstable. However, at this moment, she wanted to use the Sword of Gale and Thunder to advance to the Dragon Realm. There was only one result. She would not be able to withstand the terrifying power of Gale and Thunder, which would cause her to suffer a backlash. If the situation was more serious, she might even die. Su Yan frowned and finally shook his head. That's too reckless. In the end, he couldn't bear to see this beautiful and adorable girl in front of him get hurt. Thus, he directly gathered his strength and gently placed his palm on her back. Then, the spirit qi began to fuse with the vital qi in her body. At this moment, Xue Xinyue was suffering unimaginable pain and torment. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy enter her body. This made her feel surprised. At this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded, "Don't be distracted. Cooperate with me and quietly circulate your energy." For some reason, Xue Xinyue immediately calmed down after hearing that it was Su Yan. She no longer felt restless. She didn't open her mouth but followed Su Yan's instructions. Su Yan consumed his true qi and directly guided her power to circulate. After an unknown amount of time, the power finally calmed down. Su Yan exhaled and opened his eyes. At this moment, Xue Xinyue was still circulating the energy in her body. Su Yan had already helped her. Now, it was up to the girl herself. However, since he had already guided her energy back, there shouldn't be much of a problem. After a while, Xue Xinyue trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, she fell limply to the back and leaned into Su Yan's arms. Su Yan knew that she had forcefully circulated her energy in an attempt to break through to the Dragon Realm with the help of the Wind and Thunder Sword. This was to expel the blood clots in her lungs. If she hadn't spat out the blood clots, it would have been a terrible thing. However, since she had already spat out the blood clots, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Xue Xinyue's face was slightly red. Fortunately, the secret room was somewhat dark. "Brother Su Yan, thank you so much," she said sweetly. Su Yan shook his head and said, "You're welcome. It's just that Xinyue, you were too reckless. You should know that if it wasn't for your luck, you would have suffered internal injuries." Xue Xinyue pouted her lips and acted like a spoiled little girl. "I know that too. It's just that the Taihang 10 Swords competition this time is too cruel. If my Xue family can't get a spot, many of the resources that originally belonged to my Xue family will be taken back by the sect. This will be a huge blow to my Xue family." The Taihang 10 Swords competition was nurtured by the sect. This wasn't just for the disciples, but also for their families. In the previous competition, the Xue family had a genius called Xue Xingchuan, who was the leader of the Taihang 10 Swords. At that time, the Xue family was extremely glorious. Whether it was the Wang family, the Feng family, or even the sect master's bloodline, they all gave in to the Xue family. Unfortunately, during one of the sect's missions, this Xue Xingchuan actually didn't return. Since then, there had been no news of him. Almost everyone thought that he was dead. The strongest member of the Xue family's younger generation had withered. In the previous competition, only Xue Xinyue was left to hold the fort. This time, if they couldn't perform the Taihang 10 Swords, then the sect would take back many of the resources given to the Xue family. Although the Shui family was considered wealthy, compared to the entire sect, it was still too lacking. Without the support of resources, everything would become empty words. This was why the Shui family was so anxious. Su Yan sighed and said, "The Shui family's fate should be shouldered by everyone, but it shouldn't be on your shoulders alone." Shui Xinyue didn't say anything. She only remained silent. However, after a while, she said, "Big brother Su Yan, let's not talk about this for now. I'm no longer important. This place has the sword intent left behind by the Shui family's seniors, and it also has extremely dense sword qi. I think Big Brother Su Yan will definitely be able to benefit from it." Su Yan smiled. Because Shui Xinyue had just been injured, her body was still a little weak. Therefore, he hugged her in his arms. However, the way they were hugging made it seem a little ambiguous. Although the Sublime Flow Sword sect had already spread rumors about the relationship between the two of them, they themselves understood that there was no relationship between the two of them. Shui Xinyue might have some feelings for Su Yan, but Su Yan didn't dare to take on any more emotional debt. At this moment, he could also cultivate to cover up his awkwardness. The secret room quieted down again. Su Yan closed his eyes and began to concentrate. When he calmed down completely and began to cultivate, he immediately heard waves of voices ringing in his ears. These sounds were like the roar of heavenly thunder, and they were extremely heavy. It was a very heavy voice, but it seemed very ethereal. He immediately understood that they were formed by the remnant soul's thoughts. If he could understand the meaning behind these sounds, he might even be able to obtain the senior's inheritance. At this moment, the calmer Su Yan's heart was, the stronger the whistling sounds were. The dense spiritual qi in the Shui family's ancestral land was only secondary. The most important thing was the soul's thoughts. Su Yan's cultivation had already reached the level of the 5 mountains. If he wanted to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, the accumulation of spiritual qi wasn't the best choice. More importantly, he had to have a certain level of epiphany and understand the key points. After all, it wasn't easy for him to make a breakthrough last time. Gradually, Su Yan realized that the howling sounds here were almost like the sound of a sword. He tried to use the will of the regal sword mantra to communicate with the cries of the souls. Gradually, his consciousness began to become empty. At this moment, he immediately understood that he had begun to communicate with the cries of the souls. He had even begun to fight them directly. This was a very inconceivable thing in itself. At this moment, his violent strength began to erupt, and his entire body's strength rose steadily. His valiant aura was displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. The regal sword soul automatically followed Su Yan and began to fight with the remnant souls. Although they were only remnant souls, they were qualified to be buried here. Every one of them was an outstanding figure of the Shui family. It was indeed a great opportunity for Su Yan to be able to fight with them. At this moment, Shui Xinyue had finally recovered. She looked at Su Yan with her beautiful eyes. Under the weak light of the fire, Su Yan looked very resolute. At this moment, she suddenly realized that there seemed to be a powerful aura rising around Su Yan's body. This was an extremely strange aura. She had occasionally sensed it. As the most outstanding genius of the Shui family, she had the right to cultivate here. Sometimes, she would also sense it, as if an elder was guiding her cultivation. However, this feeling could only be obtained by chance. However, at this moment, Su Yan had entered this state for the first time. Moreover, it seemed that this state was deeper than hers. She said softly, "Big brother Su Yan is really a genius. He actually comprehended it on the first time. The ancestor has made a wise decision this time. To be able to marry such a person, I'm afraid it's my life's happiness." Thinking of what the old ancestor had once said to her, her complexion became even more rosy, and her entire person became indescribably beautiful. The Taihang twin moons really lived up to its name. However, Su Yan was completely unaware that he had completely fallen into a battle of souls. At this moment, he was not just cultivating. He was truly fighting with these remnant souls. If he was not strong enough, he would be killed by the remnant souls here. Chapter 524. It was another sunny and windy day. The sun rose from the east as usual. When the sun shone on the peak of the Taihang sword faction, countless disciples were already walking towards the training grounds at the heart of the Taihang sword faction. According to legend, this place used to be a huge mountain peak. Later on, it was sliced off by the patriarch of the Taihang sword faction and became the training grounds of the Taihang sword faction. To be able to slice off a mountain with a single slash, this kind of power was naturally incomparably great. From this, it could be seen how powerful the faction leader of the Taihang sword faction was. Today, almost all the disciples of the faction were heading towards this place. Because today was the day of the sword battle tournament. To put it bluntly, the sword battle tournament was a selection of the most outstanding disciples. There was not a single disciple of the Taihang sword faction who did not want to become one of the Taihang 10 swords. This was not only a great opportunity, but also a great honor. However, there were so many disciples of the Taihang sword faction, and it was not easy to stand out among them. Moreover, in order to participate in this tournament, one had to be at least of the spiritual sea realm. Just this condition alone was enough to cause countless disciples to sigh in despair. Although the world of the 9 prefectures was rich in spirit energy and the Taihang sword faction was full of talents, it was still extremely difficult to reach the spiritual sea realm. Without extraordinary talent, it was impossible to reach this realm. In the entire Taihang sword faction, there were only about 200 people who had reached the spiritual sea realm. In fact, for the Taihang sword faction to become one of the most powerful factions in the world of the 9 prefectures, this number was already very frightening. One had to know that if this number was placed in the 5 prefectures, it would be enough to sweep through the entire 5 prefectures without any suspense. Among these 200 people, a portion of them were powerful warriors, and the most outstanding ones had even reached the dragon realm. The tournament officially started today. Of course, the Taihang 10 swords from the previous tournament did not need to participate. If someone felt that they could defeat them, they could directly challenge them. If they succeeded, they would replace their position. Apart from these 10 people, there were a total of 217 disciples participating in the sword battle. These 217 disciples were divided into groups by the elders of the sect. Then, they would compete and be ranked. At this moment, Xue Xinyue was standing on the stage. Her opponent was a disciple of the Feng family. This disciple of the Feng family was not weak. He already had the strength of the circumference realm, which was enough to surpass the others. However, at this time, he met Xue Xinyue. He could only sigh at his bad luck. Because he was very clearly aware that while his strength wasn't bad, Xue Xinyue who stood before him was a true expert. She'd been ranked 11th in the last sword battle. He was only one step away from becoming one of the 10 Taixing swords. This was one of the Taihang twin moons. Not only was she extremely beautiful, she also had an extremely powerful cultivation base. Moreover, he heard that Xue Xinyue directly comprehended the Saint Sword after receiving the Wind and Thunder Sword from Su Yan. She even went into seclusion in the Xue family's ancestral land. Her cultivation base even improved. Of course, even though his opponent was very strong, it was still impossible for him to admit defeat directly. At least, he was a real man. How could he give up so easily? Junior sister Xue, Feng Buping, would like to ask for your guidance. I hope you can go easy on me, Xue Xinyue smiled at him. The two of them fought, and the outcome was quickly revealed. Xue Xinyue did not even use her sword, and easily defeated Feng Buping. This battle naturally attracted the attention of many people. Of course, this was not the only thing that attracted people's attention. The other Taihang twin moons, Feng Yueyu, actually won without a fight. Her opponent was a circumference realm expert from the Wang family. However, he chose not to attack, and instead admitted defeat in an extremely elegant manner. This was something worth pondering over. After all, this Wang family expert's strength had reached the circumference realm of the 5 mountains. His combat strength was also very strong, enough to fight with Feng Yueyu. However, he directly gave up. One had to know that in this sword battle, every advancement in the ranking was a benefit. However, he actually gave up just like that. If there was a huge difference in strength, it would be fine. However, he clearly had a chance to win, but he directly gave up. Feng Yueyu was naturally extremely beautiful. However, it was not realistic to say that this Wang family disciple was after Feng Yueyu's heart. After all, this Wang family disciple was a man with a family. Therefore, whether the Wang family and the Feng family had some kind of agreement was something worth thinking about. What happened next was actually not much. It was just the powerhouses continuously winning. At this time, Su Yan met his first opponent. This was someone from the Wang family. After seeing Su Yan, he directly attacked without any nonsense. It was obvious that they hated Su Yan to the core. However, since Su Yan knew that the opponent was from the Wang family, he definitely would not show mercy. He did not say much at all and crippled this disciple. This disciple was considered to be extremely talented. However, after the battle with Su Yan, he probably could not even cultivate and became a complete cripple. Everyone was reprimanding Su Yan's ruthlessness. However, Su Yan did not care at all. Because some hatred was already destined. Although it was indeed very cruel to that Wang family disciple, he was from the Wang family and was definitely an enemy of Su Yan. Since that was the case, Su Yan definitely would not show any mercy. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Su Yan deeply understood this principle. In the next few matches, as long as he met someone from the Wang family, Su Yan definitely would not show mercy and would directly attack ruthlessly. This made the Wang family members grit their teeth in hatred. However, they could not do anything to Su Yan. They could only hope that the powerhouses of the Wang family would meet Su Yan sooner. Of course, Su Yan did not care about this at all. The Wang family members were looking forward to him meeting the powerhouses of the Wang family sooner. Was he not the same? As for Wang Han, his arm was directly crippled by Su Yan last time. However, this time, he had completely recovered. Moreover, it seemed that he was courageous after being humiliated, and his cultivation level had increased again. However, Su Yan did not care about this at all. Wang Han might have been a powerful enemy in the past, but now, Wang Han could only be a clown who could not stir up any waves at all. After 5 days of battles, the top 10 were finally selected. Su Yan, Xue Xinyue, and Feng Yueyu were all among them. These 10 people were already qualified to challenge the previous Taixing 10 swords. If they could win, they would naturally become the new Taixing 10 swords. Then, after the challenges were over, a new top 10 would be selected from these 20 people. At this moment, Xue Xinyue was the first to step forward. She said to the Grand Supreme Elder, disciple Xue Xinyue would like to challenge senior brother Luo Xiaoyuan. It was not surprising that she was the first to step forward. After all, in the previous competition, she was ranked 11th, and Luo Xiaoyuan, the person she was going to challenge, was ranked 10th. Back then, Xue Xinyue was defeated by Luo Xiaoyuan. This time, Xue Xinyue's cultivation level had increased, so there was nothing much to say about it. Luo Xiaoyuan was not a disciple from a big family, but he was still able to reach this stage step by step. This showed that his talent and character were very outstanding. Faced with Xue Xinyue's challenge, he was neither servile nor overbearing and accepted the challenge directly. Then, the battle between the two immediately began. Faced with this strong opponent from the previous competition, Xue Xinyue did not underestimate him at all. She immediately took out the Zephyr Thunder Sword. Then, she directly attacked. The Xue family's ancestral sword technique was very exquisite, and the Zephyr Thunder Sword was a first-class sage sword. At this moment, they complemented each other and displayed a very strong power. At this moment, the advantage of being a disciple of a big family was displayed. Xue Xinyue's technique was more powerful, and she had been in seclusion recently. Her cultivation level had also finally broken through. Of course, since Luo Xiaoyuan was able to become one of the Taixing 10 swords, his cultivation level was not bad. He was already in the dragon realm. But what was unexpected was that Xue Xinyue had also entered the dragon realm. Both of them were in the same realm, but regardless of technique or weapon, Xue Xinyue had the advantage. Therefore, she finally defeated Luo Xiaoyuan and became one of the Taixing 10 swords. Although she was only ranked 10th, it was still one of the Taixing 10 swords. This was what she wanted. As for challenging those who were ranked higher, she naturally had this thought. But she understood that the people in front of her were definitely more powerful than Luo Xiaoyuan, and she might not be able to win. If she did not win after the challenge, she would be in danger of being defeated. Therefore, she might as well hold on to the 10th place. As if wanting to compete with Xue Xinyue, after Xue Xinyue succeeded in her challenge, Feng Yueyu directly challenged the person ranked 9th. Although the person ranked 9th did not have the surname Wang, he belonged to the Wang family. This person did not surrender immediately. Instead, he fought with Feng Yueyu, but he was still defeated in the end. This battle was very exciting, but those who were observant still noticed the meaning behind it and felt that something was wrong. Although the battle was exciting, it was only exciting. Of course, everyone had a tacit understanding of this, and they were even more certain of their guesses. Then, one by one, people started to challenge. But the next 7 people did not succeed in their challenge. This was very surprising, but the crowd did not find it strange because the Taixing 10 swords must be the Taixing 10 swords. They had killed their way up and had obtained enough resources. How could it be so easy to defeat them? In the end, Su Yan was the only one who hadn't challenged him yet. Chapter 525. I am Su Yan from the Xue family, and I challenge Wang Baichuan of the Taihang sword. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Previously, all 10 of them had participated in the challenge, but only Feng Yueyu and Xue Xinyue had succeeded. Some of them had even challenged the 2 girls, but all of them had failed. Su Yan was the last person to challenge them. Many people thought that he would not make a move and give up. Even if he did make a move, he would choose Feng Yueyu or Li Mingyi, who was ranked 7th. However, no one expected Su Yan to be so domineering as to directly challenge Wang Baichuan. That was simply audacious. Who was Wang Baichuan? He was a true powerhouse of the Wang family, and his cultivation had reached the dragon realm with 3 dragons. No, there were even rumors that he had reached the dragon realm with 4 dragons. Xue Qing had said that he was not a match for Su Yan, but now, Su Yan had directly challenged him. That was like a bomb, and many people even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. That was why they did not hear it clearly. However, Su Yan did not care. He only looked at Wang Baichuan, who was known as the number 1 of the younger generation in the Taihang sword faction. At that moment, Wang Baichuan smiled and said, "I agree." That one word immediately showed his strong confidence. He agreed. Everyone knew that Su Yan and the Wang family had a grudge. From Su Yan's battle record, it was clear that all the Wang family members had met with miserable ends in Su Yan's hands. Although they did not die, they were directly crippled. His actions were crazy. After all, the Wang family was one of the 3 major families in the Taihang sword faction. Their power was unimaginable. Even if Su Yan had the support of the Xue family, he would still be courting death. However, Su Yan didn't care at all. He slaughtered his way down, causing the people of the Wang family to tremble in fear. And that wasn't all. He was actually challenging the number 1 member of the Wang family. Could it be that he really thought he had defied the heavens and wanted to cripple the number 1 member of the Wang family? Not to mention the others, even Xue Xinyue and Xue Cheng's expressions changed when they heard Su Yan's words. They knew how strong Wang Baichuan was. Such a person was simply abnormal. However, Su Yan actually challenged him directly. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? At this moment, an elder of the Wang family suddenly opened his mouth and laughed, "Brother Xue, your Xue family has really taken in an amazing person." This laugh was already an extremely gloomy and cold laugh. He continued, "I just hope that this little guy can keep living." Otherwise, it'll be too boring. When he said that, his killing intent was overflowing. Baichuan, remember the sect's rules. Don't kill people without reason, he said calmly and left. At this moment, someone from the sect naturally announced, Su Yan versus Wang Baichuan. Both of them will enter the sword battle arena. At this moment, a huge sword battle arena slowly unfolded in the sky. Wang Baichuan smiled faintly. His body flashed and appeared on the sword battle arena. Su Yan also stepped onto the sword battle arena. A light screen slowly unfolded. This light screen was a formation that isolated the sword battle arena from the outside world. It didn't allow the outside world to affect the people fighting in the sword battle. Even sound couldn't be transmitted. At this time, Wang Baichuan suddenly said, "You'll be really bold when the time comes. Even I think highly of you." Su Yan directly replied, "Challenging you is bold." "Ha, that's simply a joke." Su Yan directly retorted. Then, his eyes turned cold, and he stared straight at his opponent. Wang Baichuan shook his head. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He only said, "I heard Wang Han mention you before. You're just a piece of trash from the 5 counties. I heard that back then, you were directly trampled under Wang Han's feet. It's a pity that people like you think that you're the only one in the world after having a fortuitous encounter. If you stayed quietly and didn't come out, perhaps nothing would have happened, and I wouldn't have bothered with you. However, you just had to jump out, so you'll have to pay the price for what you've done." He unsheathed the long sword in his hand, and starlight surged in his eyes. This faint starlight was like an endless sword aura. Wang Baichuan said, "You can use your sword. If I were to make a move, you wouldn't even have the chance to use your sword." Wang Baichuan said arrogantly. As a matter of fact, he was qualified to say that. This was because he was a high and mighty expert in the dragon realm, and he had 4 dragons. Therefore, in his eyes, Su Yan was nothing. Su Yan did not decline, and only said, "Okay." Then, the sword light was biting cold, and the light flashed. Sword of the Dancing Fish Dragon. A stream of light flew across the sky. The powerful and terrifying sword light shocked everyone, making them feel as if they were facing an extremely terrifying monster. Wang Baichuan's eyes exploded with light. Previously, he did not put Su Yan in his eyes at all. However, when he saw this ray of light, he knew that he had underestimated Su Yan. Su Yan's strength had already far exceeded his expectations. Such a sword was already enough to pose a threat to him. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. His eyes shone brightly. Then, he opened 2 fingers and charged towards the dragonfish that had suddenly appeared. These fingers were filled with extremely terrifying sword aura. In an instant, the sword fingers and Su Yan's dancing fish dragon met. Wang Baichuan's strength was indeed strong. Even if he only used his sword fingers, he was able to block this sword. Of course, he only blocked it. It did not mean that he was safe and sound. After withstanding this sword strike, his entire body was rapidly retreating. In the end, he finally managed to stabilize his body. He looked at Su Yan with eyes full of surprise and shock. Sacred sword. His eyes only fell on the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand. The scorching sun sword emitted a scarlet light that made people's hearts palpitate. He finally said in a deep voice, "No wonder you gave Great Elder Hai Chuan's Wind and Thunder sword to someone else. It turns out that you already have a sacred sword. I really didn't expect that. I still underestimated you in the end." At this moment, Wang Baichuan's expression was somewhat solemn. Su Yan only said, "It doesn't matter how you look at me, because you'll definitely be defeated by me today." This sentence was said with great confidence. Su Yan disappeared on the spot. Then, he turned into a stream of light and launched another attack. Yes, Su Yan did not care how Wang Baichuan looked at him because it was not necessary. As long as he could defeat him, everything would be clear. This time, Wang Baichuan did not act arrogant. Instead, he shouted, "Su Yan, you're already qualified to make me use my sword. This is your honor, sacred sword Starry Sea. In an instant, a light that shone like a star burst out. Then, a powerful force pressed down on Su Yan. At this moment, endless light kept flashing. This starry light almost drowned the entire sword battle arena. The disciples of the Wang family, and even the disciples of the entire Taihang sword faction, began to get excited. Senior brother Baichuan actually used the Starry Sea sacred sword. That kid is dead this time. One had to know that Wang Baichuan was like a god in their hearts. The number one powerhouse of the younger generation was not just a title, but also a kind of belief. At this moment, their belief was used in full force. Naturally, everyone was excited. As for the people of the Shui family, their hearts were beating fast. Although most people did not know Su Yan, they knew very well that Su Yan represented the Shui family. If Su Yan were to win, it would be very beneficial for them. Although it was daytime, the sword battle arena had turned into the night sky. They were completely unable to see Su Yan's whereabouts. This made their hearts tremble and even frightened. However, at this moment, a flame burst out in the endless night sky. The light of this flame actually tore apart the entire night sky. Then, an extremely loud sound exploded, like a muffled clap of thunder. Everyone was silent. They even held their breaths as they watched without blinking. They wanted to know what the result would be. In everyone's minds, since Wang Baichuan had used such power, Su Yan would definitely die. However, at this moment, Su Yan reappeared before everyone's eyes. He was safe and sound. At this moment, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan were still facing each other. However, under such a powerful attack, Su Yan was not injured at all. Xue Xinyue heaved a heavy sigh of relief. On the other hand, Wu Ya looked at Su Yan with a sinister gaze as if he wanted to devour Su Yan. Wang Baichuan looked at Su Yan and suddenly chuckled. Then, he said, "To be able to withstand my sword, you really have some skills. Even I have to think highly of you." He praised Su Yan bluntly. However, the murderous intent in his eyes had become even more intense. He would not take a mediocre person who was hostile to the Wang family seriously. If he was defeated by such a person, he would be trash and not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already displayed his strength and terror. Such a person was a fatal threat to the Wang family. Even Wu Ya had to treat him seriously. Next, it will be the beginning of your road to death. As soon as Wang Baichuan finished speaking, his expression became even more serious. Then, an extremely terrifying aura rose directly. Chapter 526. The might of the dragon realm was finally unleashed. What a powerful aura. Is this senior brother Baichuan's true strength? There have been rumors that senior brother Wang Baichuan's strength is comparable to some of the elders in the sect. I thought it was just the Wang family's disciples blowing their own trumpet. Who would have thought that it was actually true? At that moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Such an aura was enough to explain everything. He had already reached the level of 4 dragons in the dragon realm. Vaguely, there were 4 illusory dragon shadows circling around his body. Everyone was shocked by Wang Baichuan's strength. However, they were also shocked by Su Yan. After all, Wang Baichuan's strength was there for all to see. Even if he was ranked second in the Taixing 10 swords, he would definitely not be a match for Wang Baichuan. He would not even be able to force out his true strength. Su Yan, on the other hand, had only exchanged blows with Wang Baichuan for a short period of time. However, he had already forced Wang Baichuan to use his true strength. At that moment, everyone knew that Su Yan was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do this. Because of this, they were even more respectful towards Su Yan. Feeling the mountain-like pressure, Su Ya's breathing calmed down. His gaze became extremely calm. He knew that the Wang Baichuan in front of him was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. At least among the opponents he had met so far, other than a few old monsters, no one else was a match for him. If it was in the past, if he did not use the demonic dragon transformation, he would definitely not be a match for him. But now, he had the confidence to fight. Su Yan directly activated the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra, causing the blazing flames to soar into the sky. The blazing flames were so terrifying and resplendent. That terrifying strength and terrifying aura was so oppressive that one could not even speak. His expression was so solemn. His entire person was filled with an indescribable killing intent. Wang Baichuan's aura was like an endless ocean, while Su Yan was like an isolated island. No matter how the ocean rolled, he did not waver at all. At that moment, Wang Baichuan directly said the word, kill. Then, a terrifying aura directly poured out. The holy sword Starry Sea in his hand shone with rays of starlight. Su Yan was very clear that these rays of starlight were actually the manifestation of sword aura. Wang Baichuan's sword qi was so heavy that it was almost solid. It was even stronger than his own. It would definitely not be a good choice to fight with these rays of starlight. Therefore, Su Yan directly began to move. It was just that Su Yan's speed was too fast. Ordinary people simply could not see clearly. At this moment, the astral light directly pierced into Su Yan's body, causing many people to scream. However, some of the more knowledgeable people had already seen that it was Su Yan's afterimage. As for his real body, he had already dodged it. At that moment, Feng Yuhai, who was ranked second in the Taixing 10 swords, directly said, "What a fast speed. What a terrifying opponent." At that moment, his eyes flickered. It was obvious that his entire person was filled with an extremely strong battle intent. For someone like him, the more powerful Su Yan was, the more worthy it was for him to come and fight. Su Yan's speed was already at its peak. His entire person continuously shuttled through the dense starry sea sword aura. Even Wang Baichuan was very surprised at that moment. That was because he knew that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to increase his speed to such a level. Moreover, what shocked him the most was that although Su Yan's body had a faint aura of might, it was not the pressure of a true dragon realm cultivator. From this, it could be seen that Su Yan was probably not a true dragon realm cultivator. In his heart, he already knew that Su Yan might be a monster that was even crazier than himself. Hehe, you're really powerful. You actually have such combat strength at the square circle realm. If I let you become a dragon realm cultivator, wouldn't you be heaven-defying? It's a pity that I won't give you the chance to grow. At that moment, Wang Baichuan's killing intent was unprecedentedly heavy. Aren't you fast? I'd like to see where you can go after I seal the entire sword battle arena with my sword aura. Sword whistling in the firmament. At that moment, the sound of the sword rumbled like thunder. At that moment, the violent power was like the might of the heavens. This terrifying sound was simply unimaginable. Following that, Wang Baichuan directly stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. The sword aura was like a wave that directly exploded. One had to know that the sword battle arena had been carefully reinforced. However, at that moment, Wang Baichuan directly exploded with power. This terrifying sword directly rolled and actually wanted to overturn everything. Other than the square inch of land under his feet, everything had been completely overturned. The terrifying and powerful power was rolling, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Su Yan frowned. He knew that at that moment, he could choose to face this terrifying sword aura head-on or choose to retreat. However, the opponent's power was simply too strong. Choosing to face it was really an unwise choice. He leaped high into the air and flew into the sky. At that moment, Wang Baichuan smiled coldly and then said, "Now, you can't run away." He gently raised his head and directly flew up against the sky. His speed was actually faster than Su Yan's. Su Yan could clearly see that this Wang Baichuan had clearly relied on his extremely terrifying explosive strength to directly jump up, and did not rely on spirit qi to fly. At that moment, he immediately understood that he could no longer avoid it. He could only choose to face it head-on. Alright. At that moment, the Buddha's heart in his body suddenly moved, and violent spiritual energy directly dissipated. At the same time, he directly activated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture to the extreme. At that moment, Wang Baichuan had already arrived in front of Su Yan. The scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly pressed down. This sword seemed to cut off everything between heaven and earth, and it was also as if a scorching sun suddenly bloomed with radiance. This kind of power was simply too strong and terrifying. The confrontation between the two directly caused an extremely terrifying sound to erupt. At the same time, extremely powerful energy directly exploded. Even the barrier that was blocking the energy was extremely strong at this moment, and a layer of light directly flickered. The two swords were firmly pressed against each other. Wang Baichuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth and then said, "Not bad, not bad. You're really powerful to be able to reach this step. It's a pity that you don't know what the dignity of a Dragon Realm expert is." Just as he finished speaking, the 4 faintly discernible dragon shadows in his body actually directly entangled Su Yan. Su Yan's expression immediately froze, and his entire person became incomparably solemn. No matter what, Wang Baichuan was absolutely right about one thing, and that was that he, Su Yan, did not understand a Dragon Realm expert at all. Although he had already exchanged blows with a few Dragon Realm experts, he himself was after all not in this realm. His knowledge of this realm was really too little. He had never thought that these dragon shadows could actually be used to fight against enemies. The dragon shadows entangled Su Yan's arm, and a somewhat cool feeling transmitted to him. However, Su Yan's entire person became extremely nervous, and even his hand began to tremble. This was because at that moment, the dragon shadows clearly began to explode with extremely powerful and terrifying energy, and began to tighten. At that moment, Su Yan was facing off against Wang Baichuan. Su Yan's body was naturally extremely strong, and even abnormal. However, one thing that could not be ignored between him and Wang Baichuan was that Wang Baichuan's realm was higher than Su Yan's. In addition, he himself was a genius. Therefore, not only did Su Yan not have the upper hand like before, but he was also in an absolute disadvantage. If this continued, he was afraid that in the next moment, he would be directly killed. Su Yan knew that at that moment, he had to think of a way to escape from this predicament. Otherwise, only death would await him. Of course, he did not dare to use the treasures of the Stupa sect without permission. At that moment, Su Yan's pupils had turned a scarlet color, and within his pupils, there seemed to be 2 dragon shadows continuously rolling about. Blood Dragon Pupil. Facing a powerful opponent like Wang Baichuan, Su Yan finally began to use the Blood Dragon Pupil. Wang Baichuan was originally complacent and proud of himself, but at this time, he suddenly felt a burst of light coming from him. After seeing Su Yan's gaze, his expression suddenly became a little dazed. Of course, how terrifying was his strength. In just an instant, he was able to break free from his trance. However, although it was only an extremely short instant, it was enough for Su Yan. Taking advantage of that short instant, Su Yan directly broke free of the dragon shadow's entanglement, and then directly pulled away from Wang Baichuan. At that moment, he and Wang Baichuan were both floating in the air, looking at each other. Wang Baichuan smiled faintly, and then said, "Ha, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. I actually fell for your tricks. However, the same move is useless against me. Don't worry, after I defeat you, I will gouge out your eyeballs and let you know what true pain is." Su Yan said coldly, "Let's talk about that after you defeat me." Wang Baichuan sneered, but did not reply. His entire body flashed again, and he directly charged at Su Yan, and then heavily struck with his sword. From this moment on, he pressed down on Su Yan with his sword strike after strike. There were no flashy or profound sword moves, only the most basic of slashing, chopping, and stabbing. However, these basic moves had become extremely terrifying in his hands. Every move he made suppressed Su Yan. He wanted to rely on his advantage to directly crush Su Yan to death. Chapter 527. When Feng Yueyu heard her brother's words, she immediately smiled and said, cousin, in your opinion, Su Yan has absolutely no chance of winning? No matter what, Su Yan was very close to Xue Xinyue. If Su Yan really defeated Wang Baichuan, he would immediately become the center of attention and steal the limelight. This was not what Feng Yueyu wanted to see. One had to know that she had overcome all difficulties and finally become one of the Taixing 10 swords. This had a lot to do with the disciples of the Wang family. These disciples of the Wang family had made great contributions to her. If there was nothing fishy about this, how could these disciples of the Wang family be like this? In fact, she, Feng Yueyu, had already set a marriage contract with Wang Baichuan. Moreover, both sides were going to announce this matter immediately after the sex sword duel. If Wang Baichuan was really defeated by Su Yan, then where would she put her face? It was because of this that she absolutely did not want Su Yan to win. She even wanted to see Su Yan get killed in this battle. She even thought that if Su Yan was really killed, Xue Xinyue would definitely be very sad. How many people would be heartbroken to see such a delicate beauty cry? However, at this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "That's true for now. At least, I don't see how Su Yan can turn the tables around. It's just that it's never 100% certain because if Su Yan still has some trump cards, he might still have a chance to struggle." Feng Yuhai was the second strongest of the Taixing 10 swords. He was also unfathomable. Since he said so, it was obvious that Su Yan was really in danger. At this moment, Feng Yueyu smiled and said, "Hee, brother, you really like to joke. That Su Yan hasn't even shown a trace of dragon energy. He's clearly not a dragon realm expert. How can someone like him be a match for Baichuan?" When she smiled gently, she was really very beautiful. Feng Yuhai glanced at this beautiful cousin and did not say anything. This was because he deeply understood that on the surface, he was very enthusiastic about marrying Wang Baichuan. After all, Wang Baichuan was currently the #1 person in the sect. In the long run, he might even directly inherit the Taihang sword faction and become the sect master. At this moment, if he told Feng Yueyu that Wang Baichuan might be defeated by Su Yan, she would definitely not believe him. Of course, even he himself somewhat did not believe it. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to the battle above. Naturally, no one heard the conversation between the brother and sister. Although Su Yan was bitterly suppressed by Wang Baichuan, he was already very impressive. This was because everyone knew that Wang Baichuan's combat strength was terrifying. If the person in the air was not Su Yan but them, they would probably have died at the hands of Wang Baichuan. Wang Baichuan might not even have to pull out his sword. The two sacred swords clashed once again. The star-mark radiance and the intense and terrifying flames collided directly. It was as if two gods were fighting in the sky. Everyone watching was just ordinary people. They could only watch the two people in the sky display their elegance to their heart's content. Powerful forces were constantly jumping at this moment. This terrifying energy was enough to make people feel fearful. At this moment, although Su Yan was not in a miserable state, everyone could see that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If this continued, he would probably die. Wang Baichuan once again slashed with his sword, and then directly shouted in a low voice, "Su Yan, you are no match for me. If you surrender now, I will spare your life. Otherwise, if I accidentally slip up, then even the Xue family can't blame me." Wang Baichuan sneered. However, Su Yan was not moved at all. This was because he knew very well that this person was saying this to shake his mind. However, Su Yan's mind was very firm. After so many life and death situations, if he could not see through this, how could he have survived until now? What's more, he wasn't really at the end of his rope now. At this moment, a flame-like light burst out from Su Yan's eyes. The blood dragon pupil had reappeared. Wang Baichuan sneered. I already said that the same move is useless against me. You actually dare to fight in front of me. You are simply courting death." Previously, he had already suffered a small loss from Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, which was why Su Yan had escaped from his hands. At this moment, Su Yan was actually using the blood dragon pupil again. This was an act of courting death. If he, Wang Baichuan, was defeated by the same move, then he would not be the current Taixing swordsman. As soon as the blood dragon pupil was released, an extremely bright starlight flashed in front of him. The moment this starlight appeared, the entire sky darkened. It was as if the entire world had entered a stage of extinction. The blood-red light released by the blood dragon pupil was actually frozen. Wang Baichuan sneered. You overestimate yourself. However, just as he finished speaking, Su Yan's sword suddenly became faster. One sword dance of the fish dragon, one sword to settle heaven and earth. The two sword moves of the Taishang sword technique exploded. When these two sword moves were connected, they had an extremely terrifying power. The moment these two powers merged, the starlight condensed by Wang Baichuan was actually frozen. Then, the fish dragon formed by the sword aura shuttled over and ruthlessly attacked his body. Wang Baichuan's expression changed. He originally thought that the blood dragon pupil was Su Yan's killing move. He never would have thought that this was just a cover. The real killing move was actually waiting for him behind. He had already experienced the power of this strange sword aura before. He deeply understood that if he was hit by this sword aura, he would definitely not feel good. This move was indeed beyond his expectations. Very good. This move is indeed powerful. However, if you think that this move can do anything to me, then you are gravely mistaken. Just as Su Yan's sword was about to reach him, his palms suddenly shook. Then, his palms directly changed. In the end, a sword shadow directly appeared in front of him. This sword shadow was actually exactly the same as his Star Sea sword. When this sword appeared, Su Yan's fish dragon sword aura immediately dissipated and completely disappeared. Su Yan's expression was startled. He naturally expected that Wang Baichuan would be able to resolve this sword attack. However, he definitely did not expect that he would be able to resolve it so easily. At this moment, Wang Baichuan's counterattack came directly. Star Sea Soul Sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light burst out from his body. Under such a light, he looked like a god, which was terrifying to look at. Thousands of disciples stared blankly at the Taihang swordmaster and felt their blood boiling. It turned out that this was the Taihang swordmaster of the Taihang sword faction. He was indeed the strongest person of the younger generation. His cultivation had actually reached such a level. At this moment, endless starlight directly exploded and his majestic aura became even stronger. What was even rarer was that as the starlight shone, his dragon's aura became even stronger. The 4 dragon shadows directly fused with the starlight and finally turned into 4 starlight dragons. The appearance of these 4 starlight dragons made Wang Baichuan's entire being even more terrifying. That terrifying majestic aura directly penetrated one's heart. At this moment, Feng Yueyu looked at Wang Baichuan with incomparable joy in her eyes. She only felt that only someone like Wang Baichuan was worthy of her. Only such a man could be her husband. Of course, she was also looking forward to the scene of Su Yan being defeated by her future husband. At this moment, the appearance of the 4 starlight dragons made Su Yan's heart beat violently. It was not the Buddha's heart but the demonic dragon's heart. The demonic dragon's heart had been sealed by Yang Tai's extremely powerful strength. However, at this moment, he felt the aura of the starlight dragon and instinctively reacted. One had to know that the great demonic dragon was innately not tolerated by the dragon clan. Back then, the great demonic dragon had killed countless members of the dragon clan before it was hunted down by the 5 great dragon gods and finally fell. At this moment, after feeling the aura of the starlight dragon's soul, it wanted to explode and even go crazy to start a massacre. Su Yan frowned. If he let the power of the ink dragon explode, it would not be much of a problem for him to defeat his opponent. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, if he were to explode with this terrifying power, his trump card would be revealed. He did not even know how the Taihang sword faction would deal with him. Therefore, he could not use the power of the demonic dragon. However, at this moment, the demonic dragon's heart desired it so much. At this moment, his original plan was directly shattered. He did not even know what to do at this moment. The starlight dragon's soul and the demonic dragon's soul in his body formed a pincer attack that rushed towards his body. Although Su Yan had been resisting the pressure and bitterly holding on, he did not show any signs of defeat. However, at this moment, he actually spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned deathly pale. Damn it, these two forces are attacking me from the inside and outside. They're really making me suffer. Su Yan's expression turned increasingly grave. At this moment, Wang Baichuan did not give him any time to think. He revealed a smug expression and said, "You're quite capable to be able to force me to use the Starlight Dragon's ability. However, this is the end of it. Now, die." Following his shout, the 4 Starlight Dragons exploded, and the violent energy completely engulfed Su Yan. At this point, no one believed that Su Yan could survive. Chapter 528. The Starlight Dragon's soul's roar resounded throughout the entire arena. Everyone was scared silly by this terrifying dragon roar. If they were the ones facing such a terrifying power, they would be in great danger. Apart from the top few people who were ranked 5th in the Sublime Flow Sword School, there was no one else who could survive under such power. For dragon shadows crisscrossed, and starlight shone. The entire sky was filled with this terrifying energy. The barrier protecting the arena was constantly flickering, as if it would be torn apart in the next moment. This barrier was set up by the Sex Elders, and it had an extremely strong defensive power. However, at this moment, it actually began to shake. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying pressure Su Yan was under. At this moment, Xue Xinyue was biting her lips tightly, and her beautiful little face was a little pale. It was obvious that she was extremely nervous at this moment. It turned out that unknowingly, Su Yan had a very important place in her heart. Perhaps it was not love, but it was very important. Xueqing saw his daughter's nervousness and sighed in his heart. Then, he said, don't worry. Su Yan is not weak. He should be fine." In fact, when he said this sentence, even he himself didn't believe it. It was true that Su Yan was not weak, but the key was that the opponent's strength was too terrifying. This kind of terrifying power was simply tongue-tied. This incomparable brilliance kept roaring in the sky, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. In the face of such power, even he felt a little powerless. This junior of the Wang clan was actually powerful to such an extent. It was simply inconceivable. However, there was nothing he could do now. The only thing he could do was to believe in Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was in indescribable pain. Countless star-like sword qis continuously attacked his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. However, this was not the source of his pain. The real source of the pain was the power in his body. Feeling the aura of the Starlight Dragon's soul, the demonic dragon's heart almost went crazy. The powerful force kept trembling, as if it was going to break everything. However, he also knew very well that if this continued, he would die under the power of the demonic dragon's heart. He could no longer suppress it. Damn it, I can't suppress it anymore. In that case, I'll give up. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly made up his mind. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be directly turned into dust under the impact of these two forces. Even if his body was abnormal and he had the invincible golden body, he could not support it. At this moment, Su Yan simply stopped suppressing this power. Of course, he did not let it go. Instead, he used this power to break through to the next level. In the Xue family's ancestral land, Su Yan and the Xue family's heroic spirits kept fighting in the mysterious spiritual world. Finally, he pushed his cultivation to the 6 mountains boundary. It was also because of this that he could force Wang Baichuan, a peerless genius, to use all his strength to deal with him. However, someone like Wang Baichuan was, after all, powerful. Moreover, this kind of power had exceeded Su Yan's imagination. The aura that exploded from him even caused the demonic dragon's heart to go berserk. From this, one could see how terrifying his strength was. Break through to the dragon realm. Su Yan roared angrily. Then, the power in his body began to twist and he directly broke through to the dragon realm. He had just stepped into the Six Mountains boundary not long ago. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to break through to this mysterious realm. Because his foundation was not stable, rashly breaking through to the next realm would only make him suffer incomparable pain. If he was not careful, he would directly die. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. This was because if he did not choose to do so, the power that exploded from the demonic dragon's heart would forcefully consign him to eternal damnation. If he transformed into the demonic dragon now, he was afraid that the old man in the Taihang sword faction would immediately see through him. Therefore, he could only do this. At this moment, Wang Baichuan's brows were tightly knitted. His gaze was fixed on Su Yan, who was engulfed by his attack. This kid is actually not dead yet. What kind of person is he? This move of mine should be able to heavily injure even a 4 dragons like me, but he's actually not dead yet. Su Yan's tenacity was completely beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, there was no need to doubt his strength. In the battles in the 9 prefectures, he had defeated countless powerful enemies. Especially after exploding with this move, it was even more difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. However, facing Su Yan now, he was still unable to defeat him. This made him very unhappy. At this moment, he suddenly saw Su Yan's change and heard Su Yan's angry roar. For no reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. What is this kid trying to do? Although Wang Baichuan did not understand Su Yan's goal, he was not willing to give Su Yan any more time and opportunities. Using this move had consumed a lot of his strength, but he did not want Su Yan to continue. He felt that if he allowed Su Yan to continue like this, he was afraid that he would be turned around. Soul Star Kill. The Star Sea sacred sword in his hand suddenly flipped and an extremely powerful and terrifying force exploded. Then, his entire body turned into a stream of light and charged towards Su Yan. His speed was extremely fast. Moreover, the distance between the two of them was not far. At this moment, he used the Soul Star Kill and arrived in the blink of an eye. When he arrived in front of Su Yan, he immediately felt an extremely terrifying dragon aura. The terror of this dragon aura was simply unimaginable. What, such a dense dragon aura? I understand now. Damn kid, you actually want to use my Starlight Dragon's soul to break through to the dragon realm. How dare you, how dare you? At this moment, Wang Baichuan was also shocked. For him to be able to reach his current position, it was naturally because he had gone through countless battles and finally fought for it. However, even he did not dare to be so bold as to directly break through to a higher realm in front of a powerful enemy. Such a method was no different from courting death. However, Su Yan did so. Su Yan's combat strength was right in front of him. Moreover, his ruthlessness was incisively and vividly displayed. To have such a person as his enemy was an extremely terrifying thing. Wang Baichuan's murderous intent intensified. His sword did not stop at all. He turned into a ray of light and suddenly stabbed towards Su Yan. Su Yan could only roar in pain. It was as if he was completely unable to block Wang Baichuan's sword. Wang Baichuan sneered, even if you have enough guts, breaking through to the next realm in front of me is just a daydream. Today, I will directly kill you. If he had wanted to recover his strength before coming up with a plan, Su Yan would have taken advantage of the loophole. However, he had just had an ominous premonition and did not hesitate to expend more energy to kill his way in. It was as if he had sentenced Su Yan to death. His sword was extremely fast. Not to mention the crazy Su Yan, even if Su Yan was in his normal state, it would be impossible for him to dodge this sword. However, at this moment, the painful Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. His scarlet pupils appeared once again. Is this the same move again? You idiot. I've already said that the same move has no effect on me. The first time Su Yan used the blood dragon pupil, he had stunned Wang Baichuan for a while, allowing Su Yan to escape. The second time, Su Yan had used the blood dragon pupil to attract Wang Baichuan's attention. Then, he had used the two sword moves of the regal sword technique. Speaking of which, Wang Baichuan had already suffered twice in a row. Therefore, this time, how could he possibly be affected by such a move? However, his expression quickly froze. No, this move is different from the previous one. Wang Baichuan's heart suddenly jumped. He did not have any other thoughts. His entire body froze and he immediately dodged. The moment he dodged, a ray of light directly appeared. That ray of light fell from the sky onto the battle arena and directly blasted the ground of the battle arena into smithereens. Wang Baichuan's heart was filled with fear. If he had taken on such a force earlier, he was afraid that the outcome would not have been too good. Die! Wang Baichuan appeared again. With the previous lesson, he did not dare to attack Su Yan directly because he was already afraid of Su Yan's strange pair of eyes. This pair of eyes did not seem to belong to a human at all. It was as if he was facing a real dragon. Wang Baichuan used the Star Soul Kill again. This time, his sword finally pierced Su Yan's body directly. He could clearly feel the starry sacred sword piercing Su Yan's body. How powerful was the power of the sacred sword? After being injured by his starry sacred sword, the countless starlight sword chi would directly rush into Su Yan's body and completely rob him of his life. At this moment, Wang Baichuan finally believed that he had truly won. However, to deal with a person who was not even in the dragon realm, he had actually spent so much effort. This made him very unhappy. No matter what, this kid is still dead. Wang Baichuan laughed coldly and was about to pull out his sword. However, at this moment, an extremely hot force suddenly transmitted over. The appearance of this force was like a raging fire burning fiercely. Almost instinctively, Wang Baichuan let go of the sword in his hand and pulled away from Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan slowly turned around. Chapter 529. How is this possible? How is this possible? His entire body was trembling as he looked at Su Yan in disbelief. Su Yan's body had clearly been pierced through by his sacred sword, but at this moment, Su Yan was actually not dead. His Starsea's sacred sword was currently trembling non-stop. He could clearly feel that the galaxy's sacred sword was crying out in grief. What kind of terrifying power could actually make a sacred sword tremble like this? At this moment, a thought flashed through Wang Baichuan's mind. Could he be a monster? Yes, only a monster could have such unbelievable power. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly spoke, Wang Baichuan, I really have to thank you this time. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile. However, this smile that was dripping with blood looked so frightening. At this moment, Su Yan was slowly circulating the energy in his body. The current him was completely different from before. Under the powerful circulation of energy, the terrifying true energy directly went berserk. The most special thing about the dragon realm was that the true energy in one's body could take the form of a dragon. Wang Baichuan, for example, was a four-dragon powerhouse. Therefore, when he activated his true chi with all his might, the four dragons appeared beside him. The dragon form combined with his true energy to form the Starlight Dragon Soul. It even triggered the demonic dragon's heart in Su Yan's true energy. At this moment, Su Yan had finally stepped into the dragon realm. This process was very dangerous and even dreamy. If there was even the slightest mistake, he would probably die. He could no longer suppress the demonic dragon's weapon. Finally, he gritted his teeth and guided the demonic dragon's power to break through his own realm. Unfortunately, he had just stepped into the 6 mountains radius realm. His 6 mountains were not stable. To bear this terrifying power could only be described as difficult. The worst part was that the demon dragon aura was too overbearing. Su Yan wanted to use it to break through the radius boundary, but the demon dragon aura had swallowed up Wang Baichuan's sword aura. It made Su Yan feel like a balloon that had burst. He felt like he could not release any power. At that time, he was already in an extremely dangerous situation. At that time, he only had two choices. One was to explode from the terrifying true chi and die. The second option was to give up on guiding this terrifying aura and let this aura take control of his body, transforming him into a demonic dragon. However, no matter which choice it was, Su Yan did not want to see it. Of course, he didn't want to die. Therefore, at this most dangerous moment, his body had already made a choice. The demon dragon's aura gradually took control of his body. Therefore, when Wang Baichuan attacked him earlier, Su Yan opened his eyes and directly burst out with an extremely terrifying power. It was no longer the blood dragon pupil, but the demon dragon's eye. Wang Baichuan wanted to kill Su Yan, but he did not expect that in the end, he would help Su Yan. Although the last sword had penetrated Su Yan's chest, it just happened to make his blood flow out. The scorching hot demon dragon's heart fell on the sacred sword's starry sea, making Wang Baichuan almost unable to hold on to his sword. However, it also allowed Su Yan to finally vent that extremely terrifying power. At this time, Su Yan was, of course, seriously injured. However, he did not care at all. Because he knew that he would not die for a while, and he could not continue to be controlled by the demon dragon's will. That was enough. With a smile on his face, he forced the holy sword out of his body. The sword slowly left his body and finally fell to the ground. The sound of the sacred sword falling to the ground was very clear. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was Xue Xinyue, who was worried about Su Yan, or Feng Yueyu, who wanted Su Yan to die, they were all stunned. They did not even know what to say. The only thought in their minds was that perhaps this man was really terrifying. After being pierced by such a sword, he was still talking cheerfully and wittily, not caring at all. What kind of man was this? Wang Baichuan looked at Su Yan. His eyelids were trembling. He knew that he had underestimated Su Yan in the end. Although he already knew that Su Yan would be a powerful opponent after the fight, he still felt that Su Yan would be a strong opponent. However, at this moment, he realized that the opponent in front of him could no longer be described as powerful. He was simply terrifying. In front of Su Yan, there was a huge dragon that was slowly coiling around. He knew that this was the dragon soul formed when Su Yan entered the dragon realm. Every dragon realm cultivator would have it. This was also the source of their dragon's might. However, Su Yan's dragon soul was too huge. Even if he added all four of his dragon souls together, they would not be as big as this dragon soul. If the feeling that Su Yan gave him before was just a slight threat, then now, he was a true enemy of life and death. Ever since Wang Baichuan became famous, he had always been the nightmare of others. He was also a mountain that no one could surpass. However, at this moment, Su Yan's opportunity made him feel like he was a mountain. This was something he could not forgive. He was clearly a person who had just entered the dragon realm. At this moment, he actually displayed such terrifying and powerful strength. After today's battle, Su Yan would probably immediately become the most popular person in the Taihang sword faction. Moreover, this guy was the enemy of the Wang family. Wang Baichuan looked at Su Yan, then finally took a deep breath and said, "Very good, I actually let you enter the dragon realm. However, this is also good. The more powerful enemies I kill, the happier I am." At this moment, his eyes were burning with excitement. His entire body seemed to be burning. His 4 streams of dragon chi appeared once again. At the same time, the starry sacred sword seemed to have sensed his call. It shot up from the ground and rushed into his hand. Wang Baichuan, 1 man and 1 sword, stared straight at Su Yan. No matter what, in the battle with Su Yan, he was still at a disadvantage. Moreover, he was at a great disadvantage. Not only did he not defeat Su Yan, but he also allowed Su Yan to use him to enter the dragon realm. To him, this was a great humiliation. At this moment, his entire body became extremely cold. An extremely terrifying power began to slowly emanate from him. A layer of frost visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface of his body. At this moment, Seeing this scene, Feng Yuhai suddenly exclaimed, "The eerie state. Is this Su Yan really that powerful? He actually forced him to use the eerie state." Feng Yuhai's exclamation was naturally heard by others. Everyone did not understand, so they asked Feng Yuhai for advice. Feng Yuhai did not hide anything and directly said, "The eerie state is Wang Baichuan's most powerful trump card. In short, it's a state. Once he enters this state, his entire body will become a fighting machine. Moreover, all of his strength will be greatly enhanced." Feng Yuhai's expression was extremely solemn. He then continued, "Back then, we were set up by the devil's sex experts. It should have been a dead end, but this Wang Baichuan directly entered the eerie state. Then, he killed a 5-dragon realm devil sect elder. That was how we were able to escape." When everyone heard this, their eyebrows twitched wildly. There had always been a rumor that Wang Baichuan was already comparable to an elder. They originally thought that it was just a rumor. After all, Wang Baichuan was not even 30 years old yet. However, no one expected that it was actually true. Wang Baichuan had really killed a devil sect elder. At this moment, everyone who heard Feng Yuhai's words focused all their attention on Wang Baichuan. They were deeply afraid that they would miss the exciting battle. Wang Baichuan was indeed terrifying. However, if one thought carefully, they would realize that Su Yan, who had just joined the Shui family, was also an extremely terrifying existence. Wang Baichuan had killed a 5-dragon realm devil sect elder in the eerie state. However, at this moment, Su Yan, who had just entered the dragon realm, had actually forced Wang Baichuan to this stage. What if he was in the same realm as Wang Baichuan? More importantly, Su Yan was even younger than Wang Baichuan. At this moment, Shui Xinyue said to Shui Cheng, "Father, no matter what, we can't let anything happen to big brother Su." Her entire heart was trembling. She was also a dragon realm elite. Naturally, she could feel the terrifying aura coming from Wang Baichuan. Shui Cheng nodded solemnly, then said, "Don't worry. Su Yan has been chosen by the Grand Ancestor. The Grand Ancestor will definitely not let anything happen to Su Yan." At this moment, Su Yan's expression was solemn. He looked at Wang Baichuan, who was right in front of him, and his entire person was extremely solemn. This was because at this moment, Su Yan could already feel an extremely dangerous aura. This feeling, although it was not the same as when he faced the heavenly demon Shadow, which made him feel despair, it was still extremely terrifying. Among all the people who had fought with him before, this Wang Baichuan was the number one. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt a sense of eagerness. This was because he deeply understood that he had just entered the dragon realm. He needed an extremely strong opponent to fight with him to help him digest. As long as he could win, it would definitely be extremely beneficial for him in the future. Even if he lost, as long as he was alive, he would still be able to gain a lot. Su Yan directly used the fog cloud technique. Naturally, the fog cloud technique could not allow him to recover to his peak state. However, it could directly suppress his injuries. At the very least, the wound that was pierced by the reverse star ocean sacred sword had been directly sealed. Su Yan asked, "Can you tell me what this technique is called?" Chapter 530. A cold and sinister state. Su Yan muttered softly in his heart. He could already feel that the current Wang Baichuan was even more dangerous than before. It was as if the Wang Baichuan he was facing was no longer a human. It was as if he had become the Shura of hell. This state was very strange. If one had to describe it, it was very similar to Su Yan's demonic dragon state. Both had entered an extremely terrifying state, causing one to completely change and become a machine that only knew how to fight. He did not expect that this person could actually display such a state. However, at this time, he also knew that the upcoming battle would most likely determine his life and death. When he entered the demonic dragon state, there was no mercy in his heart. No matter who it was, as long as they were in front of him, they would be considered as his prey. Under such a state, all life forms were his enemies. Obviously, this person in front of him was the same. When Wang Baichuan finished speaking, his entire body directly charged towards Su Yan. The 4 dragon souls roared, and their icy auras changed the surrounding atmosphere, as if they were going to freeze everything around Su Yan. The Taxing swordsman is indeed amazing. Su Yan's strength of the dragon realm was directly pushed to the extreme, and then he directly clashed with Wang Baichuan's sword. The violent sound of the vibration spread throughout the sky. Although the previous few collisions between the two of them were also extremely intense, they were far from being comparable to this one. Such a terrifying sound was simply indescribable. At this moment, everyone felt that it was not 2 people fighting in the sky, but 2 dragons. Wang Baichuan, who had entered the cold and sinister state, was truly terrifying. His speed was at least 3 times faster than before. What was even more terrifying was that at this moment, he suddenly seemed to not know pain. Although the previous confrontation was a draw, there was bound to be an extremely terrifying shockwave. The vibration force was also very terrifying. Even at this moment, Su Yan felt a burning pain between his thumb and index finger. However, Wang Baichuan did not stop at all. After the attack, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew up. He did not give Su Yan any chance to catch his breath. Under such a state, Su Yan had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight with him. The battle between the two became even more rapid. Powerful and terrifying forces were constantly rioting at this moment, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. This kind of powerful force was unparalleled. Wang Baichuan's strength was undeniable, but Su Yan had already displayed extremely strong tenacity. Previously, everyone saw his body was directly pierced by the Galaxy's sacred sword. If it was an ordinary person, even if the Galaxy's sacred sword only scratched their skin a little, they would probably bleed profusely and even die. However, Su Yan was like a monster. After suffering such a huge blow, he was still able to fight with Wang Baichuan, who had entered the cold and sinister state. At this moment, even Feng Yuhai began to rejoice that Su Yan did not challenge him at the beginning. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by now. At this moment, even Feng Yueyu was speechless. She could only stare blankly at Su Yan. At this moment, the battle between the two became faster and faster. At the very beginning, Su Yan's body was still a little sluggish. However, later on, Su Yan actually became like Wang Baichuan, as if he had become a fighting machine. His entire being would not stop for even half a moment. Instead, he would continuously fight and kill. At this moment, Feng Yuhai was shocked. That was because he had personally witnessed Wang Baichuan's battle with that demon sect elder. That demon sect elder was dragged to death by Wang Baichuan just like that. However, at this moment, this unknown guy was actually able to fight against Wang Baichuan, who had entered the cold and sinister state. At this moment, Boundless' entire being was filled with rage. His hatred for Su Yan had reached the point where it could not be any greater. Because it was Su Yan who stole Xue Xinyue's heart. At least in his opinion, it was definitely not wrong. Of course, Su Yan did not care about what these people thought. Because although he had gradually gotten used to Wang Baichuan's rhythm, Wang Baichuan was ultimately stronger than him. Moreover, there was one thing that could not be ignored, and that was the sword just now. Although he had already used the cloudy mist technique to heal himself, it was definitely not a divine technique. Its effect was only to temporarily suppress the injury. However, at this moment, the injury had already split open and he could no longer suppress it. At this moment, Su Yan was dealing with Wang Baichuan's attacks while thinking of a way to defeat Wang Baichuan. Su Yan understood that the cold and sinister state was an extreme state like his demon dragon form. Moreover, this state would most likely have a time limit. Once the time was up, Wang Baichuan would definitely not be able to sustain it. However, he did not want to stall for time. He wanted to defeat his opponent. At this moment, the sun-colored glass sword technique was fully displayed by Su Yan. Regarding this set of cultivation method, Su Yan already had an extremely deep understanding of it. At this time, when he was fighting with Wang Baichuan, he mainly used this set of sword techniques. Because this sun-colored glass sword technique and blazing flame sword complemented each other and could multiply the power. As a sacred sword, although the blazing sun sword could not be compared to a divine sword, its power was absolutely terrifying. Even with his current realm, it was impossible to fully display this power. Except that as he became more proficient in the sun-colored glass sword technique, his sword would also become more and more terrifying. At this moment, the reason why he was able to fight evenly with Wang Baichuan was because this blazing sun sword absolutely played a huge role. This was the battle between him and Wang Baichuan. It was also the battle between the blazing sun sword and Starry Sea sacred sword. The battle still continued. Originally, they thought that this was a battle without suspense. But who would have thought that this battle would actually develop to such an extent? The two people actually fell into a protracted state. Furthermore, as the two people's battle continued, whether it was Su Yan or Wang Baichuan, the wounds on their bodies also became more and more. Many of the wounds were ghastly. For example, there was once when Wang Baichuan directly pierced his sword into Su Yan's abdomen. And it was also at that time that Su Yan's sword directly pierced into Wang Baichuan's right chest. At this time, everyone's gaze when looking at Su Yan was filled with reverence. Especially those who knew the sinister cold state, they were even more alarmed. One had to know that once Wang Baichuan entered the sinister cold state, he did not even know pain, only knowing to fight and kill. But Su Yan? He probably did not have Wang Baichuan's special state, right? But at this moment, he was actually still evenly matched with Wang Baichuan. This was truly terrifying, even evil. Except, although the two people were already seriously injured, their auras became more and more powerful. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Wang Baichuan, in the eyes of the audience, they were both monsters. At this moment, a sigh suddenly came from the sky. Our Taihang sword faction actually has such a genius. This is the honor of our Taihang sword faction. Both of you should stop. From today onwards, the two of you will be the sword leaders of our Taihang sword faction. The appearance of this voice was obviously to stop the battle from continuing. Everyone subconsciously wanted to object because this battle was so exciting and even so great. They really wanted to know whether the rising star Su Yan would succeed, or the senior Wang Baichuan would continue to rule the younger generation of the Taihang sword faction. But no one objected. Because everyone knew who the person who spoke was. It was the faction leader of the Taihang sword faction. The faction leader of the Taihang sword faction, Deng Yunhai. For many of the Grand Supreme Elders, faction leader Deng Yunhai could only be considered a rising star, but he had won the respect of everyone. Because of his strength. He was the undisputed strongest person in the Taihang sword faction. That was something that no one objected to. His strength had reached a level where it could intimidate people. Even the great ancestor of the Shui family admitted that he was not a match for the faction leader. One had to know that in the history of the Taihang sword faction, many faction leaders had come from the Wang, Shui, and Feng families. But Deng Yunhai had forcibly taken the position of faction leader from one of the three families. His strength was obvious. Since he had spoken, no one objected. Moreover, both the great ancestor of the Wang family and the great ancestor of the Shui family wanted to stop this battle. That was because this battle was too intense and too terrifying. There was no clear winner between the two of them, but both of them were covered in wounds. Many of the wounds were fatal. Thus, when the battle reached the end and there was a clear winner, both of them would suffer great losses. In fact, both of them might even die. For the Wang family, Wang Baichuan was their hope. As long as this powerful person existed, he would be the peak of the younger generation of the Taihang sword faction. As for the Shui family, Su Yan's appearance was their greatest hope. Therefore, the two great ancestors did not want anything to happen to the two of them. However, at this time, they could not step forward. Because if one of them spoke first, it meant that they had admitted defeat. This concerned the reputation of the Shui family and the Wang family. Therefore, the two powerful great ancestors could only watch as Su Yan and Wang Baichuan fought to the death. However, at this time, the faction leader finally stepped forward. At this time, after the faction leader opened his mouth, two huge shadows suddenly appeared in the sky. The appearance of these two phantoms, whether it was Wang Baichuan or Su Yan, was instantly sucked into them. The two of them did not even have time to speak before they lost consciousness under the huge shadows. Chapter 531. 13 days had passed since Su Yan slept. During these 13 days, the entire Taihang sword faction was talking about Su Yan and Wang Baichuan. After all, it was a pity that the two of them did not have a clear winner in the end. The Taihang sword faction was definitely talking about this during their leisure time. I think that if the battle had continued, Senior Wang Baichuan would definitely have won. The disciples of the Wang family were naturally loyal supporters of Wang Baichuan. Moreover, Wang Baichuan had always been the role model of the Taihang sword faction. If it had been in the past, no one would have objected to such a statement. However, it was different today. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately rebutted, "That's not necessarily true. Senior Su Yan has never shown any signs of defeat." Similar conversations could be heard everywhere. However, Xue Xinyue could not be bothered with such comments. Because a whole 13 days had passed, and Su Yan still had not woken up. This already made her feel a little anxious. If the ancestor had not personally said that Su Yan's life would not be in danger, she would have gone crazy. Even she herself did not know why she cared so much about Su Yan. She only knew that if Su Yan really did not wake up, she would be very sad. However, she did not know that although Su Yan had been unconscious for 13 days, these 13 days were not in vain. Because Su Yan had once again entered the mysterious world of the Four Corners Seal. This time, the world of the Four Corners Seal was different from the last time. Because last time, the world of the Four Corners Seal was filled with great danger. The powerful beasts were also a constant threat to the village. Moreover, Aya was regarded as a demonic woman by the village. However, last time, Su Yan restored the power of the Four Corners Seal, and this world was set right. Aya became the saintess of the village. This time, Su Yan actually entered the world of the Four Directions Seal. Even he himself was a little surprised. However, Aya soon told him the real reason. According to Aya, the reason why Su Yan came here was because the battle this time had greatly depleted his spiritual strength. The Four Directions Seal belonged to Su Yan, and it had its own spirituality. Therefore, it directly swapped in Su Yan's soul and began to help Su Yan nourish his soul. Last time, when facing the demonic specter, the gang and the four beast souls had displayed extremely powerful strength. This time, when Su Yan came in, the gang and Su Yan began to spar. The gang's true cultivation was in the dragon realm, and he was one of the most powerful existences in the dragon realm. Su Yan was already able to fight against an expert like Wang Baichuan, but he did not gain any advantage when fighting against a gang. From this, it could be seen that the gang's combat strength was simply incredible. Of course, the gang was also amazed by Su Yan's improvement. Su Yan, your strength has improved so quickly that it is hard for me to imagine. I believe that one day, you will definitely be able to repair this Four Corners Seal. When he said this, Su Yan was surprised. Su Yan asked, "Why, this Four Corners Seal has not been repaired?" After the last time, the Four Corners Seal should have been repaired. At this time, Aya walked over and said with a smile, "Brother Su Yan, the last time you came, you saved this Four Corners Seal, but it is still a long way to go to repair it. You have to know that when this Four Corners Seal was at its peak, it was a complete world with extremely powerful strength. But now, it is only a small mountain village." Hearing Aya's words, Su Yan was also extremely shocked. It was a real world. What kind of concept was this? Heaven and earth in the seal. This method was simply too heaven-defying. However, although he was shocked, he believed that the Four Corners Seal did indeed have such an ability, so he said, "Aya, don't worry. One day, I will definitely restore this Four Corners Seal." Aya smiled sweetly. These 13 days, for Su Yan, could be said to be a rare piece. Most of the time, he was in the temple. Inside the temple, there was Buddha's power, which was extremely beneficial to his soul. While Su Yan was recuperating, he was also digesting what he had recently gained. It had to be said that he had had a lot of fortuitous encounters recently. Not to mention a trip to the cold land of the extreme north, then the gains in the Netherworld cave, and then the gains in the 10,000 demon ancient tree. These were all unimaginable to ordinary people. The terrifying battle skills that the demon shadow taught him, as well as the inherited skills from the demon dragon bloodline, were all first-class combat skills in this world. Su Yan was currently digesting them and integrating them with what he had learned in the past. This was because Su Yan deeply understood that no matter how powerful the power was, only what belonged to him was the most powerful. Now, he was transforming these powers into something that belonged to him. Time passed really quickly, and 13 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yan only felt that his whole body was indescribably energetic, and his soul was incomparably full. Therefore, he felt that it was time for him to wake up. Xue Xinyue helped Su Yan wipe his face, then sighed softly and turned to leave. However, although Su Yan did not move in these 13 days, his life seemed to be very stable, as if he had just fallen asleep. This was a good sign. At this moment, Su Yan opened his eyes. For the past 13 days, he had existed in a soul state in the square seal, so naturally, he did not feel anything. However, as soon as his soul returned to his body, intense pain immediately came. That day in the battle with Wang Baichuan, he was seriously injured, so naturally, it was impossible for him to be unscathed. His entire body was in intense pain, which was the most normal thing. However, this pain was really powerful, and it immediately affected his nerves. Therefore, this time, he directly sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss, although it was only a soft sound, Xue Xinyue, who was about to leave, was stunned. After so many days, this was the first time she heard Su Yan make a sound. She immediately turned around, just in time to see Su Yan open his eyes. She did not know why, but her eyes were already hazy with tears. Then, she directly ran towards Su Yan, then threw herself on Su Yan. "That's great, big brother Su, you're fine, that's great." Looking at Xue Xinyue at this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a little awkward. Now, what he did not want the most was to provoke girls, but now it seemed that, Su Yan said, "Xinyue, don't cry, I'm fine, right?" "Oh right, is there anything to eat?" "I'm starving." Hearing Su Yan's words, Xue Xinyue immediately said, yes, I'll go prepare now." Then, she wiped the tears on her face and ran towards the kitchen. Su Yan sighed. Hopefully, this was not the kind of feeling he had. Of course, the reason why he told Xue Xinyue that he was hungry was partly to divert her attention, and partly because he was actually a little hungry. 13 days after the battle, Su Yan finally woke up. Wang Baichuan had already woken up on the 7th day, and could already get out of bed on the 9th day. Although this did not mean anything, it still caused a lot of discussion, and the debate of who was stronger and who was weaker began again. But no matter what, from that day onwards, no one in the Taihang sword faction dared to underestimate Su Yan anymore. Because Su Yan truly displayed his strength. He was someone who could fight Wang Baichuan to a standstill. This kind of person was simply a monster. More importantly, the current Su Yan was younger than Wang Baichuan, and his realm was not as high as Wang Baichuan's. This meant that Su Yan still had a lot of potential. No matter what, it was unwise to offend such a person. Wang Han of the Wang family had been wearing a cold expression for the past few days. When he first met Su Yan, he did not expect that Su Yan would be able to reach where he was today. In the past few days, he had received a lot of complaints from the elders of the family. After all, the hatred between Su Yan and the Wang family was all because of Wang Han. Those who had been crippled by Su Yan naturally hated Su Yan to the core. However, Wang Han, who had implicated them, also filled their hearts with resentment. Su Yan had already sided with the Xue family, which was naturally a pity for the Wang family. But the hatred between the two families should not have reached this stage. But because of Wang Han, Su Yan and the Wang family were already mortal enemies. If Su Yan was just a mediocre person or an ordinary genius, the Wang family would naturally not care. But now, Su Yan's horror had been proven. Even the number one person in the younger generation of the Wang family, Wang Baichuan, could only fight Su Yan to a standstill. Then, one day, when Su Yan completely matured, how terrifying would he be? Those who were crippled by Su Yan wanted to take revenge on Su Yan, but the chances were slim. Therefore, they could only vent their anger on Wang Han, and Wang Han could only silently endure it. Damn it, damn it. If I had known, I would have killed that kid directly. If he had known that there would be such a day, he would have killed Su Yan at all costs. However, these things were in the past. At that time, because of Yun He's arrival, he was unable to save Su Yan in the end. But today, Su Yan's strength was no longer something he could hope to reach. Although he was confident in himself, he was definitely not arrogant to the point that he could catch up with Su Yan. Su Yan, just you wait. I will definitely kill you. He could only silently swear in his heart that he must kill Su Yan. Another 2 days passed, and Su Yan had begun to get out of bed and walk around. Now, his range of activity was naturally in the territory of the Xue family. When the young disciples of the Xue family saw Su Yan, they became extremely enthusiastic. Xue Dong had been following Su Yan all day these days, and directly vowed to become Su Yan's follower. Chapter 532. All in all, Su Yan had become the role model of the Xue family. He was their idol to learn from. In this sword battle, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan were tied as the Taihang sword leader. This was personally announced by the sect master. Although Su Yan was not a member of the Xue family, the great ancestor had already said that Su Yan would join the Su family as a consecrator. Moreover, the relationship between Xue Xinyue and Su Yan was obvious. She had even given him the precious sacred sword of wind and thunder. No one would believe that the two of them had nothing to do with each other. All in all, Su Yan had been doing well for the past few days. From the third day onward, Su Yan began to resume his cultivation. Other than meditating every day, he had also begun to practice his sword skills. After a few days of peace, the Xue family's great ancestor suddenly sent a message asking Su Yan to meet him. Su Yan did not know what the Xue family's great ancestor wanted, but since the great ancestor had spoken, Su Yan naturally went to the Xue family's great ancestor's residence. In the Xue family's main hall, some of the older seniors were present, including Xue Cheng. At this moment, they stopped their discussion when they saw Su Yan. The Xue family's great ancestor looked at Su Yan with a smile on his wrinkled face. He said with a smile, "Brother Su, I really have to thank you this time." Su Yan smiled faintly, then said, "What are you saying, great ancestor?" "Since Su has joined the Xue family, I'm naturally a part of the family. Of course, I have to do my best to win honor for the Xue family." Su Yan's words made the Xue family members beam with joy. They found Su Yan more and more pleasing to the eye. One had to know that this time, Su Yan had obtained the position of Taihang swordsman. Although he was tied with Wang Baichuan, he was the swordsman of the Taihang swordsman faction. No one in the Taihang swordsman faction dared to disagree with him. And because Su Yan had already returned to the Xue family, the Xue family naturally obtained great benefits. Not only were the resources of the past preserved, but they had also obtained several times more resources than before. This was a joyous occasion for the Xue family. To put it bluntly, Su Yan was the benefactor of everyone in the Xue family. Since that was the case, they were naturally very happy with Su Yan. The old ancestor of the Xue family said, "Little brother Su is righteous, but the Xue family will not be stingy. Here are a few things that I, this old man, will give to little brother Su on behalf of the Xue family." After he finished speaking, he gently waved his hand. Naturally, someone came up with something. The first item was a bottle of pills. Just by looking at this bottle, one could tell that this item was definitely a first-class item. At this time, the old ancestor of the Xue family introduced, "Little brother Su might not know, Xue Cheng, come and introduce one by one to little brother Su. Just as old Master Xue's words fell, Xue Cheng immediately walked up and responded, yes. Then he said to Su Yan, this pill is called the Spirit Xian pill. It is incomparably precious. In terms of grade, I'm afraid it is enough to be a saint grade. Although it can't regenerate flesh and bones like in the legends, it's not bad either. No matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you still have a breath left, once you take this pill, you'll be able to recover. It can even buy you 15 days of time. Hearing Xue Cheng's introduction, Su Yan was also shocked. This Spirit Xian pill was really a treasure. A person who was about to die could buy him 15 days of time. 15 days, in the eyes of ordinary people, might not be much, but to a person on the verge of death, it was the most precious. Because with these 15 days, you can think of ways to extend your life. This was a huge hope. Su Yan didn't stand on ceremony and thanked him directly. At this time, Xue Cheng smiled and said to the second item, Su Yan, don't be in a hurry to thank me. The Spirit Xian pill is naturally precious, but the second item is even more precious. He smiled slightly and then said, this is a remnant page, and what is recorded in this remnant page is a sword intent. I can tell you that this sword intent was left behind by an emperor. If you can comprehend the sword intent in it, it will definitely bring unimaginable benefits to the path of the sword. After hearing this, Su Yan was completely moved. The sword intent left behind by an emperor. Just these few words were enough to show the preciousness of this item. Although it was only a remnant page, if he could obtain a trace of it, it would definitely be an incomparably precious treasure. At this time, Xue family's ancestor said, I am ashamed to say that this sword intent has been passed down in my Xue family for hundreds of years, but no one, including me, has been able to comprehend it. Little brother Su, your talent is really extraordinary, but it is also extremely terrifying. I hope that you can comprehend it. Of course, I also have a request, and that is if one day, little brother Su can't comprehend this sword intent, and there is an extremely outstanding disciple in my Xue family, I hope that little brother Su can lend this sword intent to him for a look. Xue family's ancestor directly asked, and Su Yan naturally nodded in agreement. This was because he had no reason to refuse. Su Yan said directly, okay, don't worry, ancestor. At this time, it was finally time for the last item. At this time, Su Yan didn't notice that Xue Xinyue, who was standing to the side, had lowered her head, and her beautiful cheeks were stained with a rosy glow, making her seem especially beautiful and moving. Xue Cheng took a deep breath and said, Su Yan, the first two items are naturally first-rate treasures, but to me, the last item is my most precious, and I will entrust it to you now. Su Yan was slightly puzzled, but at this time, Xue Cheng revealed the answer, Su Yan, I have decided to entrust you, to you. From today onwards, you have to take good care of you, If you, suffers even the slightest grievance, although I can't go against you, I will still fight you to the death. Xue Cheng's words caused Su Yan to be stunned. He said that he would entrust you, to him. Which you, Naturally, it wouldn't be Feng Yueyu. The Xue family only had one moon, and that was Xue Xinyue. Xue Cheng said that he wanted to entrust Xue Xinyue to him, which meant that he wanted to marry both Xue Xinyue to him. In this trip to the 9 states, Su Yan's most important task was to rescue Lu Lan, Su Tian, and find Chu Linger's whereabouts. He had already told Xue Cheng these things, but at this moment, Xue Cheng actually said that he wanted to marry his daughter to him. This really made him extremely shocked. Now, he didn't even know how to answer. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Yan, and Xue Xinyue was even more so. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a lively light, and no one knew what she was thinking. Looking at Su Yan's helpless appearance, Xue Cheng said, What's wrong, brother Su Yan? Aren't you overjoyed? Don't worry, since this old man has said this today, I will definitely keep my word. At this moment, Su Yan finally smiled bitterly and said, Uncle Xue, you should know my purpose in coming to the 9 states. Moreover, I have always treated you, as my younger sister. For you to suddenly ask me to marry you, this is really unfair to you, When Su Yan's words fell, everyone was shocked. Because before this, no one had expected that Su Yan would actually refuse. Xue Xinyue was the Xue family's moon, and also one of the Taihang twin moons. One could imagine how beautiful she was. If this matter fell on any of the Xue family's disciples, or Taihang's disciples, they would probably go crazy with joy. But now, Su Yan actually refused. Xue Xinyue was stunned, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Of course, she knew about what happened today. In order to keep Su Yan, the old ancestor of the Xue family came up with a plan. Of course, Xue Qing also agreed to this matter with Xue Xinyue's approval. Everything was perfect, and they thought that this would make a good match. But now, Su Yan actually refused. Xue Cheng's expression became somewhat ugly. However, he still said, Su Yan, it's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. As for the person you want to save, my Xue family, and even the Taihang sword faction, will do our best to help. Su Yan looked like he was in a difficult position. At this moment, Xue Xinyue finally couldn't take it anymore, and said directly, Father, don't force big brother Su Yan. Since he doesn't want to, why should we force him? Xue Xinyue directly ran out after saying that. The moment she turned around, tears fell like pearls. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in the same spot, and he was somewhat at a loss. At this moment, in the hall, everyone's expression was ugly. Xue Qing said hatefully, Su Yan, although I am indebted to you, if anything happens to my daughter, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, Xue Qing directly chased after him. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Xue family said, All right, let's leave this matter at that for now. But Su Yan, it's better for you to reconsider. After all, I can see that the girl really likes you. Just as Xue Qing said, that girl is the moon of our Xue family. Naturally, we don't want her to be wronged. After saying that, the old ancestor of the Xue family stood up and left. Then, everyone finally dispersed. Su Yan felt helpless, but at this moment, he couldn't say anything. Another 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Xue Xinyue didn't appear in front of Su Yan again. When the Xue family's disciples saw Su Yan, they also looked unfriendly. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yan and Wang Baichuan had a fierce battle last time, they would have beaten Su Yan up. Not to mention others, even Xue Dong didn't dare to approach Su Yan when he saw him. Su Yan was indeed very frustrated because if this continued, the Taihang sword faction would definitely not be able to stay. He even felt that he should leave the Taihang sword faction. Chapter 533. The Taihang sword faction was one of the top 10 sects in the Jiuzhou continent. Their position was not obtained through random means. Instead, it was earned through the hard work of the sect's disciples and elders. While the sect's disciples were under the protection of the sect's disciples, they were also obligated to contribute to the sect. Just a few days ago, an ancient ruin appeared in Yongzhou continent of the Jiuzhou continent. This news immediately caused everyone to seethe with excitement. That was because ancient ruins represented endless opportunities. In the past, people had discovered precious treasures, vast amounts of resources, and inheritances in ancient ruins. Regardless of which one it would cause all the sects to fight for it. The appearance of the ancient ruin this time was naturally the same. Many of the Taihang sword faction's elders had already made a move 2 days ago. After passing through the womb, the ancient ruin this time was extremely huge. It was very likely to be an ancient battlefield. Such a place was truly incomparably precious. Because in such a battlefield, it was very possible to find ancient godly weapons, the remains of powerful cultivators, and even their inheritances. However, the Taihang sword faction was not the only one who had discovered this ancient ruin. In fact, these elders had already fought with each other. However, in the end, the Taihang sword faction, the Fiery Blaze faction, and the Devil sect finally came to an agreement. That was, none of the elders were allowed to enter the ancient ruin. Only their disciples were allowed to enter. As for the final reward, it would depend on luck. Of course, other than these 3 sects, there would naturally be other sects that would enter. However, compared to these 3 sects, those smaller forces were pitifully weak. Since this was related to the ancient battlefield, the Taihang sword faction naturally placed great importance on this. The Taihang 10 swords actually came out in full force this time. At the same time, the top 100 experts also came out. Such a move finally made everyone's expression change. They also realized that the inheritances in this ancient battlefield were definitely not to be underestimated. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the Taihang sword faction wouldn't have made such a move. Before leaving, Xueqing once again found Su Yan. He finally sighed and said, "Su Yan, it was my fault for what happened that day. I only wanted to bring you and you together. However, it's all in the past now, so I won't talk about it with you. However, you must take good care of you, during this trip to the ancient battlefield. If anything happens to her, then I'll really go all out against you." Su Yan said directly, "Uncle Xue, I treat you, as my younger sister. How can I watch something happen to her? Don't worry, unless I die, I won't let you, get hurt." After several reminders, Xueqing was finally at ease. This time, there were 2 elders leading the team. These 2 elders were extremely terrifying people. Su Yan could feel an extremely powerful and terrifying power from them. Although he did not know the specific realm, he clearly knew that they were definitely at the realm above the 7 dragons. Within a radius of 6 mountains, he was at Dragon Realm level 9. He had just stepped into the Dragon Realm and had a long road ahead of him. The 7 dragons of the Dragon Realm were already extremely powerful. Previously, he had personally seen Wang Yuan of the Wang family in action. That kind of power was simply terrifying. A powerful monster like the 9-winged winged serpent was killed in front of him. How terrifying was this kind of power? After that, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan met. When he saw Su Yan, Wang Baichuan was expressionless. He only said one sentence, "The outcome of the previous battle was not decided. However, one day, the outcome will be decided." As soon as he finished speaking, he left on his own accord. Su Yan did not say anything. This was because he knew that this sentence would definitely come true. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Before everyone left the faction leader appeared and said, "Everyone, this time, you are representing the face of the Taihang sword faction. Therefore, I don't care what grudges you have, but when you are outside, you must be united. I hope that all of you can return alive." The faction leader's last sentence made everyone's hearts heavy. The sun rose from the east, shining brightly. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction finally set off. The journey to Yongzhou was not short. Even with the best horses from the faction, it would still take 7 days. In order to seize the opportunity, no one dared to delay. 5 days passed quietly. During these 5 days, Xue Xinyue and Su Yan kept their distance. The 2 of them were like strangers. Su Yan sighed and thought to himself, "Perhaps, this is the best choice." Another night came and the entire group finally decided to stop and rest. This was because in front of them was a famous and dangerous place in the Zhouzhou continent. It was extremely dangerous. There were extremely terrifying demonic beasts here, such as the blue fire wolves. The blue fire wolves were extremely powerful and terrifying demonic beasts. Their fighting strength was extremely strong. More importantly, they appeared in packs. According to legends, in the history of the blue fire wolves, there was an extremely powerful wolf god. His strength was even comparable to the dragon god. Because of the wolf god, the entire blue fire wolf was filled with a mysterious and dangerous aura. What was worse was that the blue fire wolves were not the only powerful existence in this demonic beast plane. There were also extremely terrifying creatures like the ice python. After the 2 elders gave the order, everyone began to rest. The Wang family members surrounded Wang Baichuan. It was as if the stars were surrounding the moon. The Feng family members surrounded Feng Yuhai. After all, the strength of the Taihang's second sword was not to be underestimated. At this moment, in the sky, meteors slowly streaked across the sky. Xue Xingyue raised her head and looked at the meteors in the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. The first half of the night quietly passed like this. These few days, they had been traveling day and night. Almost everyone felt tired. After all, although cultivators had unimaginable physiques, they were still humans at the end of the day. As long as they were human, they would feel tired. Therefore, at this moment, everyone began to fall asleep. However, at this moment, a wolf's howl directly tore through Yikong. The two elders directly opened their eyes. They looked at each other and saw extreme seriousness in each other's eyes. This wolf's howl was definitely not simple. Just from the sound alone, the two of them felt an immense pressure. If they guessed correctly, the blue fire wolf that let out this howl was probably not inferior to their strength. This time, the Taihang sword faction sent over the top 100 powerhouses. They were definitely powerful. However, the number of blue fire wolves was definitely much more than that. Although most of the blue fire wolves could not be compared to the Taihang sword faction disciples. But thousands of blue fire wolves surrounding them was still a very terrifying thing. At this time, one of the elders said, "That evil beast is so powerful." The other elder nodded, "I'm afraid it's the same as us." Feng Tianluo, what should we do? Feng Tianluo said, "Judging from the howl just now, this beast is probably really angry. Immediately tell all the disciples to retreat 5 miles away. We can't be involved in this." The two elders, one was Feng Tianluo of the Feng family, the other was Wen Yunfeng, an elder outside the three families. Both of them were in the realm of 7 dragons. However, at this time, they finally decided to avoid the blue fire wolf. The order was passed down quickly. When all the disciples stood up and were about to leave, Su Yan suddenly found that they seemed to be too late. At this moment, he had already seen the cyan light coming here. The reason why blue fire wolves had this name was that their wolf tail looked like a cyan flame. Therefore, they got this name. At night, this flame was particularly conspicuous, just like the ghost fire of the netherworld. At this time, not only Su Yan, but almost everyone had seen it. The cyan flame swept over like a wave, as if this group of blue fire wolves were coming for them. "Damn it, why are these beasts coming here?" Feng Tianluo directly shouted in a low voice. Now their top priority was to get to the battlefield as soon as possible, not to entangle with this group of evil beasts. If they were entangled with this group of evil beasts here, it would be a huge trouble. What's more, he had a deeper concern in his heart. These damn blue fire wolves, they didn't go berserk earlier or later, but they just had to make such a strange move at this time. It could be seen that this was absolutely not a coincidence. Then, someone must be playing tricks behind the scenes. This time, the appearance of the ancient battlefield really involved too many people, and too many forces were interested in the ancient battlefield. This time, it should be a good thing that those guys did. But it was useless to think about it now, because now, the blue fire wolves were approaching. What was worse was that, unknowingly, some extremely terrifying demonic beasts had appeared behind them. They were 2 strongmen of the 7 dragons realm and so many elite disciples of the sect, but they were ambushed unknowingly. This method was really powerful. Humph, I really don't know who is so generous to directly control so many evil beasts. Wen Yunfeng said directly. Feng Tianluo said, "All disciples, prepare for battle. Don't retreat. Kill directly. We'll kill a bloody way out." After saying this, Feng Tianluo's voice appeared in the sky again. "I don't know who you are, but since you dare to attack the Taihang sword faction today, the Taihang sword faction will definitely eliminate you from the world next time." Feng Tianluo's voice was very overbearing, but no one thought that he was joking. Chapter 534. As he said, no matter who they were, since they had the intention to kill the Taihang sword faction, they had to be prepared for the revenge of the Taihang sword faction. Of course, for them, this was all in the future. The most important thing was to survive the current situation. If they couldn't survive the ambush today, everything in the future would have nothing to do with them. After all, no matter how fierce the revenge of the Taihang sword faction was, no matter how miserable their enemies were, they were all dead. Therefore, the most important thing for them now was to survive. Only by surviving could they make their enemies pay the price with blood and let their enemies know that they were not easy to provoke. Only by surviving could they feel the heat of their enemies' blood. Su Yan walked to Xue Xinyue and said, "Xinyue, try not to leave my side later." Except for the two elders, he, Wang Baichuan, and himself were the most powerful people here. As for Wang Baichuan, he must take care of the disciples of the Wang family. To put it bluntly, it was already a good thing that he didn't secretly add insult to injury. At this time, Xue Xinyue just said lightly, "I'm a strong person in the dragon realm. I can protect myself. Please take care of the other disciples of the Xue family." Xue Xinyue's words were still very calm, but this calmness showed the kind of indescribable estrangement between them. Su Yan obviously had expected that she would say so, but Su Yan had no choice but to smile gently and say, "Be careful." In the time it took to say these words, the pack of blue fire wolves had already charged towards them. Feng Tianluo and Wen Yunfeng were waiting seriously. At this time, Feng Tianluo said, "Senior brother Wen, I'm going to find Wolf King and try to pin him down. You protect the team and don't let others attack us." Facing the blue fire wolves, the best way was to escape. But at this time, it was obviously unrealistic, so there was only one way to go now, to kill the Wolf King. The Wolf King was undoubtedly the core of the whole wolf pack. As long as the Wolf King was killed, as long as the Wolf King was scared away, this crisis would almost be over. Of course, it was also very dangerous to do so. Since it was the Wolf King, it must be very powerful. The wolf's howl that tore the whole Yikong apart proved everything. What's more, the Wolf King must be surrounded by extremely powerful blue fire wolves. However, as the strongest person in the team, Feng Tianluo was duty-bound to do so. For the Sublime Flow Sword School to be able to survive until now, it naturally had its own strong points. Regardless of the three families' internal strife, the Xue family, the Wang family, and the Feng family, they must be united. Only in this way, to ensure the Taihang sword faction to survive. When Yunfeng just said lightly, "Senior brother, be careful." If Feng Tianluo wanted to kill the Wolf King, it would naturally be a dangerous matter. But it was to stay. Because he had to take care of the whole team. Obviously, this was a trap set by others. In this case, there must be a sneak attack. Compared with the Wolf King in the open, this was the most dangerous place. The blue fire wolves had already rushed over. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction had already pulled out their swords. Immediately, the sword chi rushed to the sky. None of the disciples of the Taihang sword faction retreated. How could the top 100 disciples of the Taihang sword faction be ordinary? At this time, all of them rushed up directly. Sword shadows burst out one after another. Like a whirlwind, they began to harvest lives directly. At this time, just like in a human army, the ones in the front were always the cannon fodder. The wolf pack was the same. These blue fire wolves charging at the very front were naturally the weakest. Just because of this, countless blue fire wolves died one after another and became flesh and blood. Taihang sword faction's sword chi burst out with an irresistible momentum. Su Yan was right in the middle of it. He was shocked by the aura. The gap between the 5 counties and the 9 prefectures was truly huge. The momentum of such a battle formation was enough to crush the entire 5 counties. It was no wonder that Wang Han was so arrogant when he went to the 5 counties. Because the gap between the two sides was too big. It was like a tycoon looking at a slave. Of course, there was a reason for this momentum. It was because the spirit chi between the two continents was too big. Su Yan was not surprised that such a gap existed after thousands of years. The blue fire wolves were attacked by the Taihang sword faction, and their formation was immediately in chaos. However, at this time, the loud howls of the wolves were heard again. Even in such a chaotic environment, the sound of the wolf's howl was clearly audible. The Wolf King. At this time, the Wolf King finally started to gain intelligence. At this time, Feng Tianluo directly locked onto the Wolf King's position. Evil creature, die. Feng Tianluo was like a deity as she shot towards the Wolf King. The terrifying power of the Seven Dragons realm exploded. The moment this terrifying aura appeared, it crushed a large group of wolves. At this time, the Wolf King naturally noticed Feng Tianluo's arrival. Then, he let out another terrifying roar, and his entire body immediately became extremely huge. Previously, the blue fire wolf was clearly the size of a calf. At this moment, it had actually become an existence the size of a small mountain. Soon, Feng Tianluo and the Blue Fire Wolf King started to fight. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. At this time, Su Yan had already rushed to the front of the Shui family disciples. Since he had promised the Shui family patriarch, he naturally had to fulfill his responsibility. Moreover, the Shui family patriarch had treated him well. At this time, he directly performed the elephant's torrential storm of rose blossoms. With Su Yan's current realm, he could naturally perform the elephant's torrential storm of rose blossoms perfectly. The pure white and beautiful pear blossoms appeared and floated in the air. When each petal brushed past a wolf, its life would be taken away. Everyone present agreed that in terms of efficiency, Su Yan was number one. But soon, Wang Baichuan also began to show his power. Both of them were at the front of the group, but the sword he used was much simpler than Su Yan's. It was just pure slashing and slashing. Su Yan's power gave people a sense of artistic beauty, while Wang Baichuan's was a violent beauty. The two of them had completely different styles, but their efficiency in killing the blue fire wolves was incomparably fast. It was like a harvester of life. At this time, in the darkness, a pair of eyes opened and looked over. Is that person Wang Baichuan? He's really powerful. I really didn't know that when he fully unleashed his combat strength, it would be terrifying to the point of death. No wonder old Seven died in his hands. This was an old man with a gloomy expression. He looked at Wang Baichuan, who was slaughtering the wolves, with a serious expression. But at this time, he suddenly noticed Su Yan. Who is this guy? His sword chi is quite exquisite, and his combat strength doesn't seem to be weak either. Then, he restrained his smile and said, I really didn't expect that the Taihang sword faction would have another genius. But it doesn't matter. After today, whether it's Wang Baichuan or this new genius, they will all die. His killing intent was overwhelming, and his entire body was filled with an extremely strong killing intent. He was the fifth venerable of the ghost-killing hall of the Devil's Sect. The Five Dragons Realm Elder that Su Yan killed was the seventh venerable of the ghost-killing hall. Although the people of the Devil's Sect were all scheming against each other, he and Old Seven happened to be close friends. Therefore, he hated Wang Baichuan very much. This time, he ambushed the Taihang sword faction here, so naturally, he couldn't go back empty-handed. At this time, when Yunfeng suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at them directly. Sneaky scoundrel, are you hiding here? Solitary sword. When Yunfeng directly attacked. Then, a 15-meter-long sword chi appeared out of thin air and chopped down directly. The fifth venerable frowned and directly hit out with his palm. The two forces met directly in the air. When Yunfeng was in the Seven Dragons realm of the Dragon Realm. However, the fifth venerable's palm directly blocked Wen Yunfeng's sword. The fifth venerable showed up and then said to Wen Yunfeng of the Taihang sword faction, you are really something. You can actually find me. Wen Yunfeng's expression was not relaxed. He already felt the threat. He said directly, how dare you ambush the Taihang sword faction? Aren't you afraid that we will directly kill your Saint Devil Mountain with the Taihang swordsmanship? The rules of this exploration were set by the sect masters. At this time, the Devil's Sect dared to openly violate the rules. It was simply audacious of them. If this matter was spread out, it would immediately arouse the wrath of the Devil's sect. If the Raging Fire sect and the Taihang Sword faction joined hands, even the powerful Devil's sect would not be able to withstand it. The fifth venerable sneered and then said, "Haha, what does this matter have to do with us? It's just that you are too useless and will be killed by the evil beasts in the monster plane." When Yunfeng moved gently, without any nonsense, he directly rushed to the fifth elder. At this time, all the disciples were in danger. Every bit of time wasted meant that the young disciples of these sects would be in more danger. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. "Su Yan and Wang Baichuan, listen to me. This time, no matter what, you have to protect the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction." Of course, when Yunfeng had witnessed the battle between Su Yan and Wang Baichuan, he deeply understood the strength of these two people. When he was in the battle with the old guy of the Devil's sect, these two people were his biggest hope. Chapter 535. No matter what price they had to pay, they had to bear the responsibility at this time. Because they were the Taihang Sword Chief appointed by the sect master. The title of Taihang Sword Chief was not only a supreme honor, but also an extremely heavy responsibility. In the past, Xue Xingchuan, the supreme genius of the Xue family, died to protect the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction. Su Yan naturally didn't have such awareness. However, if it was within the scope of his ability, he was still willing to do his best to protect the Taixing Sword School, or at least the disciples of the Xue family. At this time, with him in the front, the disciples of the Xue family would not be at a disadvantage. At this time, there was a terrible noise coming from the sky. It was the fight between the Wolf King and Feng Tianluo. The strength of these two people had already reached such a level. That kind of terrifying strength was simply frightening. After all, they were powerhouses of the Seven Dragon realm. At this time, not to mention those low-level blue fire wolves, even the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction were very careful, for fear that they would be swept away by this terrible power. At this time, the fifth elder of the ghost-killing hall suddenly sneered and said, "When Yunfeng, I won't talk nonsense with you today. I will kill you directly next time." The fifth elder's strange smile made Wen Yunfeng uneasy. He always felt that this guy must have other plans. If this old man were to leave at this time, and then carry out a secret operation, it would definitely be an extremely dangerous matter. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he finally followed the fifth elder. When Su Yan saw Wen Yunfeng following the elder of the Devil's doctrine, he immediately knew that things were going to be bad. Damn it, they are luring me away. At this time, Wen Yunfeng was the deterrent force here. However, if he left at this time, the opponent would be unscrupulous. In the sky, the fight between the Blue Fire Wolf King and Feng Tianluo became unprecedentedly terrible. Feng Tianluo was like a prehistoric giant beast, constantly tumbling in the sky. His strength was too terrifying, too frightening. The powerful and terrible power kept coming, as if it was going to tear everything apart. At this moment, Feng Tianluo naturally used his full strength. Even the Blue Fire Wolf King was suppressed by him. At this time, he suddenly noticed that Wen Yunfeng was far away. A trace of uneasiness flashed through his mind. Damn it, this is a diversion. Wen Yunfeng has been irritated, or in other words, induced. Anyway, it is not a good thing for him to leave at this time. However, his opponent, the Blue Fire Wolf King, would definitely not give him any chance. Although he had just suppressed the Blue Fire Wolf King, the moment the opportunity presented itself, the Blue Fire Wolf King would immediately erupt and launch a terrifying counterattack. Blue Fire Wolf King, I know that a powerful demonic beast like you must have extremely powerful intelligence. Why are you working with these people? If the battle continued, Feng Tianluo was naturally not afraid. However, the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction couldn't wait any longer. Even at this moment, the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction were full of vigor. Under the leadership of Su Yan and Wang Baichuan, they were forcing the opponents to retreat. However, he knew that if this continued, the situation would take a turn for the worse. Not to mention that the powerful demonic beasts here would swarm over after sensing the aura. Even the enemies hiding in the dark would be absolutely fatal. At this moment, the Blue Fire Wolf King raised his head and looked at Feng Tianluo, saying, "Ha, damn humans, you stole my child. How can I let you go?" A terrifying anger came out of the Blue Fire Wolf King's huge body. At this moment, Feng Tianluo finally understood why the Blue Fire Wolf King attacked them so crazily. The Blue Fire Wolf King's child. These damn guys, how could they do such a thing? However, at this moment, it was obvious that no explanation could be given. The Blue Fire Wolf King was obviously extremely angry now. No matter what he said, it would be useless. The only thing he could do was to kill his way out. At the thought of this, his gaze gradually turned cold. Then, he turned into a stream of light and charged forward. He was flying in the air, and the sword light in his hand was even more terrifying. He directly shot towards the Blue Fire Wolf King. At this moment, the most important thing was to defeat the Blue Fire Wolf King. 7 huge dragons circled around him. As he attacked, the roars of the dragons reverberated through the sky. Flames exploded from the Blue Fire Wolf King's body. It was as if a volcano had suddenly erupted at this moment. The clash between these two powerhouses shocked all the living beings present. Under such power, it was really difficult to force their way through. At this moment, a scream was heard. In this chaotic battle, a disciple's neck was silently slit. In such a chaotic situation, death was not unexpected. However, he was not bitten to death by the Blue Fire Wolf King. Instead, he was killed by a sneak attack by his companion. This victim was a disciple of the Shui family. And the person who attacked him was his old friend. Until his death, he did not understand why his old friend would attack him. This person's attack was really vicious. Especially in such a chaotic situation, this sneak attack could be considered as silent. It was just that if it was a normal time, it would indeed be like this. However, it was different now. Because Su Yan was constantly paying attention to the Shui family disciples. Su Yan's divine will was much stronger than the average person's. Hence, even in such a chaotic situation, he was still able to control everything. When the dead Shui family disciple cried out in pain, he had already sensed it. However, by the time he wanted to help, it was already too late. He only had a strong divine will, but he was not a god. However, since he had already discovered this guy, Su Yan naturally had to kill him. Otherwise, how could he face the Shui family disciples who had already died? At this moment, his entire body turned into an illusion and charged towards this person. This person killed his old friend, but he did not react at all. It was as if he had just killed an insignificant dog. His gaze was cold as he looked for his next target. However, at this moment, a cold aura suddenly enveloped him. After feeling this aura, his entire body trembled. He did not even need to think before he knew that he was in danger. However, he really could not understand how his opponent had discovered him when he had been so secretive. However, this was no longer important. The most important thing was that he had to survive. Although he was a death warrior, he did not want to die unless he had no other choice. However, before he could do anything, Su Yan's sword flashed and slashed across his neck. That person quickly froze on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. Since he had infiltrated the Taihang sword faction, he naturally saw the battle between Su Yan and Wang Baichuan that day. He knew that Su Yan was very strong. However, when he experienced it himself, he realized that this strength was enough to make him despair. At this moment, someone finally noticed that something was amiss. Shui Xingyue turned around and saw that Su Yan had killed that person. She directly killed a blue fire wolf beside her, and then directly questioned, "Su Yan, what are you doing?" Su Yan did not have time to explain anything to her. He said to everyone, "Everyone, be careful. We have a mole among us. This person was killed by him." The disciples of the Shui family were stunned. However, when they saw the wound on the disciple who had fallen first, they immediately knew what was going on. Su Yan then channeled his spiritual qi and shouted, "Everyone, be careful of the mole." At this moment, another disciple was killed by his companions in another place. This time, it was a member of the Wang family. Wang Baichuan's gaze turned cold as he said, "Everyone, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed the person who had ambushed him. Actually, he should have expected this. How could it be possible that the other party did not have an ambush for them to know their whereabouts in such a timely manner? However, this was the most shocking part. After all, they were the top 100 young disciples of the Taihang sword faction. To put it bluntly, these disciples had a bright future ahead of them. They were the future and hope of the Taihang sword faction. However, there was a mole from the devil sect among them. The devil sect was indeed a powerful sect with tens of thousands of years of history. It was terrifying that they were able to plant such a mole in the Taihang sword faction. At this moment, everyone was panicking. Of course, after 2 people were killed in a row, everyone was already panicking. However, as expected of the top 100 disciples, after the initial chaos, they calmed down in an instant. While killing the approaching demonic beasts, they were also on guard against themselves. It was just that after such an unforeseen event, there was an additional layer of distrust between everyone. Obviously, the devil's sect had achieved their goal. At this moment, a group of men in black suddenly appeared. These men in black were very good at concealment. What was even more shocking was that they seemed to be able to dodge the blue fire wolf's attack. The massacre became even more intense and terrifying. Su Yan's heart became heavy. He knew that at this moment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction had fallen into the enemy's rhythm. If this continued, the situation would become even worse. The other party must have a motive for creating such chaos. Su Yan did not believe that the other party did not have a motive at all. At this moment, a cold murderous intent gathered. Su Yan, Wang Baichuan, and Feng Yuhai felt an extremely terrifying aura lock onto them at the same time. These 3 people were the strongest in the group, but they felt the threat of death from the person who had locked onto them. Chapter 536. From the very beginning, Su Yan had expected this. Obviously, it was not a small thing that they could lure all the blue fire wolves here. If such a big move was just to kill a few ordinary disciples, then it would be a bit of a loss that did not make up for it. But what if the top 3 disciples of the Taihang sword faction died? Or, what if all the elders were to die together with him? That would definitely hurt the whole Taihang sword faction. The Taihang sword faction was already in a panic because of the sacrifice of several disciples. What was worse was that the 2 7-dragon swordsmen were not here. So it was the best time to kill the top 3 disciples of the Taihang sword faction. At this time, 3 figures flashed and directly rushed to the top 3 disciples of the Taihang sword faction. They were Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan. Feeling the strong qi attack, the 3 of them changed their expressions at the same time. Judging from the qi, there were 2 6-dragon swordsmen. Although the last one had reached the 6-dragon realm, his qi was so horrible that he might have reached the peak of the 5-dragon realm. That was really a big deal. What was more, Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Feng Yuhai did not know whether to leave or not. Because at this time, if they chose to leave, those swordsmen would directly attack the other disciples around. Even Su Yan and the others would find it extremely difficult to deal with the ambush of the 3 great experts. Their lives might even be in danger, let alone the others. So, what they could do now was to fight. The 3 swordsmen had arrived suddenly, and Wang Baichuan's opponent was the most powerful one among them. The power in his hand was so horrible that it made people tremble with fear. 6 dragon shadows danced in the air. Among them, there was a trend of improvement. This person was only 1 step away from the 7-dragon realm. Clearly, such a person was an extremely terrifying existence. Compared with Wang Yuan and Feng Tianluo of the Taihang sword faction, when Yun Feng was only 1 step behind. And Su Yan's opponent was also a 6-dragon powerhouse. Although he was still a bit weaker than Wang Baichuan's opponent, it was enough to see how much they valued Su Yan. Su Yan. What a young genius. If you join my glory sect from now on, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die here today. This person's voice was very gloomy, but the majesty in it was unquestionable. In the face of such a threat, Su Yan only responded with a sneer. Then, he said, "Old dog, if you have the ability, then come and kill me. Isn't this kind of nonsense used to deceive children degrading your status?" Su Yan's eyes were brimming with fighting spirit. Not only was he not afraid, but he was eager to try. His whole person was like a madman. Seeing Su Yan's eyes, this person's face turned cold. He said, "You are really arrogant and ignorant." After that, he had already rushed directly towards Su Yan. His movements did not seem fast, and even gave people a feeling of clumsiness. However, Su Yan felt that when this person attacked, he had already blocked all his escape routes. If he did not choose to fight head-on, then as soon as he started to escape, this person's strength would fiercely hit him and then give him a fatal blow. Su Yan never doubted his fighting intuition, and he would not doubt the strength of a six-dragon powerhouse. He knew that this battle was far more difficult than facing Wang Baichuan. He took a deep breath, and then a pair of staffs suddenly burst out. At this time, the powerful strength directly spread out, and turned into a pair of the most terrifying dragon wings. This move was the demonic dragon wings from the bloodline inheritance of the great demonic dragon. After every powerhouse entered the dragon realm, they would be born with a special ability, just like Wang Baichuan's awe-inspiring state. Therefore, when Su Yan entered the dragon realm, no one would doubt him if he used this move again. Once the demonic dragon wings appeared, Su Yan's entire body immediately revealed an extremely domineering and fierce aura, as if he had really transformed into a real dragon. When this person saw this scene, he was also shocked. "What? You have already displayed the talent of Dragon Realm? You clearly entered the Dragon Realm not long ago when you fought Wang Baichuan. What a scary kid. Looks like I can't let you live today." One had to know that even for powerhouses in the Dragon Realm, not everyone could awaken the talent of Dragon Realm. Some people, even at the end of the Dragon Realm, were unable to give birth to their own talent of Dragon Realm. For example, he had already reached the sixth Dragon Realm, but had not been born. However, Su Yan was only at the one Dragon Realm, but he had already given birth to the Dragon Clan's special ability. Moreover, his special ability was the Dragon Wings. This kind of talent of Dragon Realm was related to the Dragon Clan and was known for its strength. He could clearly see that if Su Yan could survive and not die, he would definitely become an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. However, now that Su Yan had joined the Taihang Sword faction, he was his enemy. Allowing such a person to continue to grow was an extremely stupid thing to do. It could even be considered an idiot. At this moment, from his point of view, Su Yan had already surpassed Wang Baichuan and became the person who should be killed the most. However, after the initial shock, he had already calmed down. No matter what, Su Yan's realm was there for all to see. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to fight against him. After all, the difference between the two of them was too great. At this moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a dense demonic aura gathered on his palm. He suddenly roared, "Go to hell!" The violent attack directly slammed down, causing countless clouds of dust to fly up. At this moment, the powerful and violent energy continuously trembled, and the entire battlefield seemed to have begun to tremble. There was no one around Su Yan and this person anymore, because they could not withstand such a powerful aura, and they all retreated. At this moment, Xue Xinyue looked at Su Yan, her eyes filled with deep worry. At this moment, Su Yan was facing a life and death situation, which made her extremely worried. Although on the surface, she did not care about Su Yan's life and death, how could she truly be so heartless? However, at this moment, she could not do anything. She clearly knew that although they were both in the Dragon Realm, compared to Su Yan, she was too weak. She could even be described as too weak to stand up to the wind. Su Yan's expression was extremely serious. The dragon wings on his back flapped, and his entire body turned into a ray of light and flew out. Of course, it was not to escape, but to fight. He actually directly collided with the Devil Sect's 6 dragons powerhouse. Just like what he had sensed earlier, as long as Su Yan futilely tried to escape, he would leave behind an opening, and this person who had sensed Su Yan's opening would definitely not give Su Yan any chance to escape, and would definitely launch the fiercest attack. Therefore, the best way was to face it head-on. The scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand directly exploded with a blazing light, and then he began to use a sword technique, the immortal sword technique. The immortal sword technique of the burial sword tomb had now become extremely powerful in Su Yan's hands. The shadow of the scorching sun sword directly spread out, turning into a shadow that was 10 meters long, and directly bombarded the Devil Sect Elder's palm. When the Devil Sect Elder saw the scorching sun sword, his eyes immediately revealed incomparable greed. The sacred sword. It really is the sacred sword. This is great. This old man is lacking a suitable weapon, and today, I can finally get what I want. His entire body was constantly trembling. This was because he was too excited. Personally killing a super genius, a future invincible powerhouse, and at the same time directly snatching the sacred sword in his hand, this was such a fortunate thing. Therefore, even someone as powerful as him began to tremble. The two forces quickly collided directly. Without any suspense, Su Yan's entire person was directly sent flying out. Even with the help of the devil dragon wings, Su Yan's strength had slightly improved. However, the gap of 5 dragons was still too big. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Su Yan could not win at all. Su Yan's dragon wings flapped again, and then his entire body paused in the air. This short attack allowed Su Yan to know how powerful the opponent's strength was. The 6 dragons realm was indeed powerful, but Su Yan did not give up hope. Because he felt that he could defeat him. The 6 dragons realm was, of course, powerful enough, but he was not a genius like Wang Baichuan. Therefore, Su Yan still had a chance. Su Yan looked at the opponent and suddenly said, I know that you want to kill me, and you also want the semi-divine sword in my hand, but obviously, I can't beat you, so now, I'm going to run. As soon as his voice fell, Su Yan actually flapped his dragon wings and flew into the distance. The Devil Sect's elder was stunned. He did not expect Su Yan to make such a choice. However, he quickly laughed coldly, Run? Are you trying to lure me away? Don't worry, you can't escape from my grasp. After laughing coldly, he directly flew into the air and chased after Su Yan. As soon as this elder left, the pressure on everyone immediately decreased a lot. Su Yan's speed began to increase, and then he began to fly into the distance. If he wanted to defeat this old thing, he would need to use many methods. However, it was not convenient for the Taihang sword faction to see these methods. Of course, Su Yan was sure that this old thing would come after him because of his greed. For the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand, he would definitely do so. At the same time, once the two of them left, the burden on the Taihang sword faction's disciples was reduced. At least when the two of them fought, they would not be affected. Soon, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai made the same choice as Su Yan. Chapter 537. Su Yan's speed was indeed fast. Even with the old man's strength, it still took him half an hour to catch up to Su Yan. For experts like them, how far could they fly in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? At this moment, the two of them could no longer see the Taihang sword faction from where they were. At this moment, the Devil Sect expert looked at Su Yan and sneered. Then, he said, I don't care if you came here on purpose or if you wanted to escape. It doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is that you can't escape now. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Then, he said again, I'll give you one more chance. Give me the holy sword in your hand, and I'll guarantee that you'll join the sage sect. I'll also give you enough attention. Su Yan did not take the old man's words to heart at all. He did not come here to escape in the first place. Su Yan said directly, give me a chance. No, you're wrong. I never thought of giving you a chance. This place is almost done, so we should make our move. As Su Yan's voice fell, his gaze became extremely sharp. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Old dog, let me see how strong the 6 dragons are. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already charged over. The devil sect elder was stunned. He did not expect Su Yan to take the initiative to attack at this moment. This was beyond his expectations, but it did not matter. No matter what, Su Yan would never be able to escape from his grasp. When Su Yan charged directly at him, the old man activated his devil technique and struck out with his palm. A majestic force condensed and then violently charged at Su Yan. You overestimate yourself, kid. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, he naturally would not hold back. The power of this palm was even more terrifying than before. When this palm landed, there were countless explosions in the air. It was as if the air was directly torn apart at this moment. That terrifying power vividly displayed his strength. At this time, Su Yan's eyes suddenly became as hot as fire. He then chuckled and said, "Very good." The power of the dragon wings on his back became even more profound. At the same time, he focused his power and charged forward. Deity Vanquishing Sword. The inheritance from the heavenly demon made a move at this moment. The great heavenly devil lord's deity Vanquishing Sword had slain God knows how many powerful enemies back then. It possessed extremely terrifying might. This sword had actually amplified his strength by 5 times. Su Yan's strength was very strong. Although he had just entered the dragon realm, he could already fight against a 4-dragon genius like Wang Baichuan. Therefore, he was not too far away from the devil sect elder. But at this moment, the strength of his sword had actually increased by 10 times. The devil sect elder's palm was torn apart without any suspense. However, the terrifying power did not show any signs of stopping. A powerful force descended from the sky. For no reason at all, it was as if a violent storm had been stirred up. The power of this storm was so terrifying that the elder felt like his insides were being torn apart. How is this possible? Looking at the incoming attack, he was actually stunned for a moment. However, in the next moment, he had already reacted. With such power, he definitely could not take it head-on. Otherwise, only death would await him. Therefore, at this moment, his body directly moved to the side. This elder's speed was indeed very fast. At this critical moment, he finally dodged Su Yan's terrifying attack. If his reaction had been just a little slower, he was afraid that he would have died. At this moment, there was even a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. He was clearly a kid in the dragon realm, but he was actually able to use such a terrifying move. How is this possible? How did your strength become so strong? No, I understand now. You must have some incredible battle technique or secret technique. Your sword just now seems very similar to the sword in the Sage Sect's legends. As expected of a 6-dragon realm elder, he was really experienced and knowledgeable. Very quickly, he recognized the technique that Su Yan had just used. Su Yan's gaze was just like that. It was cold and traceless, as if there was no longer any color in the world. At this moment, there was actually a faint trace of demonic aura on his body. This caused him to frown. The Buddha's heart in his body was gently beating, as if suppressing the power of this demonic aura. Hand it over, kid. Give me your battle technique and I can let you go. The devil sect elder roared again. At first, he thought that this kid only had the sacred sword in his hand that was worth fighting for. But now, it seemed that the situation was far from that. Who was this guy? He even had the inheritance of the devil sect? Could he be the legendary devil sect crown prince who had escaped from the devil sect's control? But it didn't matter. He was not interested in Su Yan's identity. He only wanted Su Yan's sacred sword and battle technique. At this moment, Su Yan's body moved again. After using the previous move, you actually dare to take the initiative to attack now. According to the Devil Sect Elder's estimation, using such a battle technique was really exhausting. Even a genius like Su Yan should be exhausted after using that move. After all, that was the legendary deity vanquishing sword. But at this moment, Su Yan actually charged towards him again. The speed of his flight was simply shocking. The extremely terrifying power was incomparably shocking. But this move seemed to be different from the previous one. Of course, after experiencing the previous attack, he no longer dared to underestimate Su Yan in any way. He deeply understood that this kid in front of him had mastered a lot of interesting things. If he could get his hands on all of them, it would definitely be a huge opportunity for him. You can't use the deity vanquishing sword, and you still want to fight me head-on? How foolish. As he spoke, his powerful strength erupted once again, and a mysterious dark aureole appeared behind him. This halo caused his strength to become even more terrifying. Su Yan's sword met the halo directly. This time, Su Yan was directly sent flying. The elder of the Devil Sect laughed coldly. His guess was right. This fella could only use the god-vanquishing sword once. But this was also good. Because this way, this kid's time of death had come. With that thought in mind, he once again charged towards Su Yan to suppress him. But at this moment, Su Yan flapped the dragon wings behind him and charged towards him again. Su Yan's tenacity was beyond the Devil Sect Elder's imagination. The scarlet sword light drew an extremely beautiful trajectory in the air. When it arrived in front of the elder, Su Yan's sword light turned and slashed at him again. The elder's dark halo countered once again. Similarly, Su Yan was still unable to match up to the elder's halo. But this time, Su Yan didn't retreat as much as he did. The elder's gaze was fixed on Su Yan. Although it had only been 2 strikes, he had already sensed something strange. Su Yan's strength seemed to have increased compared to before. What's going on? What kind of technique is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Previously, he had already recognized the deity vanquishing sword. At this moment, he felt that the technique Su Yan used was familiar. He felt that this was another technique that he did not know of that was attacking him. Furthermore, this technique felt familiar to him. It was probably another battle technique from the Devil Sect's legends. At the thought of this, his eyes became even more fiery. It was as if he was going to swallow Su Yan whole. At this moment, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. The 3rd strike came down again. His sword became heavier and heavier with each strike. By the 7th strike, the elder had already begun to retreat. This was because he realized that the great devil halo that he had condensed had actually begun to tremble. He was already unable to withstand Su Yan's power. This absolutely horrified him to the extreme. He looked at Su Yan as if he was looking at a monster. How was this possible? How was this possible? However, at this moment, the 8th strike came down again. The sword that came across the sky had even cut through the sky. This terrifying sound was simply shocking. That violent power seemed as if the entire world was beginning to be destroyed. At this moment, all the power began to collapse and even be destroyed. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Between heaven and earth, there was a sinking radiance. At this moment, the demonic chi outside Su Yan's body had become even more awe-inspiring. It was almost heavier than the Devil Sect's elder. This is the great heavenly devil master's heaven-crushing 10 slashes. D***mn it. I should have recognized it. He finally remembered the name of this move. His entire body was already filled with fear. One had to know that the great heavenly devil master was originally the Devil Sect's supreme faith. Thousands of years ago, the Devil Sect's greatest power all came from the inheritance of that person. This time, the Devil Sect had paid a huge price to revive the Devil Sect's crown prince, Duan Mulonghu. In addition to needing his demonic blood, they also wanted to obtain the inherited battle technique that had been lost in the long river of history from him. How could he have thought that this kid in front of him had actually mastered such a terrifying battle technique? "You're Duanmu Longhu," he immediately shouted. Then, he felt a wave of fear in his heart. At this moment, he had already begun to feel afraid. His entire body was trembling. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of withstanding this strike. Instead, he wanted to immediately escape. No matter what, even if he brought this news back, he would have made a great contribution. As for himself, he absolutely could not die here. However, at this moment, the eighth strike suddenly disappeared. In its place was an extremely terrifying and deep dark light. With a flash of light, a huge claw directly appeared. Chapter 538. He was dead. The Devil Sex Elder, a powerful figure whose cultivation had reached the Six Dragons realm, had died in Su Yan's hands just like that. Su Yan's palm had penetrated the elder's chest. Until now, the elder's eyes were still wide open as if he could not believe the fact that he had died. Su Yan said weakly, "If you had chosen to fight head-on, I'm afraid I would have died because I can't perform the eighth sword at all." The power of each move of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was stronger and more terrifying than the previous move. When it came to the 10th move, the power was so terrifying that it could almost make one feel despair. However, the power that one had to bear with each move was no small matter. Even Su Yan could no longer bear such a terrifying impact. When the 7th sword fell, he felt that his spiritual chi was almost exhausted and his entire body was about to split open. However, he could not stop at this time because once he stopped, the Devil Sex Elder would definitely be able to see through the clues. If that happened, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he could only risk his life. However, the Devil Sex Elder was still afraid in the end. Facing such a terrifying power, he was still afraid in the end. Because of fear, he chose to escape. It was also because of this that not only did he give Su Yan a chance to live, but he also gave Su Yan a chance to kill him. Taking advantage of this juncture, Su Yan finally performed another powerful and terrifying combat skill, which was the Death Dragon Claw. The Death Dragon Claw was obtained from the great demonic dragon's power inheritance and possessed extremely terrifying power. When the power was directly released, it could be said to be terrifying. It was the true power of condensing all of the power and then releasing a fatal attack. Of course, there was another point to the Death Dragon Claw, which was that if the attack could not kill the enemy, then the user would have to die here. However, that was really his last chance. The Elder had already learned of his secret. Although the Elder's guess was wrong, he still could not let him leave. Otherwise, it would bring him great trouble. Moreover, it was an opportunity that could not be missed. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan didn't hesitate to kill him at the last moment. Finally, the Elder was completely dead. Su Yan felt weak all over. He used the last of his strength to descend from the sky and leaned on a hidden boulder. After experiencing this massacre, he was panting heavily. However, other than feeling weak, he was actually excited. He could clearly sense that this was a thirst for blood. In other words, he thirsted for such slaughter. Regardless of whether it's the great heavenly demon master's battle skill or the great demonic dragon's innate battle skill, it seems like I can't use them easily. At this time, Su Yan had already understood. He remembered that when he left the Arctic land of the far north, Yang Tai-yi had advised him not to use this battle skill rashly. At this moment, he finally understood the other party's intentions. Once he used this battle skill, his entire body would be guided by this power. There was no free lunch in this world. Since the great celestial demon master had passed down his battle skill to Luo Yunyang, he definitely had his own motives. Even someone like Yang Tai-yi was extremely wary of the great celestial demon lord. From this, one could see how terrifying he was. Even though such a person was already dead, if he wanted to scheme against him, he still wouldn't be someone that a small fry like Luo Yunyang could resist. This time, he had no choice but to use this battle skill. Although the Stupa sect's battle skill was powerful, it needed to be thoroughly tempered. The Stupa sect was an orthodox sect, so their battle skills were very particular about following the prescribed order. If he had enough time, he could naturally cultivate this battle skill to an extremely profound level. When that happened, he would still be able to kill the elder. Unfortunately, what he lacked the most right now was time. Although the regal sword scripture was powerful, he had only comprehended 2 of its moves. I was lucky this time. However, I might not be so lucky next time. I need to quickly increase my strength. I also need to see if I can learn any new moves from the regal sword mantra. Su Yan's heart had already gradually calmed down. Although he was worried about the situation of the Taihang sword faction's Shui family, given his current state, he simply couldn't go over and help them. Thus, he could only calm down and start recovering his strength. Only by recovering his strength in the shortest amount of time could he help the Taihang sword faction. While Su Yan was meditating and cultivating, the battle between Feng Yuhai and his opponent had reached an extremely critical juncture. Feng Yuhai was indeed worthy of being ranked second in the Taihang 10 swords. At the moment, even the 5-Dragon Realm powerhouse couldn't do anything to him. No, that wasn't all. The one who had gained the upper hand wasn't the 5-Dragon Realm powerhouse, but Feng Yuhai. The Devil Sect powerhouse looked at Feng Yuhai in disbelief, his entire body trembling. Damn it, how can you be so powerful? This is impossible. Your cultivation, it's actually, even for someone like him, his voice was still trembling slightly when he spoke. This was because he had just witnessed something unbelievable. Feng Yuhai was only at the 3-Dragon Realm earlier. However, when the battle reached an extremely critical juncture, he actually unleashed the power of the 5-Dragon Realm and completely suppressed the Devil Sect powerhouse. One had to know that even the Taihang sword master, Wang Baichuan, was only at the 4-Dragon Realm. However, the person in front of him had already reached the 5-Dragon Realm. How terrifying was that? Feng Yuhai smiled faintly and said, 5-Dragon Realm? What's so surprising about that? Isn't that normal? You have to know that Wang Baichuan had already killed an unlucky guy in the 5 Dragons realm back then. However, you are also in the 5 Dragons realm, so let me kill you. He held the Wind Sea sword in his hand and walked towards the elder step by step. The elder had already recovered from his shock and said, since you're so powerful, why are you only ranked second in the Taihang 10 swords? You should be able to defeat Wang Baichuan, right? Feng Yuhai shook his head and looked at the elder. You're really stupid. What's the point of being the Taihang sword master to me? Being second place for 10,000 years is pretty good. Look, at the very least, when you guys ambushed me, you left the 2 6 Dragons realm experts to the 2 first place experts. Hee hee, and you left me with a mediocre piece of trash. Isn't that great? It's easy and enjoyable. Feng Yuhai smiled lazily and shook his sword. His long sword vibrated and immediately burst out with an extremely intense brilliance. Then, he slashed straight ahead. The power of this sword was truly shocking. Such swordlight was simply incomparably shocking. Mediocre. When the elder heard how Feng Yuhai had addressed him, his entire body burned with rage. Although he could not compare to the 2 6 Dragon Realm powerhouses, he was still a 5 Dragon Realm powerhouse. Even in the Devil Sect, he had a high status. When others saw him, they were always afraid of him. However, at this moment, Feng Yuhai actually called him mediocre. How could he not be furious? Good, what a good, unranked. Then let me see how strong a guy like you is. At this moment, as a powerful elder, he was completely enraged. His anger erupted as he charged directly at Feng Yuhai. His violent attack directly hit Feng Yuhai. At this moment, he was suddenly stunned. Because this was a little too easy and simple. Yes, it was indeed too easy. When he attacked, he did not think that he could hit Feng Yuhai at all. He only wanted to force this arrogant guy to retreat. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. Is he an embroidered pillow? What a useless thing. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. However, at the next moment, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. How stupid. How did someone like you become an elder? Can't you even see through a fake body? Hearing Feng Yuhai's voice, the elder immediately felt chills all over his body. How did this guy get behind him? He really couldn't believe that this guy had actually done it. Even if Feng Yuhai hid his strength, the two of them were still in the same realm, so their strength should not be too far apart. However, now, the other party appeared behind him silently, and he actually did not notice at all. A kind of fear spread in him, making it difficult for him to even breathe. However, at this time, Feng Yuhai did not give him a chance. A stupid person like you should just die. Anyway, there's no point in living. Feng Yuhai attacked with his wind ocean sword. An extremely strong gale suddenly appeared and directly swept him in it. Soon after, an enormous wave appeared. That intense wave simply caused one's mind to be alarmed. Such a terrifying power directly drowned him. In the end, he did not even say a word. Feng Yuhai put away the long sword in his hand with a smile, then said, "What a pleasant battle. Speaking of which, I wonder if Wang Baichuan and that brat called Su Yan are dead." They shouldn't be. Forget it, I'd better go back. My beautiful cousin is still waiting for me to protect her. He put away the long sword in his hand, then walked forward without looking back. Killing a 5-dragon powerhouse was like doing something insignificant. Chapter 539. Wang Baichuan put away his Starsea's sacred sword and left without looking back. He was slightly injured. His abdomen had taken a heavy blow, but it was nothing to him. After all, he had killed his way out. This level of injury was nothing to him. If it wasn't for the battle with Su Yan that allowed me to make a breakthrough, I'm afraid that this battle wouldn't have been so easy. Humph, a fellow that is almost at the 7th dragon level, not bad. However, I don't know how that brat Su Yan is doing. He should have finished off his opponent. If he died just like that, it would be too disappointing. Wang Baichuan said as he walked, but I think Feng Yuhai has already killed his opponent. That fox is hiding his strength. After the 3 strong fighters left, many assassins appeared. The strange thing was, these assassins were actually not attacked by the blue fire wolf. For the disciples of the Taihang sword faction, this was one disaster after another. But even in such an environment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction still displayed shocking strength. Strictly speaking, the Taihang 10 swords should be 11 swords. Now that 3 swords had left, there were 8 left. Even Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu, who were at the bottom, were strong fighters in the dragon realm. Let's not talk about the others for now. Just Boundless was already much stronger than before. At this moment, the sword in his hand was constantly swinging. Wherever his sword light touched, countless lives would be lost. His sword was a famous sword that he had personally forged. The sword's original name was Muyu, but now it was called Boundless. The sword's name was the same as his own. Compared to the last time, his aura was much stronger. Vaguely, one could see 3 dragon shadows swaying. This was the triple dragon realm. On the surface, Feng Yuhai of the Taihang second sword was also in the triple dragon realm. At this moment, in a dark corner, a rugged man narrowed his eyes and looked at the battlefield. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was still extremely shocked. Damn it, the Taihang sword faction, is the Taihang sword faction really that powerful? This man was not from the Devil's sect, but an elder of the 100 Beasts sect. The 100 Beasts sect was once a powerful sect in the 9 states. However, the 100 Beasts sect was later destroyed by the Taihang sword faction. The sect was in tatters. Only a few disciples were lucky enough to escape. This time, the 100 Beasts sect and the Devil's sect had joined hands to kill all the young disciples of the Taihang sword faction. If it weren't for the 100 Beasts sect, the Blue Fire Wolf sect wouldn't have killed the disciples of the Taihang sword faction in such a frenzied manner. However, he did not expect that even now, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were still holding on bitterly. Forget it, the 2 old geezers aren't here, and the 3 sword leaders aren't here either. Today, I'll bury all of you here. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then he pounced. His target was naturally the Taihang 10 swords. While his body was still in the air, he transformed into an extremely terrifying giant eagle. The cry of the giant eagle was enough to make one's heart tremble. At the same time, his entire body fell from the sky, and a powerful force rushed directly toward the disciples of the Taihang sword faction. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful sword intent locking onto him. This was an extremely powerful sword intent. The moment the sword intent appeared, he knew that things were not going well. He immediately channeled his spirit chi and forcibly stopped in midair. At the same time, his 2 claws transformed into eagle claws and slapped toward the sword. When the two clashed, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect trembled violently. An expert. The strength of the person who attacked just now was probably above his. He really could not understand where this expert came from, and how could he be forced to such a state with just one sword strike. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. So it's a surviving member of the 100 Beasts sect. How bold of you to plot against the Taihang sword faction. An elder stood in the air and stared straight at the elder of the 100 Beasts sect. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect was full of vigilance. When he saw this person appear, he immediately knew that he was in trouble. Cui Tianlang of the Taihang sword faction. He immediately recognized the person in front of him. Cui Tianlang was an extremely famous elder of the Taihang sword faction. He was not someone from the 3 aristocratic families, but his terrifying combat strength was well known throughout the Zhozhou continent. Hee, you recognize me? That's good, at least you'll know who killed you. Cui Tianlang's laughter was filled with mockery. Then, his entire body pressed forward. The cold light in his eyes was so piercingly cold that it almost made one's heart tremble. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect only felt that his soul was about to be torn apart. However, he was clearly a 7-dragon powerhouse in the dragon realm. Why was the gap between the two of them so huge? He could not accept it. He really could not accept it. He had waited for so long for revenge, but now, facing the opponent's powerhouse, he felt as if he was facing a monster. However, Cui Tianlang obviously would not give him the chance. At this moment, the sword in his hand turned again. In an instant, an extremely fierce aura appeared. This aura was like that of a giant wolf. One had to know that Cui Tianlang was not his real name. The 2 words, Tianlang, referred to his famous consummate skill, the Tianlang sword. This swordsman was born in the Taihang sword faction, but after he started practicing swordsmanship, he left the Taihang sword faction and went deep into the grasslands to practice swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had improved by relying on his own battles. After he left for 30 years, when he returned, the Tianlang sword shook the Taihang sword faction. At that moment, the entire Taihang sword faction was shocked by his strength. Once he used his swordsmanship, he was like a legendary Tianlang, domineering and ruthless. Once this person made a move, he would not leave anyone alive. Even in the sect competition, it was the same. Back then, experts from the 3 big families died at his hands. If the faction leader had not protected him, he would have been killed by the 3 big families. After that, the Tianlang sword became unknown. However, today, it appeared in front of everyone again. His opponent was a surviving member of the 100 Beasts sect, who had a 7-dragon cultivation. Then, he attacked with his sword. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect watched as he attacked, but he did not move. It was as if he had forgotten that he wanted to resist. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was a wolf. Arrogant, powerful, bloodthirsty. It was much more terrifying than the blue fire wolf king. He gathered his aura and tried to block it, but he sadly realized that he could not move at all. It was as if a gigantic hand was holding him down. That feeling was unbearable. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of fighting. His only thought was to run away. His original thoughts had all been thrown away. He deeply understood that if he were to fight with him now, then he would definitely die. Therefore, he did not have any intention of fighting at all. He immediately turned around and left. You want to leave now? Unfortunately, since you've already jumped out, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You're going to stay here forever today. He laughed coldly, then slashed down with his sword again. The sword was so sharp that it almost made him despair. At this moment, he immediately realized that he was only able to block the attack earlier because that guy was toying with him. Now that he had used his true strength, he could not even block a single attack. At this moment, he made a decision. He swung his body violently, and an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted. At this moment, a bloody light shot into the sky. It was one of his palms that was directly chopped off. However, the elder of the 100 Beasts sect did not lose his composure at all because this was within his expectations. That was because that was his method to begin with. When the bloody palm fell off, it actually erupted with a powerful aura. Then, the palm instantly exploded, and a bloody mist instantly enveloped the entire sky. Within the bloody mist, a gigantic blood-colored lizard actually appeared. As soon as the lizard appeared, it immediately charged toward Cui Tianlang. Its body kept twisting, looking extremely ferocious. Cui Tianlang laughed coldly, then said, "Ha, you still want to escape? How ridiculous. You think you can escape from me with such a small trick? What a joke." Cui Tianlang's sword light finally landed. The moment it landed, it directly erupted with 5 sword lights. The 5 sword lights swept through everything, cutting everything in an instant. The gigantic blood-colored lizard did not even have time to unleash its most powerful strength before it was killed just like that. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that it was suffocating. The elder of the 100 Beast sect had already flown away, but he had already sensed something the moment the blood-red lizard was destroyed. Damn it, that guy is actually so powerful. His heart was still extremely heavy. He could not figure out how that guy was actually so powerful. The blood dragon curse that he had used at the cost of an arm did not buy him much time. He was killed in an instant. Cui Tianlang was indeed a ferocious existence. However, it still bought him some time in the end. Just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly realized that there was an additional figure in front of him. It was Cui Tianlang. Chapter 540. Blood Dragon Curse. Although this method is interesting, it's still too weak in front of me. If you only want to escape with these little tricks, then I'm really disappointed. Cui Tianlang shook his head gently, and his sword aura rose again. With him as the center, streaks of sword scars started to rise up. The entire plane could feel his powerful aura and majesty. Even Feng Tianluo and Blue Fire Wolf King, who were fighting in the sky far away, could feel it. Feng Tianluo frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "This lunatic actually came? Sigh, if that's the case, there shouldn't be much of a problem this time." He was of the same generation as this lunatic, so he deeply understood how powerful and terrifying this lunatic was. Back then, he suppressed almost all of his peers in the Taihang sword faction so much that they couldn't raise their heads. He was really too powerful and too crazy. And after disappearing for a few years, he had probably become even more powerful. He gently probed the place where Cui Tianlang was fighting with his divine thought and understood the current situation of the battle. Just as he had guessed, this guy's combat strength had become even more powerful. Such methods were simply terrifying. When this sword fell, the Devil's Sect elder would definitely die. He didn't doubt this at all. However, just as Cui Tianlang's sword was about to land, a black shadow suddenly appeared without a sound. That black shadow directly swept up the elder of the 100 Beasts sect and was about to flee. This black shadow's strength was definitely very strong. From the aura he revealed, this person's strength was probably close to the 9 dragons realm. In the dragon realm, the 9 dragons were the sky. It was easy to imagine how terrifying such strength was. Facing such a situation, Cui Tianlang didn't seem to panic at all. He just smiled faintly and said, "You want to save someone in front of me? You're looking down on me." Facing the 9 dragons expert, Cui Tianlang didn't have any scruples at all. His sword still ruthlessly slashed out. In an instant, the sky was dotted with stars. Countless sword lights were circulating, turning into the brilliance of stars. The starlight directly shrouded the front. The 9 dragons devil sect expert was about to leave, but he found himself still in the starlight. He stopped and laughed. "How interesting. Do you want to keep me here? However, do you really have the strength to do so?" As he laughed coldly, a dense demonic aura appeared. The demonic aura seemed to have materialized into countless tentacles, which then spread out into the sky. Since Cui Tianlang had created a starry sky, he would tear it apart completely. To him, such a method was nothing to be proud of. At this moment, his power was completely displayed. That terrifying power directly rushed into the sky, and everything was shaking around it. "Break for me." "Humph. You overestimate yourself." Under his gaze, everything began to condense and even operate. In the end, the endless terrifying radiance finally began to shake this starry world. Overestimating yourself? I really like this description. Cui Tianlang's voice came from all directions, and then his face appeared in the starry sky. He chuckled as he looked at the mysterious expert and said, "A 9 dragons devil sect expert. Interesting. Ha, killing a 9 dragons devil sect expert is far more interesting than killing this piece of trash." Sky Wolf Sword, kill. As soon as the word kill was spoken, it seemed to command the laws of the entire world. A powerful force suddenly erupted at this moment, and a huge wolf that flickered with starlight slowly walked out from the starry sky. The mysterious expert from the devil sect immediately frowned when he saw the sky wolf. That was because he had already sensed an extremely powerful and frightening power within it. Such power was simply shocking. Because he actually felt the threat of death from the sky wolf. At this moment, his heart suddenly jumped, and he immediately disregarded everything and directly attacked. "Devil Soul Shield, block it for me." He roared, and then a huge shield appeared in front of him. As soon as the shield appeared, the powerful and terrifying force was suddenly impacted. It turned out that even though the sky wolf was still in the sky, an invisible sword had actually appeared in front of him. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, then the sword would have pierced through his chest. When he blocked the sword light finally manifested. After that, his true nightmare began. Everything started to change. The terrifying force started to transform, and everything started to transform. Countless starlight condensed towards the sword light. In the end, the 9 dragons powerhouse felt as if he was blocking the entire starry sky. How inconceivable was this? It caused his entire body to tremble. At this moment, he truly felt fear and the threat of death. At this moment, Cui Tianlang had already appeared behind him, and the elder of the 100 Beasts sect suddenly roared, "Watch out." After that, he directly transformed into a huge bear and fiercely slapped Cui Tianlang. The huge bear's entire body flickered with an extremely terrifying radiance, and it even faintly resembled the brilliance of a dragon. Obviously, it was extremely strong. Even though the elder of the 100 Beasts sect had lost an arm, his strength was still so strong that it was shocking. It was at this moment that his gaze gradually became unfocused, and his aura became even more valiant. Because in the instant he made his move, a line of blood had already appeared on the huge body of the beast. He was completely stunned because he only wanted to help the 9 dragons expert of the demonic sect block the attack. However, at this moment, he was about to die. "You were originally a person who deserved to die. Now, go and die for me." This was the last voice he heard in this world. Then, his body directly collapsed. At this moment, the 9 dragons expert of the demonic sect finally reacted. "Damn it, you actually killed him. Cui Tianlang, you've also reached the 9 dragons level." At this moment, he suddenly woke up. Yes, this guy must have reached this level. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying strength? At this moment, he immediately realized that a trace of fear had appeared in his heart. Yes, at this moment, he had already started to feel afraid. Afraid of the enemy in front of him. This guy was too terrifying. Cui Tianlang, the legendary madman of the Taihang sword faction, was even more terrifying than before. At this thought, he did not have any intention of staying. After all, that piece of trash from the 100 Beasts sect was already dead. Therefore, his demonic soul tentacles immediately erupted, and he directly rushed into the sky. He wanted to leave this place. He definitely could not let himself stay in this dangerous place and let himself face this terrifying guy again. If his opponent was still in the 8 dragons level, he was confident that he could fight him with the advantage of 1 level. However, at this moment, he already knew that his opponent's level was the same as his. Under such circumstances, he did not even have the slightest intention to fight. Back then, Cui Tianlang's reputation was too great. Not only was it true within the Taihang sword faction, but it was even more so outside of the sect. It was unknown how many people this guy had killed during the war that year, and how many benefits he had obtained for the Taixing Sword School. Because of this, even though he had killed the disciples of the 3 aristocratic families, he was still living well within the Taihang sword faction. At his current level, it was likely that no one would dare to make a move against him. If he had known that this madman would appear from the beginning, he definitely would not have come here. Clearly, the current situation was very clear. They had schemed against the Taihang sword faction, but the Taihang sword faction was even more ruthless. They had actually set a trap for them and set them up instead. Thinking of this, it was likely that none of the people who had made a move earlier would be able to survive. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. The faction leader of the Taihang sword faction was truly powerful to be able to set up such a trap. Cui Tianlang, today is not the time for us to fight. But I'll definitely take your life another day. As soon as his voice fell, the dragon roared. At this time, all his strength erupted at once. Then he directly rushed to the sky and flew away. Cui Tianlang smiled, "Do you want to leave? It's not easy to meet such an interesting toy like you. If I just let you go, it would be too boring. You'd better stay here." He directly chased after him. As expected by the Devil's Doctrine, the others were indeed killed. Except for the 3 people killed by Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan, the elder of the Devil's Doctrine in the 7 Dragons realm was not spared either. Of course, he was not killed by Wen Yunfeng, because Wen Yunfeng's strength was at most on par with his. What's more, he lured Wen Yunfeng into a trap. When Wen Yunfeng saw the 3 elders of the 7 Dragons realm in front of him, his heart trembled. He even prepared to fight to the death. However, he did not expect that at this critical moment, an 8 Dragons realm expert from the Wang family of the Taihang sword faction arrived. Then, a powerful sword chi swept over and killed the 3 elders of the 7 Dragons realm directly. It should be known that in an ordinary sect, an elder of the 7 Dragons realm would be the faction leader. Today was destined to be an unforgettable day for the Devil's Doctrine. They thought that they had everything under control, but they did not expect that they were schemed against and finally paid a heavy price. This was a huge price that they could not bear. Chapter 541. The Blue Fire Wolves finally retreated, because their Wolf King was killed directly. The horrible Blue Fire Wolf King was finally killed by Cui Tianlang. After all, it was not easy to kill an expert in the 9 Dragons realm. If that guy wanted to escape, even Cui Tianlang couldn't do anything to him. Finally, he escaped. After Cui Tianlang returned, he directly killed the Blue Fire Wolf King with 1 sword. The Blue Fire Wolf King, who forced Feng Tianluo to retreat, was killed by Cui Tianlang in less than half an hour. What was more terrifying was that Cui Tianlang didn't use his full strength in this process. Feng Tianluo was even more fearful of this powerful existence in the past. Cui Tianlang looked at Feng Tianluo and said with a smile, "Isn't this junior fellow apprentice Feng? I didn't expect that you have become a 7 Dragons realm expert. It's really surprising." Feng Tianluo was about to collapse at this moment. This guy had become a 9 Dragons Realm expert secretly, but he said this. It was really a blow to him. However, facing this person, he didn't dare to say anything. He just smiled and said, I'm not as talented as senior fellow apprentice Chui. After all, Chui Tianlang helped him this time. Although it was arranged by the sect, he didn't dare to annoy this guy. This time, Su Yan just crippled several disciples of the Wang family. He didn't really kill anyone, but this guy directly killed many people at that time. He was simply unscrupulous. If he went crazy, he was afraid that he couldn't stop him. Therefore, he didn't want to offend Chui Tianlang. Chui Tianlang chuckled and then said, well, this time's trip has come to a happy end. Since that's the case, we'll be leaving. Hee, junior brother Feng, be careful on the way. After that, Chui Tianlang left without looking back. Of course, the other 8 Dragons Realm expert also did the same. When Yunfeng finally came back and began to count the casualties. In this battle, 8 disciples of the Taihang sword faction were killed or injured. Almost 1/10 of them were killed. In addition, 3 traitors were killed. That was to say, they had lost 11 people at once. Burying the dead and taking care of the wounded took 2 days. In these 2 days, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, and Su Yan returned one after another, causing everyone to feel admiration. They all knew what level of existence these 3 people's opponents were at, and now, all of them had actually returned safely. To them, this was simply a mythical existence. Su Yan returned to the Shui family's camp to rest. This time, the attitude of the Shui family's disciples towards Su Yan was much better. After all, in this battle, Su Yan had done his best to protect them. Although Shui Xinyue was still cold to Su Yan, she still had some feelings for Su Yan. When Su Yan had just returned, she had secretly come to see Su Yan. 3 days later, the repairs were finally completed. After that, the group of people once again set off for the ancient remnant. This time, the ruins were definitely no small matter. Otherwise, the various sects would not be so nervous. This was especially so for the Devil sect, who probably knew something. Of course, the Devil sect's ambush of the Taihang sword faction would be remembered, and they would definitely get revenge on another day. This time, the Devil sect was clearly the one who had suffered a loss. After another 5 days, everyone finally arrived at the battlefield of the ruins. At this time, there were already many people around the battlefield. After all, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Moreover, the news of the appearance of the ruins had been spread like wildfire over the past few days. Many rogue cultivators who did not belong to a sect immediately flocked over. Without the support of a sect, it was very difficult for rogue cultivators to obtain high-level cultivation techniques. Many rogue cultivators were actually very talented, but because they did not have suitable techniques or treasures, they had always been at the bottom of the cultivation world. The appearance of the ruins gave them an opportunity. Although it was very dangerous to enter alone, as long as they could obtain something from it, they might be able to amaze the world with a single feat. One had to know that there were still a few abnormally powerful rogue cultivators, and there were even terrifying powerhouses like venerable ones. They had obtained the inheritance of the ruins when they were young. Therefore, to everyone, taking the risk was definitely worth it. However, rogue cultivators did not have the support of a powerful sect, and it was very difficult to even enter the ruins. Therefore, they could only wait for the arrival of a powerful sect. This was because when a sect discovered such a ruin, there would definitely be powerhouses who would explore it first, and then they would let their disciples enter to train. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to enter and train. Of course, it also depended on luck. In the past few days, the Fiery Flame sect had arrived. The Fiery Flame sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Jojo continent. They were so powerful that many rogue cultivators could only leave the area where the Fiery Flame sect was located. Soon after, the disciples of the Devil sect arrived. The people of the Devil sect were even more dangerous than the Fiery Flame sect. They were a group of perverts who killed without batting an eyelid, and were publicly known as the Devil sect in the Jojo continent. However, so what? The weak were prey to the strong in this world. Everyone knew how powerful the devil sect was. If they wanted to destroy this sect, they would have to pay a huge price. The Futu sect was so powerful in the past, but now, it was gone. Finally, the team of the Taihang sword faction arrived. The whole team was like an unsheathed sword, making people retreat. The Fiery Flame sect, the Devil sect, and the Taihang sword faction. Out of the 10 great sects, there were actually 3 great sects gathered here. As if they had an agreement, the teams of the 3 sects began to gather. The leader of the Fiery Flame sect was a middle-aged man, and his hair and eyebrows had turned red. He was also a very famous person, and his name was Fiery Flame 13. He had cultivated the mysterious Fiery Flame technique to an extremely high level. What was more terrifying was that his mysterious Fiery Flame technique had been combined with his dragon chi. Once he used it, he could explode with a jaw-dropping power. Although he was only at the 7 Dragons realm, in terms of combat strength, Tianfeng Luo and Wen Yunfeng could not defeat him. The leader of the Devil sect was the 4th elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall. When he saw the people of the Taihang sword faction, he smiled coldly and said, "Congratulations, Brother Feng, for successfully coming to the ancient ruins." He naturally knew about the failure this time, but he could not say anything about it. After all, there was nothing he could do about it. The death of 4 dragon transformation elders was, of course, a huge loss, but the great Devil sect could still bear it. The strength of the Devil sect was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was why the Devil sect could still be so arrogant and unfettered. Of course, the most important thing was the battle this time. The elders of the 3 sects had already begun to explore this place. Although the aura of the ancient ruins was too strong, they could not go deep, but they had already sensed that there was a huge inheritance in the depths of this place. If they could get their hands on it, the strength of the entire Devil sect would increase by another level. Of course, it would also be of great help to the Devil sect's 100-year plan. At this moment, the sky was extremely gloomy. Just like Tianfeng Luo's expression, he sneered and said, the Ghost-Killing Hall will be annihilated by my Taihang divine swords sooner or later. He spoke directly, showing no mercy. The 4th elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall did not say anything. The 2 of them just stared at each other. Vaguely, a powerful and terrifying aura had already surged up at this moment. At this time, Lai Hua 13 walked over. He directly stepped into it and said, "All right, we are all hundreds of years old. What's the point of staring at each other? Don't waste everyone's time. Let's first blast open the ruins and let the young people in. This is interesting." After he finished speaking, the 2 of them snorted coldly. However, they also knew that Lai Hua 13's words were reasonable. After all, the most important thing at this time was to enter the ruins. There was a thick miasma barrier around the ruins. If it was a venerable one, an expert above the 7 Dragons realm, they would naturally be able to enter. However, if their cultivation did not reach the 7 Dragons realm, they would not even be able to enter. As a result, if the 3 great sects and rogue cultivators wanted to enter, they could only rely on the combined strength of these few experts to directly blast open the miasma barrier. Su Yan stepped into it, and then used his own divine sense to investigate the miasma barrier in the distance. This barrier was indeed very powerful. In terms of height, it was almost 50 meters tall. More importantly, this was a sealed barrier, and the power inside was terrifyingly strong. As a result, if they wanted to directly destroy it, even if all the experts above the 7 Dragons realm worked together, they would not be able to do so. However, the experts of the 3 great sects had never thought of completely destroying it. Instead, they wanted to open a gap. As long as the gap was opened, everyone would be able to enter. Since the experts of the 3 great sects had already investigated the inside, they naturally had a certain level of analysis. Inside this barrier was an extremely strange world. Furthermore, there was an extremely strange mist inside. Not only could it obstruct one's vision, it could also obstruct one's divine sense from probing. When the seniors of the three great sects were investigating, they each discovered something and then drew a map for the leader. At this time, Feng Tianluo, the fourth elder of the ghost-killing hall, and Lai Hua 13 walked out at the same time. These three were all experts of the Seven Dragons realm, and their battle prowess was extraordinary. The three of them looked at each other, then finally began to take action. Chapter 542. The three of them looked at each other and prepared to attack. All three of them had their own methods and were extremely powerful. The fourth elder of the ghost-killing hall suddenly let out a strange long howl. Then, a very strange shadow appeared in his hand. The appearance of this shadow was almost exactly the same as him, which was extremely strange. He smiled faintly and threw the shadow into the sky. Then, he said, "Let this old man show off his skills first." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force rotated in the sky, and then an extremely strange sharp light directly changed at this moment. In the end, the black shadow turned into an extremely terrifying black giant. Of course, the existence of this black giant was very unreal. It was like a shadow. When the two of them saw this scene, their hearts were filled with astonishment at the same time. This was because the devil sect's methods were the most bizarre, making people unable to guard against them. Obviously, even with Feng Tianluo and Lai Hua 13's experience, they had never seen this move before. At this moment, the ghostly shadow suddenly charged towards the huge barrier. The terrifying power that erupted in an instant was simply incomparably shocking. At this moment, the rogue cultivators were immediately alarmed. They all felt extremely shocked. This kind of strength was something that they could not compare to. Unless those experts among the rogue cultivators came. At this moment, the shadow giant directly collided with the barrier, and an earth-shattering sound was immediately heard. At the place where the shadow giant came into contact with, a huge karst cave immediately appeared. Su Yan had been staring at this elder of the devil sect's ghost-killing hall because the devil sect would be his greatest enemy in the future. No matter what, know yourself and know your enemy and you will win 100 battles. At this moment, all of the fourth elder's power condensed. The violent power gathered into the most terrifying power and actually began to melt the barrier. At this moment, Lai Hua 13 and Feng Tianluo looked at each other. Feng Tianluo said directly, "Brother 13, let this little brother show his incompetence next." After he finished speaking, his palm shook slightly and a huge longsword appeared. The moment the longsword appeared, the entire world began to become heavy. An extremely violent power shook at this moment, as if the world was about to collapse. The long sword fell directly from the sky. It was righteous and majestic, yet incomparably simple. This was the Taihang sword faction's sword control. To the Taihang sword faction, everything was useless except for one sword. Their swords were the most powerful laws in their hands. If one did not have an extremely high understanding of the way of the sword, it was absolutely impossible to execute this sword move. Su Yan focused on comprehending. To be able to witness such a senior display his power with his own eyes was truly a great opportunity. No matter what, he could not miss such an opportunity. Feng Tianluo's sword only had one point, and that was toughness. There was no change at all. When the sword fell, countless cracks immediately appeared on the barrier, as if it could no longer withstand it. At this moment, Raging Fire 13 also attacked. Compared to the previous two, his attack was much simpler. Because when he attacked, it was only a simple punch. His fist blasted out, and an extremely terrifying flame immediately appeared. The radiance of the flames gradually grew, and in the end, it turned into a flaming fist with a diameter of 10 meters. The fist landed heavily on the barrier, and the barrier immediately cracked. The three powerhouses joined forces and finally tore a hole in the barrier. At this moment, many of the rogue cultivators had long been paying attention to the changes here. The moment they saw the hole being torn open, a few of them immediately rushed towards the crack. After all, in such a battlefield in the ruins, being a minute or a second ahead might make a world of difference. However, just as he stepped into the barrier, a force suddenly appeared. Everyone stared blankly at him. They saw that under this force, his body actually started to distort. In the end, his entire body was directly broken, and in the end, a bloody mist erupted from his body. Such an unforeseen event was beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected death to come so suddenly. Not to mention the rogue cultivators, many people from the three major sects did not know much about it. At this time, Feng Yuhai said, "This guy is really courting death. You should know that although such a barrier has been torn open, there is still a strong energy remaining in it. With his strength, he actually wants to force his way in. This is simply courting death." He was not a rookie, and naturally, he had explored many secret realms. Many secret realms were similar to this one, but those secret realms were not as powerful as this one. However, forcibly breaking into a secret realm was still courting death. At this time, another experienced person said, "Tearing open the crack in the barrier is only the first step. What we need to do next is to build a portal that we can pass through. Only when the portal is built can we enter safely." The so-called passageway was the passage that connected the two places. It was not easy to build such a passageway, and it required a person with high cultivation to preside over it. For example, when Yun Feng built the passageway for the Taihang sword faction. With the previous lesson, no one dared to act rashly. The powerhouses of the three major sects directly entered it. After a long time, the crack began to shine. Finally, the passageway was built. Then, they began to enter through the passageway. Of course, the disciples of the three major sects had the priority to enter. If the rogue cultivators wanted to enter, they naturally could, but they had to pay a certain price. This had already reflected the shortcomings of rogue cultivators. If they encountered a secret realm that was easy to break into, it would be fine. However, in such a secret realm, they only had two ways to go. One was to leave here in disgrace, and the other was to pay a tax to enter it. No matter which path it was not a pleasant choice. However, for the sake of that illusory opportunity, they could only choose to enter in the end. The passageways built by the three major sects led to different places. Dozens of disciples of the Taihang sword faction began to go directly to the secret realm. When entering the secret realm, everyone was given a transmission tablet. If they encountered an irresistible crisis, they had to quickly crush the transmission tablet. The transmission tablet had a very secret connection with the passageway that had just been built, which could transmit them to the passageway. This also eliminated the possibility of future worries to the greatest extent. When Yun Feng gave the map that the seniors of the three major sects had found to everyone, and then he told them to be careful. Finally, Su Yan stepped into the secret realm with the others. As soon as they stepped into the secret realm, they felt an extremely heavy feeling. Although they had already known it in their hearts, when they really felt it, they were still shocked. This kind of unforeseen event was truly shocking. It seemed that even the clothes on their bodies had become heavy, as if they were going to be pressed into the ground. Compared with the others' surprise, Su Yan was not surprised. After all, with the knowledge of the last world, he knew that there was a change in the gravity of this place. In a place where the gravity was strong, not only the outside of the body, but also the inside, such as the blood and the internal organs, would become heavy. This was inevitable. They followed the map, and it was very smooth for half a day. The seniors marked some dangerous areas, and they could take a detour. Some places had some opportunities, such as natural precious materials and so on. At this moment, everything was very smooth. However, just after half a day, there was a sudden change. Because the wind rose. When the breeze blew gently, no one took it seriously. However, just in a moment, the wind became very violent, which could be called a demon wind. Those who were able to enter this place were all incomparably powerful and had profound cultivation bases. However, under such a violent wind, they were actually unable to stand. After a while, more than half of the disciples were directly blown away. For a time, painful howls and panicked screams rose and fell one after another. Su Yan's feet never left the ground, as if a giant tree had taken root in the ground. At this time, his eyes fell directly on Shuai Xingyue. Although Xue Xingyue was not blown away by the wind, obviously, she had reached the limit. At this time, suddenly, a disciple directly bumped into her. Although it only grazed her body lightly, she was still directly sent flying. At this point, how could Su Yan continue to stand by and do nothing? He took a deep breath and leaped up. In the nick of time, he grabbed Xue Xinyue's hand. Xue Xinyue wanted to struggle, but in a hurry, a gust of cold wind poured in, causing her to lose all strength in her body. In the next moment, she was about to be blown away by the wind. However, at this time, she suddenly felt that her hand was grabbed by someone. She forced herself to turn her head, and just happened to see Su Yan's concerned gaze. At this moment, she was suddenly delighted. He still cares about me after all. The nightmare was getting more and more intense. Not only did the wind not stop, but it became even more terrifying than before. Even Su Yan could no longer withstand it, and in the end, his entire body was directly blown away by the wind. However, Su Yan's hand held on to Xue Xinyue tightly, preventing her from leaving him. Woo woo woo. The wind was still blowing, but this place seemed to be somewhat lonely. Previously, there were dozens of people here, but now, there were not many people left. Everyone had been blown away by the wind. Chapter 543. Originally, they had entered as a group, but now, they were all scattered. Everyone from the various sects had gone their separate ways. Such an unforeseen event came too suddenly. Even the experts did not expect such a thing to happen. And now, they had no idea what was going on inside. When the terrifying pressure finally disappeared, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. Previously, he had experienced the power of the formation. In front of such a great power, no matter how hard he tried, it was not enough. Unless he could reach the level of a supremacy. At this moment, he could not help but think of a saying. In front of nature, any power was insignificant. In that world back then, no matter how powerful a person was or how brilliant their sword skills were, when the power of nature exploded, they would still die without a burial ground. However, after transmigrating to this world, a person's power was directly magnified. They could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They were almost omnipotent. It was also because of this that they lost the respect they should have for nature. However, at this moment, he realized how foolish such a thought was. In this world, was there anything more powerful than the heavens and earth? No matter what, they were still ants living in this world. The strength of his power had caused his cognition to begin to expand. However, when he truly faced the power of nature, he immediately understood how insignificant he was. Just like before, when the demonic wind blew directly, its power could be said to be terrifying. Even with his current realm, he could not resist at all. At this moment, streams of light were constantly swaying in the sky. It was like a beautiful meteor shower that was constantly swaying. Such a scene was very beautiful, but now Su Yan was not in the mood to appreciate it. Because at this moment, there was a beautiful girl in his arms with her eyes closed. Xinyue, wake up. Su Yan was a little anxious. Previously, it was better, but now, this place gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. It was as if there was an invisible terrifying giant beast staring at him. Indeed, there was no safe place in the ancient mystery realm. Su Yan gently patted Xue Xinyue's cheek. After a while, Xue Xinyue finally opened her eyes. After the initial confusion, she finally remembered what had happened. Seeing that Su Yan was looking at her with a face full of concern, her heart was filled with joy. So, he still has me in his heart. When this thought appeared, it immediately made him feel much happier. I'm fine, she said softly. Xue Xinyue's face was a little red because she was leaning into Su Yan's embrace. She struggled to leave Su Yan's embrace. At this moment, Su Yan also felt a little embarrassed. However, he quickly changed the topic and said, Warm Moon, now that we have been separated from everyone, I don't know where this place is or what kind of dangers there are, so the two of us need to work together to get through this. Xue Xinyue nodded. She naturally knew that this was not the time to throw a tantrum. The two of them looked around, only to find that the surroundings were actually empty. In the howling cold wind, the two of them seemed so thin. Even Su Yan still felt a lingering fear towards the wind here, because this kind of power was simply too terrifying. Who knew how many people had died in this kind of wind? The two of them took out the map that they had obtained when they entered this secret realm. It was a map that the Taihang Sword faction seniors used to explore the path. However, at this moment, the place marked on the map was already very far away from here, and there was no place that they could refer to at all. Warm Moon, choose a direction, then we'll keep walking in that direction. Su Yan said directly. Xue Xinyue was startled, then asked, why me? Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly, then said, because I heard that beautiful girls who like to smile have good luck. Hearing this, Xue Xinyue's lips immediately curled into a smile. Big brother Su Yan, what kind of situation is it now, and you're still joking here? At this time, saying this to Su Yan only made her feel that this was the happiest thing in the world. If she could be like this for the rest of her life, then even if she never left this secret realm, it did not seem to be a bad thing. However, at this time, Su Yan said very seriously, Warm Moon, I'm not joking, I'm serious. You should understand that right now, we're completely ignorant of this place. If we continue to stay here, none of us know what will happen. So, we can't continue to stay here, so we can only choose a direction. Since it's all unknown, then just choose a direction casually. Warm Moon, at this time, your luck is very important. Hearing Su Yan's words, Xue Xinyue finally nodded solemnly. Su Yan said again, Warm Moon, you don't have to be nervous, just do whatever you want. Anyway, it's the same for any direction. Xue Xinyue nodded, then she looked forward seriously and finally said, although we don't know where we're going, let's just go forward. When she said this, she also had a smile on her face. It was clearly an extremely dangerous situation, but at this time, the two of them were talking and laughing as if they were on an outing. In fact, the two of them both knew that the current situation was not optimistic. However, it was better to have fun than to be sad. This was a road with no end, and after an unknown amount of time, the two of them saw a barren mountain. Instead of saying that it was a mountain, it was more like a small mound. On the boundless plain, seeing this small mound was considered good news. Then, the two of them did not stop at all, and directly walked forward. However, whether it was Su Yan or Xue Xinyue, neither of them expected that this seemingly short road would be so far away. The two of them did not know how long they had spent. At the foot of the mound. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mound, the first thing they smelled was a faint smell of blood. This feeling made one's hair stand on end. Xue Xinyue's gaze fell on Su Yan. Obviously, at this time, she was very afraid. Instinctively, she was not willing to step into this mountain. However, Su Yan said in the end, let's go, I think we have nowhere to go other than here. Rustle, 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 when they stepped on the sand, a slightly ear-piercing sound was naturally produced. At this moment, another sound was heard. The two of them were stunned at the same time. Su Yan looked alert. This was the first time he had heard another person's voice after such a long time. In such an environment, it was not necessarily a good thing to meet other people. If it was a disciple of the Taihang Sword faction, it would naturally be best. However, if it was a disciple of the Devil's sect, a battle would be inevitable. Although Su Yan was not afraid of fighting, at this time, it was best to avoid fearless battles. At this moment, this person's shadow finally appeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan did not expect that the first thing to appear would be an indigo light. The light was attached to this person's body. It was like a flaming armor. However, this was not the case. Instead, this young man's entire body had been ignited. In less than 50 seconds, this man disappeared from this world, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Although Xue Xinyue's cultivation was high, and she had participated in the sex missions before, this was the first time she had seen such a strange scene. Out of fear, she leaned towards Su Yan and then nestled her head in Su Yan's arms. Su Yan's gaze, however, remained motionless as he stared at the corpse. Then, he squatted down and extended his hand to probe the corpse. Xue Xinyue gently pulled Su Yan and said, "Brother Su, be careful." The strange scene just now had really scared the girl out of her wits. Su Yan raised his head and smiled. Then, he said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It can't hurt me." Then, he had already reached his hand out. Just as his palm neared, the indigo flame actually shot up directly. The flame directly attached to Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan's hand suddenly released spiritual energy. Due to the barrier of spiritual energy, the indigo flame couldn't touch Su Yan's skin and was extinguished by the wind. Su Yan's expression was somewhat serious because he felt the strangeness and tyranny of this flame. This is the blood-stained flame. Once this indigo flame comes into contact with blood, it will directly burn. Of course, spiritual energy can suppress it, but once it loses the suppression of spiritual energy, then... Su Yan didn't finish his sentence because this ending was already in front of them. "Xinyue, you must remember, don't let yourself get hurt," Su Yan said seriously to Xue Xinyue. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from the hill. This voice was mixed with pain and fear. Su Yan and Xue Xinyue's expressions froze. Su Yan directly said, "Let's go and take a look." Judging from the sound on the hill, there weren't just one or two people here. However, there were so many people crying out at the same time. Su Yan and Xue Xinyue were both in the dragon realm. The two of them went all out and this small hill was naturally nothing. Soon, they saw this scene. This hill was actually hollow. Below the mountain peak was a place that looked like an arena.